If you liked this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell. In order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell. In order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 1151, See No Evil. A ravaged underground hall. Split concrete, old machines turned into piles of scrap, broken walls. Deep darkness chased away by the bright light of electric floodlights. The stench of blood permeating the air. And bodies, of course, scattered on the cracked floor. Dozens of them, all bearing terrible wounds. Bodies of the awakened of valor, the awakened of song, and one more, a ghastly hill of gray flesh that had been a nightmare creature before. Morgan studied the scene of slaughter with a neutral expression as she walked among the corpses. She would linger for a few moments near one of the corpses, then indifferently move on to the next. Her vermilion eyes were cold. St. Gilead, the summer night, was more expressive. He was kneeling in front of one of the bodies with a mournful expression on his gallant, handsome face. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Amiron. Morgan turned around and looked at the transcendent. Oh. I am sorry, Sir Gilead. I have forgotten that the two of you were once members of the same cohort. Please accept my condolences. Her voice did not seem too regretful, though. Summer Night looked down. Sometimes, I forget. She raised an eyebrow. What? The saint lingered for a few moments, then offered her a calm gaze. How much I loathe you and your family. Morgan smiled slightly and looked away. Well. What can I say? We are a loathsome bunch. With that, she used her armored boot to turn one of the bodies over and asked. Does this make sense to you? Summer Night stood up with a sigh and walked over. The result is outside expectations, but the sequence of events seems clear. We severely underestimated the opposition. By all accounts, Amiron should have been able to achieve a clean victory, but the presence of a corrupted tyrant changed things. Our estimation of Beastmaster's power needs to be adjusted. Still, he slayed the beast, even if the price was his life. Morgan shook her head. Seems clear, huh? Her gaze was locked on the fatal sword wound that had killed the awakened in front of her. Morgan remained motionless for a few moments. What a beautiful cut. Seemingly losing interest in the corpse, she turned away and called out to one of the specialists that had been casing the scene. The man walked over and bowed, then delivered a preliminary report. His conclusions were in line with what St. Gilead had said. Morgan stared at him bleakly. Have the diviners discovered anything? The investigator looked away in embarrassment. Nothing, my lady. A slight frown appeared on her face. So you're telling me that 6 cohorts of Valor's best, armed and armored with forged memories, lost to 4 cohorts of Song infiltrators? And that night Amiron slayed a corrupted tyrant alone? The man lowered his head. That is what the evidence tells, my lady. Morgan scoffed. She remained silent for a while, then turned and addressed a delicate young woman who was standing silently above a severed head. What about you, Kasia? Do you see something? The young woman shifted slightly and answered in a calm tone. I see nothing. Morgan tilted her head. Are you telling me that you don't see anything, or that you see nothing? Summer Night frowned, thinking that the princess was mocking the blind girl. The young woman, meanwhile, simply nodded. Morgan grinned. Ha! She turned to the saint and pierced him with an amused look. See, Sir Gilead. At least someone is not useless here. Then, her expression darkened. Morgan looked at the corpse laying at her feet once again and frowned. After a few moments of silence, she mumbled, Was it the House of Night? No, unlikely. That cut, just who could have? Sunny took a step back and bent over, breathing heavily. By his side, Cassie swayed, struggling to catch her balance after her rapier was shattered by Morgan's attack. Today, the princess had decided to face the two of them at the same time. The spar was an especially grueling one. They gave a good fight, cooperating with each other so flawlessly that it almost seemed as if they shared one mind. But, in the end, the princess mercilessly drove them both back. She seemed possessed, attacking with such power and ferocity that Sunny found it almost unnecessary to downplay his abilities. He pretended to be utterly exhausted, there was little need to pretend, really, and lowered his sword. That was a good fight, Lady Morgan. She glanced at her own blade, which was nicked all over and utterly ruined, then threw it aside with frustration. Yes. You did well, too. After catching his breath for a couple of seconds, he slowly straightened and glanced at her with a complicated expression. But, are you troubled by something? Your technique seemed a bit distracted today. Morgan stared at him for a few moments, her face turning cold. Eventually, she said with a hint of discontent in her voice. That is not something for a person like you to concern yourself with. Come to think of it, I won't need your services in the next few days, Master Sunless. So make yourself scarce. Just what he wanted. Sunny put on a suitably alarmed expression and lowered his gaze. Ah, as you wish, my lady. She lingered for a few moments, then scoffed and left. Sunny and Cassie were left alone in the training room. It had been 2 days since the slaughter in the abandoned factory. Morgan seemed to be suspicious that something irregular had taken place in the underground production hall, but not a drop of that suspicion was directed at Sunny. He had hidden his traces well, and no one within Valor could ever imagine that someone like him was capable of wiping out 10 cohorts of Awakened from the Great Clans, let alone doing it with such insidious and flawless, almost diabolical precision. As for Sunny, he was effortlessly playing the role of someone who had no clue about what had happened. Glancing at Cassie, he shrugged. What's up with her? The blind girl turned her head to face him, then remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said, You don't have to worry. Sunny frowned. What was that supposed to mean? Did Cassie know something? If anyone would, it was her. He shook his head, then dragged his tired body across the room to place the training sword back into its stand. If Cassie knew, she would keep silent. But, in any case, Morgan's polite suggestion to disappear for a few days was very timely. No matter how confident he was that he had avoided all suspicion, it was best not to parade in front of emissaries of Valor for a while. And, to be honest, Sunny was long overdue for a little vacation. Placing the sword down, he looked at Cassie and asked, Hey, about that favor I asked? How about we go to the dream realm for a little while? I seem to be free all of a sudden. The blind girl smiled slightly. Sure, no problem. She carefully placed her broken rapier on the floor and added, I already told Nephice. She's free, too. Sunny froze for a moment, then made a face. Damn Oracles, Chapter 1152, Field Trip. Chapter 1152, Field Trip. The Ivory Island was as peaceful and idyllic as ever. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, enjoying the cool breeze and the view of the boundless expanse of the blue sky. Come to think of it, it was rare to find such a tranquil haven in the dream realm. Even the sanctuary, which was beautiful and serene in its own way, never felt safe. There was always the possibility of an attack, after all. What protected the sanctuary was people, and people were not omnipotent. The Crushing was a much more reliable guardian. The three of them, Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie, had just arrived from the waking world. Sunny was wearing the Shroud of Dusk, since that was his best armor memory. The other two, however, had slighted their combat armor in favor of lighter garments. Cassie was wearing the familiar tunic and sea wave cloak, while Nephice was in something that he recognized as the black underlayer of the Starlight Legion armor. Sunny still couldn't believe that a mere awakened memory of the second tier had survived years of wandering through the Dream Realm and the Second Nightmare. But, in any way, the three of them looked like people ready for a vacation. They weren't the only ones, either. What is this? Sunny glanced toward the entrance to the tower, where two figures were waiting for them. Effie was sitting on the ground, enjoying a veritable mountain of snacks. Her transcendent armor was nowhere to be seen, leaving a lot of olive skin exposed to the sun and the wind. There was a relaxed, extremely pleased expression on her face. Kai was standing nearby, wearing his military uniform. He was looking at the dragon bones that surrounded the ivory tower with a neutral expression on his handsome, slightly melancholic face. Noticing the new arrivals, Effie happily waved a hand. "Hey! We're here!" Sunny walked over, both pleased and confused to see the two of them. "I see that you're here, but why are you here?" Kai turned around and smiled slightly. "Hey! Our companies have spent a lot of time on the city walls recently, so we were rotated out of active duty for a couple of weeks. We're on leave." Effie nodded. "Yeah. So when Cassie offered to go on a field trip, we had nothing better to do. Plus, we're curious to revisit a few places, too." Sunny gave the blind girl a suspicious look. He was sure that he only decided to spend some time on the chain island this morning. When the hell had she found time to invite Effie and Kai? Noticing his gaze, Cassie simply shrugged. "Well, whatever. He was glad to see them, anyway." "I see. Good, then. But, I wouldn't call it a field trip. I expect to fight at least one creepy abomination this week, so don't get too relaxed." Effie dismissively waved a greasy hand in the air. Yeah. That abomination, though, is it edible?" He stared at her bleakly. "I'm not sure." She grinned. "No problem. We'll just have to find out, then." Shaking his head, Sunny turned away and glanced at the graceful silhouette of the flying ship that rested on the water not too far away. Since Cassie was the one who knew how to control it, he addressed the next question to her. "Let's not waste any time. Where to first, Captain?" He had already shared the places he wanted to visit with the blind girl, so she was in charge of plotting the course. Cassie smiled. "The first stop is right beneath us, actually. It was not on your list, but I wanted to study the runes there. Just a few hours." Sunny shrugged. He had nothing against others adding more locations to the list. They were going to be helping him out with his goals, so it was only fair. "Let's go, then." Together, the five of them headed toward the lake and boarded the ship. Cassie entered the runic circle at the stern, saturating it with her soul essence as she gently took the steering oars. The leaves of the sacred tree growing around the mast of the flying vessel rustled gently as it lifted off the lake's surface and soared into the sky. There were no sailor dolls on the deck, and no firekeepers to replace them. The sails were lowered, so their speed was not what it could have been. Still, for a simple descent, that was enough. The ancient ship moved past the edge of the ivory island and tilted down, diving into the sea of clouds. Surrounded by white mist, Sunny suddenly thought about something and turned to Cassie. "Have you named it? The ship?" She lingered for a few moments. "No. I wasn't sure if I had the right. It had to have had a name before, after all. What did Noctis call it? Do you know?" Sunny frowned. "Actually, I never heard him call it anything except Forth This Beauty. Come to think of it, knowing Noctis, that could have actually been the name. This Beauty." Nephice listened to them with a hint of interest, while Cassie chuckled. "Sounds like something he would do, indeed. In that case, we should give it a good name. Let's come up with one before this journey is over." They plummeted through the clouds, and as they did, Sunny could feel the ferocious pressure of the crushing assault the flying vessel. At that height, it should have been obliterating, but, to his surprise, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. Lines of ethereal light ignited along the hull of the ship, as if a powerful enchantment had been activated, and the invisible weight grew weak. Soon, the clouds receded, and the patchwork landscape of the chained isles was revealed far below. Islands shone on the velvet backdrop of the dark abyss like precious gems, connected to each other by the thin threads of the heavenly chains. And there, right beneath the descending vessel, was an island that Sunny knew all too well. His face darkened a little. This place, huh? I never thought I would return here one day. Below them were the ruins of the Red Colosseum, Chapter 1153, Memory Lane. Chapter 1153, Memory Lane. The Red Colosseum was in ruins. Its ancient walls had collapsed, and were now overgrown with verdant vines. The people who had once crowded the tribunes were all long dead. And yet, even the passage of countless years failed to wash away the stain of blood from the surface of the stone that had once been pristine white. Sunny knew from Cassie that the Colosseum was in a sorry state. He also knew that the island had been infested by all kinds of nightmare creatures, probably the remains of Solvain's menagerie of monsters, before the firekeepers wiped them out. The firekeepers had also cleared the floor of the arena in order to reveal the buried ruins, and now, Cassie was slowly walking along the grooves, tracing their shapes with her steps. Sunny himself was in a bleak mood. He studied the ruins, remembering the countless bloody battles that had been fought here. This was where he had killed the stone gargoyles, this was where he had killed the emerald skeleton, and this was where he had almost lost his life to the blade of one of the red zealots. It had been thousands of years since his escape from the Colosseum. No, not quite. In truth, he had never been here at all. The bloody arena he knew was just a mirage conjured up by the spell, while this was the real thing. It didn't change its vile nature, though. Glory? Nephi's turned at the sound of his whisper. Her striking gray eyes were somber. Is this the arena where you were imprisoned? Sunny nodded. Yes, the cage they kept me in was right there, below that pile of rubble. Back then, I barely knew how to move the body that the spell had given me. My, oh my. Coming to my senses inside that thing was quite a shock. He looked at her, wondering what body Neph had received in her own nightmare. She must have been startled to find herself thrust into a non-human vessel, too. After all, there had been no divine aspect users before them. And divine aspects, for all their benefits, did not come with an instruction manual. Changing Star nodded slowly. I can imagine. She didn't say anything else, still keeping the details of her nightmare to herself. Sunny sighed. Well, anyway. The first few days were rough, and every day that followed was rough, too. I had to fight my way to the center of the arena and face the zealots of the Red Sect there each time. And all the while, crowds of people were cheering me on from the stands, creepy bastards. They were equally happy to see us slaves kill, or see us die. All for the glory of War God. Kai, who was nearby, nodded. I faced those zealots too, on the battlefield. Everyone in the Kingdom of Hope was mad, by that point, but the warmongers were especially wicked. And they were indeed just as Sunny described them, equally happy to kill as they were to die. Their faith had been perverted beyond belief. He glanced at the blood-stained stones and added after a short pause. Now that I think about it, maybe it is not a coincidence that the followers of War God were that way. War God is also the deity of humanity, after all. Sunny chuckled. Yeah, well, anyway. I got better as time went on, enough to survive until the moment I could escape. And I did. Nephis looked around silently. It must have been hard to survive alone. He shrugged. It would have been. But I wasn't alone. There was this guy with me, a local awakened. A healer. Without him, I would not have lasted nearly as long as I did. He studied the ruins for a few moments, then gestured in a certain direction. That was where Solvain killed him, in the end. At the edge of the island. The fool decided to find courage in the worst moment possible. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. Still. I guess it's better to die with courage than to die without it. Not that I would know. He looked at Nephis and smiled. I must have slaughtered 1,000 enemies in this arena, both abominations and humans. But, knowing you, I bet even more died by your sword in the nightmare. She glanced north, in the direction of the hollow mountains, and shook her head. No, actually, I did not kill that many. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Wait, what, really? With your personality? Nephi smiled. I was only dormant, in my nightmare. I was the weakest creature there, by far. Solving problems with a sword is a privilege for the strong. He looked at her with a strange expression. Well, you must have learned a lot, then. Weakness is a great teacher. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sunny regretted saying them. Nephi had always been a symbol of strength, in his mind. A domineering presence that swept away all obstacles to achieve her goals, but in truth, she had spent most of her life as prey being pursued by terrifying predators. Sunny still remembered the dream he had visited, a fragment of a memory she had about one of the attempts on her life. She knew about weakness just as much as he did. Neff's smile slowly faded away. She remained silent for a while, and then nodded. Yes. I did learn a lot. Great. Maybe think twice before opening your mouth the next time, fool. Sunny hesitated, thinking what to say. The solemn atmosphere was destroyed a moment later, though, by a loud crinkling noise. Sunny, Nephi, and Kai turned around and looked at Effie, who was completely focused on opening a packet of chips. The bright colors of the modern packaging looked extremely out of place in the ancient ruin. Feeling their attention, the huntress looked up, lowered her sunglasses to the tip of her nose, and raised her eyebrows. What? Then, she sent a mouthful of synth chips into her mouth and looked around, chewing. After a while, she said, I must admit, though, I'm a little upset. That wench Solvane was from the same sect as me, right? How come the temple I ended up in was not nearly as grand and majestic? I mean, do you know how small and damp my room was? She shook her head with a sour face. What's even the point of being in a sect of war zealots if you don't have an awesome arena like this? Chapter 1154, Former Glory. Chapter 1154, Former Glory. Nothing much happened on the island that had once been the heart of Solvane's lands. The firekeepers, it seemed, had been very thorough in exterminating every abomination here. Even after several hours, no one had bothered the 5 masters. Not that many things could. While Cassie was exploring the ruins, Sunny simply wandered around the ruins, remembering his days of fighting in the Colosseum. The others had nothing much to do, so they followed him, sometimes starting a conversation, sometimes remaining silent. Eventually, Effie sighed. This sucks. What kind of vacation is that? The mood is so dismal. Sunny looked at her humorlessly. What were you expecting? I did not exactly have a great time in this damned place. Should I be jumping around in joy? She blinked a couple of times. I mean, yeah. Why not? Think about it. This Colosseum is in ruins, but you're still standing. What's not to celebrate? Sunny tilted his head a little, then looked at the overgrown remains of the Red Colosseum once more. Dunvilcav, M. The place was desolate and forgotten, with nothing remaining of its former glory. Glory, the bastards who had lusted for it, who had turned Hope's Theater into a temple of murder, never found any such thing. Sunny, however, had survived. Not only that, but he was also a decorated officer now, complete with the highest military awards one could receive, earned in a war much more meaningful than the senseless one the warmongers had waged. He had never put much meaning into his medals, but now that they turned into something despite Solvane and her zealots with. Ha! Damn! It almost feels better than killing her twice? A crooked smile appeared on his face. Well, if you put it like that. I guess you are right, Effie. I am much more impressive than these fools ever were, aren't I? Hell, they're making a movie about me in NQSC, even. She glanced at him with an amused expression. Let's not get a big head, doofus. And what do you mean, a movie? Another one? Noticing her petrified expression, he grinned. Don't worry. It's about Mongrel, technically. While Effie let out a relieved sigh, Nephi suddenly nodded. "Oh, yes. I've seen the trailer." Kai and Sunny looked at her with surprise, while Effie made a strange face and walked away. "Gods. I think I'm going to be sick." She really looked ill. Sunny laughed as he watched her go. "Hey, where are you going? The mood isn't so dismal anymore, is it?" The huntress just waved her hand and disappeared behind a pile of rubble. He chuckled, but his smile disappeared when Kai asked with a thoughtful expression. "If the trailer came out this quick, they must be putting a lot of resources into filming. I do wonder, though, are they going to cast an actor to play Mongrel? Or an actress?" Sunny's eyes widened slightly. "What the hell do you mean, an actress? Why would they cast an actress? Take that back." While they were bickering, Cassie finished exploring the runes carved in the bloodstained stone. Soon, the flying ship left the ruins of the Red Colosseum behind and cut through the sky. The night had descended upon the Chained Isles, erasing the border between the sky above and the sky below. Cold stars shone upon the remains of the shattered kingdom, reflected by the distant flames that burned in the dark abyss. The flying vessel was moving southeast. There were not that many places that Sunny wanted to visit on the Chained Isles. His main goal was the Shipwreck Island, where the corpse of the Sun Prince swung above the sky below, tangled in heavenly chains, but he was also interested in one other. The Southern Island, where the ruined castle of the Shadow Lord stood, and where he had fought Nightmare. The Black Steed had become his shadow, but that was just the phantom of the spell. Sunny couldn't help but feel curious about what had happened to the real Nightmare. Was he perhaps still here, somewhere, in this region of the Dream Realm? The Dark Courser was not on the Southern Island anymore, that was sure. After all, Sunny had visited the ruined fortress in the waking world before even knowing what it was. That was where he had welcomed Effie and Kai to the Chained Isles and had not met Nightmare there. Still, maybe there were some clues. Countless years had passed since the time when the shadow creature remained in the castle, stubbornly guarding the citadel of a dead master. Was the real Nightmare still alive? Had he grown stronger? Dunvilcav, M. Had he succumbed to the corruption that seemed to have devoured everything and everyone else in the Dream Realm? Sunny wanted to know, but most of all, he was interested in finding a shadow creature. It could lead to a lot of fragments at worst, and a new shadow at best. Apart from the Southern Island, though, Nephi obviously did not have any places in mind. Effie wished to visit the Temple of the Chalice. Kai would have wanted to return to the Ivory City, perhaps, to reminisce on the past, but that city was no more. It had fallen into the sky below, replaced by the ever-growing tear that would one day swallow all the Chained Isles. Strangely, the place where Cassie would have wanted to visit was gone, too. The Night Temple, where she had spent several months caring for her mentor, the one in the north, was destroyed as a result of the battle between Sky Tide and St. Cormac. The blind girl did add one location to the list, though. And a very strange one, at the island where an eerie creature of the lake had once bestowed them with the ruby knife. Sunny did not know what she wanted to find there, but had no objections to her request. They were going to the Southern Island first, however, so that creepy place was still far away. Enjoying the view of the starlit sky, Sunny breathed in the cool night air and smiled as he listened to his friends chatting. There would be dangers and dire threats once he returned to Antarctica, but for the next few days, life promised to be tranquil and uncomplicated. There would be a bit of exploration, a bit of treasure hunting, and a bit of fighting, as well, but not the dreadful kind. It was truly like a vacation. His smile grew a little wistful. Damnation. Just when did the dream realm become nicer than the waking world? Chapter 1155, What the Future Holds. Chapter 1155, What the Future Holds. The flying vessel continued moving southeast. The members of the cohort remained at the stern, keeping Cassie company. They spent some time idly talking about this and that, then silently enjoyed the beautiful sight of the night sky. Safely hidden within the crushing, they were temporarily safe from all threats. That feeling was strange. The only thing stranger was the fact that Effie seemed to have lost her appetite, somehow. Now that was an anomaly unlike anything Sunny had witnessed before. He wanted to tease the huntress, but changed his mind at the last moment. The quiet night put him in a contemplative mood. The thing Sonny thought about was how hard it had become to keep a conversation going in the company of his friends these days. Or anyone else, really. He had never been a great conversationalist. In fact, growing up, Sonny had always found it torturously hard to fit in with people. But after becoming an awakened, somewhere along the way, he seemed to have developed that ability. Now, however, it was getting harder once again. Sonny had thought that such problems would miraculously disappear after he chose to trust the people he cared about. But he had been proven wrong. It's strange, but then, was it really? In truth, it was not his ability to hold a conversation that was the problem, but his whole life instead. Most of the things he thought and did were too sensitive to discuss, not because he did not trust his friends, but because he didn't want to involve them in his mess. More than that, Sonny had only done two things after coming to Antarctica: fight the nightmare creatures and try to fulfill his duty as a member of the evacuation army. He did not really have any hobbies or exciting things to share. His friends were more or less the same. Is it all there is to life? Bloodshed and war? As he studied the night sky with a wistful expression, Kai looked at him and said, "Penny for your thoughts?" A pale smile appeared on Sonny's face. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how messed up our lives have become. These days, it seems that there's nothing to talk about except for what we killed, how we killed it, and how to kill it better. So I'm wondering, is that what adulthood is? Work, work, and then more work. I thought that becoming a master would be freeing, but honestly, I was having so much more fun as an awakened." Kai sighed. "It does seem like that, doesn't it?" Effie, who was hugging the wooden railing of the flying ship as if battling motion sickness, looked at them with a miserable face. "I don't know what you are talking about. I'm having tons of fun every day." Sonny gave her a dubious look. "Yeah, maybe check the expiration date the next time you smuggle a bunch of snacks into the dream realm. Those synthetic chips must have been left over from the dark times, considering your current state." She gritted her teeth, then made a rude gesture in his direction. Sonny grinned. At that moment, Cassie suddenly spoke. "I get what Sonny is saying. But, is there something wrong with being focused on work? I am usually very busy, too, and there's little time for anything else except for my duties. However, it's not bad. I find it very rewarding, actually." Sonny scoffed. "I guess there's nothing wrong, as long as you've chosen the right profession. But being an abomination exterminator does not really suit my taste, and I did not even choose it, really. It just happened that way." Nephi gave him a long look, then turned away and said evenly, "It is true that none of us chose to become infected by the spell. But we are awakened now, so, exterminating abominations comes with the territory. We receive plenty of privileges in exchange. There's no point in thinking about the past with regret." Sonny glanced at her with a bleak expression. Well, it was not like she was wrong. No matter how dejected he felt about the current situation, it was infinitely better than his mundane life in the outskirts. What would have awaited Sonny if he had never become infected by spell? A bitter life and an early grave, most likely. No, actually, a grave would have been an impossible luxury. Kai lingered for a few moments before saying quietly, "It's not the past that worries me. It's the future." Effie remained silent, but her face turned somber. Sonny looked at his friend with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Kai shrugged. "The Antarctica campaign seems like a world of its own, but it will be over in a handful of months. What happens next? The influx of refugees and the loss of the southern quadrant will make living conditions across the waking world worse for everyone. There'll be an unprecedented influx of awakened, as well, which is bound to change the situation in the dream realm. The Great Clan seem to be in turmoil, and on top of that, there's no guarantee that something like the Chain of Nightmares won't happen again. I am not talking about the future of the human race, though. I am talking about our personal future. What will be our roles in that world?" Sonny lingered for a while. I have no idea. Kai sighed, then glanced at Nephice. Lady Nephice and Cassie will most likely become saints with the backing of Clan Valor. But that path is closed for the rest of US, unless we swear allegiance to a legacy clan. Alternatively, we can remain with the government. But if Antarctica has proven one thing, it is that the government is not strong enough to protect the waking world with only its own strength. So what is the point? Sunny studied his face for a few moments. Kai, it seemed, was struggling with his naively sincere sense of duty. He asked, "So, what? Are you thinking about becoming a legacy?" The handsome archer looked at him with a heavy expression. "Aren't you?" Sunny smiled with a corner of his mouth, then turned away. "No. I'd rather die, to be honest." There was no need to add that last part, really, because he was always honest. Even if Sunny was destined to forever remain a master, he would not join the likes of Valor and Song. Sainthood was an alluring goal, but it was not worth selling himself into slavery to a sovereign. One chain, no matter how soft, was already enough. As for the future, he really had no idea what was going to happen after the Antarctica campaign was over. The great clans would clash in earnest, but by that point, their battles would most likely move to the Dream Realm. Sunny would have liked to avoid becoming swept up in that conflict, but he had a strong suspicion that, for him, it was going to be nearly impossible. There's no point in thinking about the future, either. The four of them glanced at Cassie with surprise. She had remained silent throughout the conversation, but suddenly spoke at that precise moment. Coming from an oracle, that statement sounded a bit ominous. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Oh, yeah? Why is that?" Gently controlling the flying ship, Cassie kept quiet for a few moments. Then, a sad smile appeared on her face. There was no spell a century ago. There were no saints a few decades ago. There was no chain of nightmares a couple of years ago. What will happen in the future? Nobody knows. So, making plans is useless. All we can do is prepare to face the unknown. Chapter 1156, Returning to the Shipwreck Island. Chapter 1156, Returning to the Shipwreck Island. Visiting the southern island was not as useful as Sunny had hoped it would be. Too much time had passed since the days when Nightmare guarded the abandoned castle, consumed by madness. The castle had long turned into ruins, and the land itself had been transformed by the crushing. However, Sunny did end up finding a clue. That clue was not on the island, but rather in what was not on the island. When he had visited this place as a favor to Noctis, there had been beautiful white flowers blooming in the emerald grass around the castle. But now they were gone. Of course, there was nothing strange about some flowers disappearing after thousands of years of desolation. Nevertheless, Sunny remembered that he had seen these particular flowers elsewhere on the Chained Isles. There was a whole island covered by them. That island was considered extremely dangerous because there were numerous bones hidden beneath the beautiful carpet of white blossoms. Anyone who stepped on it would succumb to an overwhelming desire to sleep, never to wake up. Among the awakened anchored in the sanctuary, that island was synonymous with death. There were too many connections for it to be a pure coincidence, and so, Sunny decided to visit the island of white flowers as well. It was further east, however, so that stop was going to have to wait. First, the flying ship had to travel north and skirt the Tier for a while to reach the Shipwreck Island. They spent 2 days making their way there. The ship had to stop once to give Cassie time to rest and restore soul essence. In the meantime, the rest of them made use of the idle time to enjoy some peace and quiet. The ancient vessel turned into a leisure yacht for a few days. Nephice was in charge of cooking, while the rest of them were in charge of eating. They talked, enjoyed each other's company, and tried really hard to forget the cold dread of Antarctica for a few fleeting moments. They even tried playing several games. Sadly, it was hard to find a suitable one, considering that Kai always knew when someone was telling the truth, Cassie could sense the future, and Sunny was not above using his shadows to cheat. In the end, they settled for competing to see who was the best cheater. Nephice lost pretty much every game after that. Observing her try to hide her frustration was rather entertaining, at least for Sunny, who won the most. "Ah, I have forgotten how awkward she really is." She's hiding it well these days, it's cute. Ha! Crude, I meant it's crude. Effie was still suffering from motion sickness and eating less than she usually did, which meant only 2 to 3 times more than what a normal person would eat. Naturally, luckily, the ship was attacked by a few nightmare creatures during their only stop so far, so they had plenty of fresh meat to feed her. Kai was teaching Sunny how to play the flute. It was actually starting to feel like a vacation. Eventually, they reached the shipwreck island. It was exactly as it had been before, except for the fact that the feature that had given the island its name, the shipwreck, was now missing. The corpse of the Sun Prince was still there, though. The steel colossus was swinging forlornly below the island, its legs tangled in the remains of a torn heavenly chain. The first time Sunny had seen it, he wondered about what terrible creature could have killed the fearsome giant, who could have thought that it had actually been Cassie and Effie. Well, technically, it had been someone else, but in the nightmare, the immortal Chain Lord had fallen by their hands. Nephi stared at the steel colossus for a long time. She had never seen it before, so he must have made an expression. After a while, she asked, "This is one of the immortals you killed?" Effie tore her gaze away from the giant corpse and shivered. "Yeah, this was where we fought the defenders of the Ivory City. The city itself is gone now, but that huge bastard is still here. See how his chest is cracked? That's because Cassie rammed him with the flying ship at full speed. Crazy girl. We all thought she died, for a minute or two." Nephi lowered her head, while Effie sighed and added, "It's hard to guess now, but that giant was filled with molten metal. Within that metal was a human-shaped cage, and within that cage was a thing that had once been a human. I pushed the bastard over the edge of the island, then crawled to its chest, and killed the thing inside. It was a hot mess of a situation. I had plenty of burns to prove it." She made a disgusted face, then glanced at Sunny. "So, doofus. We just need to bring you to what is left of the Sun Prince?" Sunny shook his head. "Yes. I mean, no. First, we need to get rid of the creature that lives below the island." He had not forgotten about the terrifying abomination that was hidden on the dark side of the shipwreck island. The memories of watching its long, root-like tentacles stretch from the darkness shrouding the bottom of the isle and snatch fallen demons like flies were still fresh in his mind. That was how the creature fed. It used the corpse of the Sun Prince as bait to devour chainworms. Sunny shook his head. But things had changed. Back then, he had been a mere awakened. A corrupted nightmare creature had been synonymous with death, despair, and hopelessness, but now, he had killed more corrupted abominations than he could be bothered to count. Sunny had grown much more powerful. Even when compared to how he had been as a master before Antarctica, he was incomparably stronger and more experienced. A mere corrupted creature did not scare him anymore. Which did not mean that it was wise to abandon caution. No matter how powerful he had become, one mistake was always all it took to perish in the dream realm. Throwing one last glance at the swinging steel corpse, he turned away and said, "Cassie, let's start lowering the ship." Chapter 1157, Blood-Nourished Root. Chapter 1157, Blood-Nourished Root. It would have been hard to fight the creature dwelling on the dark side of the island in usual circumstances. After all, below it was the endless expanse of the dark abyss, and humans were not known for their ability to fly. Fighting a corrupted abomination while hanging from the treacherous stone surface of the underside of the isle was a suicidal task. Of course, there were ways to gain an advantage even in that situation. Kai, for example, could indeed fly. Sunny could assume the Shadow Fiend form, which was perfectly suited for just these kinds of battles. Effie was strong enough to dig a path to the creature from the surface in no time, and so on. None of it was necessary today, though, because they had Cassie in the flying ship. The graceful vessel dove into the sky below and descended until the shipwreck island, as well as the creature hiding in its shade, was above them. They maintained a safe distance for now, but the main disadvantage was already erased. Sunny peered into the darkness shrouding the bottom of the isle. There were large cavities in the stone and soil, making the whole island seem like a giant beehive. These caves were narrow and deep, and there was something hiding in their depths. Big. He did not have to rely on his eyes, though. Cassie let go of the steering oars and stepped out of the runic circle, getting closer to the wooden railings. She observed the dark ravines for a while, then sighed. It is a corrupted monster. An old and powerful one. The blind girl could perceive aspects, abilities, and attributes of a Wawite, but that power allowed her to learn about nightmare creatures, too. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their nature. Cassie was an invaluable source of knowledge in that regard. And knowledge was the origin of power. She tilted her head a little. It is a plant abomination. Blood-nourished root. I have an idea of how it came to be. The others looked at her with interest. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How would you know that? Cassie pointed at the mast of their ship. The enchantments of this vessel are meant to be powered by a sacred tree from Heartgod's Grove. I found a sapling to replace the original tree, which had died when the ship crashed, but I think it had not died immediately. She thought for a few moments. The sacred tree must have survived the destruction of the vessel and rooted itself in the soil of the island. However, the wormvine had been unleashed within the wreck. It grew and suffocated the tree, turning it into a corpse. The roots remained, though, and so did Sylvain. Her blood seeped into the soil and was absorbed by the roots throughout the centuries. Sylvain did not succumb to the corruption, but the roots did. That was how this monster was born. A sigh escaped from Cassie's lips. In any case, it's vast and ancient, but weak to fire. We can burn the root to ash without destroying the island. After she said those words, everyone involuntarily turned to Nephi's. Changing Star's expression did not change at all. A moment later, she said, I'll do it. Sunny shook his head. No need. He knew that Neph could slay the blood-nourished root without too much trouble. She could also lend her flames to him or Saint, but that would require her to use her aspect, which would trigger her flaw. For most awakened, using their aspects was as natural as breathing, especially so for Sunny, who always observed the world through his shadows. However, Nephi's very rarely used her own. Strangers might not have noticed it, but anyone close to her knew that she only activated her abilities during battles, and even then only the most dire ones. That was how it had been on the Forgotten Shore, and that was how it was now. Usually, Neph relied on only her physical prowess and skill to fight. Because she had to burn alive every time she called upon her powers. So, what kind of vacation would it be, if she was forced to go through that suffering in the middle of it? Sunny glanced at her and shrugged. Just summon the Dawn Shard. We'll deal with the creature ourselves. Each flaw was a curse, but theirs were curses of a different kind. By his side, Effie sighed. Ah, hell. A thin layer of polished metal suddenly covered her skin, making the huntress look like a beautiful steel statue. By her side, Kai summoned his ivory armor, as well as the transcendent bow he had received after slaying the corrupted tyrant, malignant Graveroot. An arrow that seemed to contain a sea of flames appeared on the black string. Sunny himself summoned the cruel sight, which ignited with the incandescent glow of divine flame. Nephi's looked at them with a tense expression. I can do it. Effie smiled. Princess, at your age, you should really know the difference between can and should. Nobody is doubting that you can kill that monster. But just relax for once and let someone else have fun too, okay? With that, the huntress grinned and dashed to the edge of the deck. When she jumped, the enchanted lines shone a little brighter, as if straining to prevent the ancient wood from splintering because of the furious force of her push. Effie shot through the darkness toward the underside of the island. As she flew, her steel skin suddenly started to shine, turning white-hot. Not a moment later, a massive root appeared from one of the caves and stretched towards the huntress. She twisted, avoiding being grabbed by it and landing on the long wooden tentacle instead. Every spot her incandescent armor touched instantly started to burn. More roots appeared from within the island. Kai was already in the air, drawing the string of his black bow. Sunny, however, was not moving yet. With a grimace, he called upon the shadows clinging to the underside of the isle. They instantly surged forward, falling upon the roots like guillotine blades. The pressure on Effie and Kai was instantly reduced. Throwing a glance at Nephi's, Sunny summoned the dark wing and smiled. Yeah, sorry. You'll have to sit this one out. Then, he brandished the cruel sight and pushed himself off the deck. The battle did not last long. Chapter 1158, Dinner is served. Chapter 1158, Dinner is served. It stinks. Effie once again looked like she was going to be sick, this time from all the smoke that drifted from inside the shipwreck island, where the charred remains of the blood-nourished root were smoldering after being slain by her. Sunny scoffed. Look who's complaining. He was playing with a transcendent soul shard, but the huntress was the one who ended up with the real prize. There was a strange spear in her hand. Its shaft was made of grey wood, but the spearhead glinted with a deep crimson color, as if it had been cast in blood. Effie made a face. Well, yeah. It's a good spear. The creature absorbs Sylvain's blood, right? So it's like an inheritance from the greatest warrior of the sect. But, Sunny, what was the one question I asked you at the start of our trip? He frowned, trying to remember. Whether the creature I needed to kill was edible? She pierced him with a bleak look. Exactly. And is it? No. What, am I supposed to gnaw on burned wood? Sunny laughed. Gods. Don't worry, we'll find something to feed you. She simply waved her hand. Don't bother. The smoke stench made me lose my appetite, anyway. They were currently getting ready to climb down to the remains of the Sun Prince. A familiar golden rope was tied to a large piece of stone that must have been a part of a towering docking mast once, and the four of them, Sunny, Effie, Nephi, and Cassie, were standing near the edge of the island. The flying ship was anchored to one of the masts, and Kai had already flown down to connect the other end of the rope to the remains of the heavenly chain. The island itself was in a descent phase, so they did not have to be wary of the crushing anytime soon either. I'm going, then. Sunny grabbed the rope and started climbing down. Soon, they found themselves standing on the sole of one of the steel giant's feet. It was wide like a platform, and almost horizontal, making for a perfect landing spot. Sunny had once seen a nightmare where he was one of Sylvain's soldiers, fighting in a harrowing battle against the forces of the Ivory City. In that dream, he and all of his comrades had been mercilessly crushed beneath the sole. It was a bit strange to be standing on top of it now. Life is weird like that, sometimes. The others looked at him expectantly. So, Sunny, are you going to tell us why we're here? Kai's usually composed voice was full of curiosity. Sunny smiled. That. Yes, wait a second. A moment later, a scrawny creature suddenly rose from his shadow. The little fiend opened his eyes wide and stared at the members of the cohort. His mouth hung open, revealing 2 rows of sharp, triangular teeth. Nephi, Effie, Cassie, and Kai, they indeed made for an unforgettable sight. The former 2 were strikingly beautiful, while the latter 2 were simply beyond reason. Sunny wasn't so bad himself, either. His friends focused on the ravenous fiend in turn. Sunny, what is that? Nephi looked down and moved her leg slightly, avoiding Imp's finger. The little bastard was so stunned that he tried to poke her, as if wanting to make sure that she was a real being and not a divine vision. Sunny coughed. This ugly thing is a new shadow of mine. I call him Imp. Effie suddenly exploded in laughter. Oh, this is too good. So the little gremlin has a mini version of himself now? Sunny glared at her. Funny you should say that, Beanpole, because Imp is actually more of a mini version of you. It's always hungry, has no manners, and eats like a gluttonous barbarian. Both of them, Imp and Effie, looked at him with offended expressions. He simply smiled. But, unlike Effie, this little guy actually profits from eating more than humanly possible. So, come on, trashling, chop chop. You see this giant steel colossus? I want you to eat it whole. The members of the cohort looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Imp, meanwhile, looked down at the surface of the steel soul. For the first time ever, his ugly face actually paled. Sunny frowned. What are you waiting for? Start eating. Oh, but climb down first. If you start from the leg, you'll fall into the sky below. I did that once and survived, but a useless wretch like you will definitely die. The little fiend shivered, then threw a hateful glance at Sunny and obediently started climbing down. He acted with apparent reluctance, but his tiny eyes were secretly glinting with hungry avarice. Sunny shook his head. This bastard. I bet he'll finish the whole colossus in less than 3 days. That much had to be enough to push the ravenous fiend to the next step of his nascent steel body, and maybe even a little past that. Sunny was also thinking about trying to make the shadow swallow a few pieces of the heavenly chains. He also remembered that there was a giant steel arm on the Iron Hand Island, although the inhabitants of the sanctuary would probably notice if it suddenly went missing. At that moment, he realized that the members of the cohort were staring at him with strange expressions. What? Kai hesitated for a few moments, then cleared his throat. Sunny, don't you think it would be nice to tell us a bit about Imp? And why is it that you want him to eat the Sun Prince? Effie nodded. Yeah, and how did you end up with that shadow, anyway? From what you told us before, creating them requires a steep price to be paid. So why this weak, tiny creature? Sunny glanced at them with a dull expression. Yeah, alright, I'll tell you. He needs to eat a lot of enchanted metal to get stronger. That tiny menace is a transcendent devil, by the way. In fact, he was the second most dangerous nightmare creature in the Antarctic Center. As for how he ended up becoming my shadow, I killed that bastard, of course. Had him eaten alive by a bunch of carnivorous beetles. It's actually a long story. Come, let's climb back, make some dinner, and I'll share this epic tale with you in detail. Chapter 1159. Chapter 1159. Strips of meat were roasting above the fire, and a delicious fragrance permeated the air. The remains of the corrupted monster crackled as they burned. Somewhere far away, ancient chains rattled loudly. Darkness shrouded the world outside the circle of light cast by the dancing flames. And that was the moment when the explosives detonated. Boom! I don't know how the whole city did not just slide into the ocean, but it was really something. The wall fell, the buildings crumbled to dust, the earth itself sank. Oh, but I did not see any of this, of course, because I was right in the middle of the explosion, protected only by a few layers of manifested shadows. The members of the cohort were staring at Sunny with wide eyes, well, except for Cassie, of course. Nephice had been paying more attention to roasting the meat, but as the story went on, she seemed to become more and more distracted. He grinned. And the scavenger was right there with me. I couldn't let the wretch escape into the shadows, so I held onto him with one hand, and pummeled him with the other. At that distance, swords were of no use, so he started biting. And let me tell you, his teeth were really, really sharp. Sunny smiled, revealing his own teeth, then suddenly made a ferocious face. But not as sharp as mine. I bit the bastard, too. At that point, the sphere of shadows was already breaking, and the heat inside was like an oven. It had survived the initial detonation, but got tossed around by the shockwave, and then rolled down into the crater before finally shattering. His expression relaxed. Well, anyway. I came to my senses a bit faster than the scavenger, who got pinned to the ground by some debris. Problem was, I still had no way of breaking his armor. Luckily, I still had a chest full of the dark beetles with me. So, before the fiend could free himself, I poured the beetles out, and they ate him alive. A fitting end for a corpse eater, don't you think? And since those beetles were not exactly living things, the spell attributed the kill to me. So, that was how I received a new shadow. There was silence for a few moments. Eventually, Effie shook her head. Wait, so you're telling us that this ravenous fiend stalked you across all of the Antarctic Center, infiltrated a siege capital, and waited for weeks to ambush you at the worst possible moment? Since when are nightmare creatures that smart? Kai glanced at her with surprise. Are we just going to ignore the fact that Sunny killed a titan? Sunny laughed. Yes, that is exactly what happened. The first months of the operation were really wild, What can I say? There was a startled pause. In the silence, Cassie asked in a worried voice. But what happened to your soldiers? Were they all right? You said that the ravenous fiend gravely wounded one of them. Sonny's smile slowly faded away. He stayed quiet for a few moments, then sighed. Yeah. They were fine. Luster lost his legs, but he survived. He's currently back in the northern quadrant, recovering after receiving treatment from the best government healers. Kimmy is right here in East Antarctica. She is with Army Command now. His eyes grew distant. Quentin. Quentin is still marked as missing in action, officially. As for Belle, Dorn, and Samara, they died a few days later. When we tried to fight the winter beast. Everyone died that day, except me and Jet. In the silence that followed, Cassie sighed lightly. I'm sorry. Sonny glanced at her sharply. It was strangely off-putting to hear those words coming out of her mouth. He knew very well that she was not one for apologies. Have I unknowingly been waiting for something stupid like that for the last couple of years? He shook his head, then put a smile on his face. Yeah. I'm sorry too. But that is how Antarctica is. It has a way of reminding you that no matter how strong you have become, there is always something stronger out there, waiting to eat you alive. Sonny lingered for a bit, looked at Nephi's, and said in a carefree tone. I've tasted a lot of failure there. It's a bitter thing, failure, but after everything is said and done, I think it is more of a medicine than poison. You should try it too, sometime, before it's too late. He did not know why he was being combative with Neph, but her confidence was really frustrating to observe recently. Perhaps it was because he felt protective of her. Changing Star had put herself in terrible danger by joining Clan Valor, after all. She was facing death and destruction, but acted as if everything was under her control. She was wrong. The great clans, the sovereigns, these people were not someone who could be controlled. Hearing his remark, Nephi calmly turned the meat and looked in Sonny's direction. Her voice was even. I think I know more about failure than anyone here. He frowned. You? When have you ever failed? Nephi sighed and continued tending to the meat. I failed to keep you by my side in the dark city, didn't I? I failed to take control of the bright castle, too. I wanted to usurp Gunlog's throne a few days after killing him. I had everything prepared, but in the end, it took many weeks of bloody struggle to achieve the goal. Each additional day that passed, each sleeper that died fighting fellow humans, were my failures. I wasn't easy to come to terms with. She took the fragrant meat off the fire and started placing it on the plates. I failed in the Crimson Spire, too. I failed to achieve the best result, and even messed up in my attempt to salvage the mistake. And I have failed countless times since. She smiled, then handed Sonny his plate. But that's all right. You said it yourself, failure might be bitter, but it is a medicine. Now, let's eat. Hopefully, this meat will taste better. Chapter 1160, Idle Days. Chapter 1160, Idle Days. They ended up spending 3 idle days on the shipwreck island. It had long been cleansed of the feral sailor dolls by the firekeepers, and no new nightmare creatures made it their home since. The 5 masters remained on the island when it was low, and sought shelter on the flying ship when it rose high enough to become affected by the crushing. Imp was devouring the steel colossus with startling speed while they rested and relaxed. Sonny had not had an opportunity to truly let go of his worries in a long time, so this change of pace was most welcome. Vacationing in the dream realm was not really one's idea of fun, but they made the most of it. Effie seemed to have regained her appetite. Although she was still being picky about her food, it seemed that the military rations had left an unforgettable impression on the gluttonous huntress. As a result, the mountain of snacks she had brought over from the waking world was disappearing at a slower pace than the husk of the Sun Prince. She even shared some with the rest of them, which was both pleasant and a huge shock. The members of the cohort lazed around, avoided doing anything productive, and spent most of their time either sleeping or chatting idly. Sonny shared more stories about his days in the Antarctic Center with them. The first weeks of scrambling to push back the hordes of abominations and establish the siege capitals, Elo 49, the first encounter with the devouring cloud, the heart of darkness, almost getting killed by Goliath, the escape toward Falcon Scott and the long weeks of its siege. He had thought that remembering these events would bring nothing but bitterness, but strangely, talking about them and sharing the memories of the people he had met, his soldiers, Beth and Professor Abel, the captains of the irregulars, the defenders of Falcon Scott, was almost soothing. Of course, these conversations inevitably veered more in the direction of discussing various nightmare creatures, battle strategies, and ways to kill the abominations better. The other members of the cohort had encountered countless enemies of their own in the time they were apart, so there was a lot of knowledge, insights, and accumulated experience to share. The others talked about their lives, too. Effie was having trouble being in charge of hundreds of people. Although she was a competent battle commander, the idea of being in a position of leadership was alien to her. Luckily, Kai was usually nearby to give her support and advice. His experience serving as a centurion in the Sun Legion during the nightmare was of tremendous help. Sunny had a thing or two to say about being put in a position of power despite not wanting to carry that burden, as well. Cassie, meanwhile, was a wellspring of insight about the administrative and practical sides of managing a powerful force of awakened. Needless to say, Nephi's had a unique perspective on that topic, too, although she was as frugal with her words as ever. Nevertheless, both Neph and Cassie did share a few things about how they were doing within Valor. As it turned out, they were in a somewhat awkward position. The Great Clan was putting great expectations on Changing Star but, at the same time, did not trust her much yet. She had been treated with respect and favor, but also held at arm's length, prohibited from coming anywhere near the really important issues of the domain. She had only met Anvil once, and even then briefly. Sunny was immensely curious to learn about the King of Swords, but that conversation got sidetracked entirely by Kai, who looked at them with confusion and asked what kind of anvil they were talking about. As it turned out, the handsome archer knew nothing about the sovereigns. Learning that there were already supremes living among humans was a shock to him. Effie, on the other hand, had already known. She had received a few hints about this forbidden knowledge from her first cohort on the Forgotten Shore, and then pieced the rest together herself after coming back. There had been a time when Nephi warned Sunny that simply knowing about the existence of the sovereigns could cost him his life. However, their situation was completely different now. All five were not unknown entities in the awakened society anymore. They were renowned masters, universally considered potential pillars of the next generation. In other words, they had earned the right to know some secrets. In fact, they had to know, because it made putting a leash on them easier. So, Nephi shared more knowledge about the domains with Kai and Effie. She did not tell them, though, about her suspicions about how her father had perished, how the great clans had hunted her in the past, and how she was determined to destroy them. The two seemed to understand what was left untold. Nevertheless, just like they had understood why Castor died by Sunny's hand without being explained the reasons in detail. Armed with that knowledge, it became easier for them to realize what Neph's position was in the great clan Valor. Paradoxically, Cassie's situation was a bit better. Valor was less wary of her, not considering the blind girl a serious threat. While the rest of the Firekeepers had simply become retainers, she had received the title of a seneschal, a high-ranking advisor, the position that was second only to the Forge Masters among the non-combatant specialists of the Great Clan. The war in Antarctica was the best chance for all of them, Nephi, Cassie, and the Firekeepers, to improve their standing within Valor. Only after proving their loyalty on the battlefield would they receive the chance to get closer to the rulers of the Great Clan, including the enigmatic sovereign. What a mess! Sunny was staring at the corpse of the Sun Prince, which was now missing its head, arms, and most of its torso. He could see the little figure of the imp laying lifelessly on top of a link of a heavenly chain, looking miserable and drunk from overeating. His remark was both about the state of the once fearsome Chain Lord and the situation that Nephi and Cassie had found themselves in. Shaking his head, Sunny leaned over the edge of the island and shouted, "What are you doing, lazy waif? Stop fooling around and eat more." Far below, Imp flinched, then looked up with a dull expression. Awkwardly climbing to his feet, the little fiend then sighed, made a face, and lifelessly took a bite out of the steel giant's leg. "That's better." Imp chewed the ancient metal with a miserable expression, and then froze. In the next moment, his scrawny body suddenly shimmered. Chapter 1161, Blessed Steel. Chapter 1161, Blessed Steel. Even though there was a considerable chunk of the colossus left uneaten, Sunny ordered Imp to return. By the time the small creature climbed back to the surface of the island, the members of the cohort had gathered around Sunny. "Ha! Wait, the little rascal looks different." Indeed, Effie was right. The scrawny fiend was different from how he had been before. Firstly, he had grown just a few days ago. Imp was barely as tall as Sunny's knee, but now his head was on the same level as Sunny's abdomen. The vital areas on his wiry body were now covered by black plates that resembled a suit of light armor, each glinting with a dark metallic sheen. The same went for his long, sharp claws and triangular teeth. Imp's face twisted in a grotesque grin, and he raised his chin with pride. After that, the little fiend threw a furtive glance at Nephi's. Sunny smiled. "Congratulations, ugly. You have officially graduated from an unseemly gremlin to an unsightly goblin." Imp's grin grew a bit forced. He glared at Sunny and hissed. Nephi looked at them for a few moments. "I don't know. I think he is a little cute." The little fiend froze, then swelled with smugness. Sunny shook his head and sighed. "Are you blind? Well, whatever. Let's see what exactly changed." He summoned the runes, waited for the shimmering symbols to reveal themselves, and studied them with a focused expression. Most of the runes seemed the same. Shadow, Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank, Transcendent, Shadow Class, Devil. Neither the rank nor the class had changed. So, the evolution must have been tied strictly to Imp's attributes. Sunny had anticipated such a result, so he was not too disappointed. Curious, he continued to read the runes. Shadow description: a pitiful little creature. Shadow attributes: lucky, marvel, ravenous, shadowsworn, greater steel body. Sunny tilted his head a little. Ha! This was good. Before, Imp possessed an attribute called lesser iron body. Sunny had expected one epithet to change, but not both of them. Not only had lesser changed to great, but iron had also become steel. That was a considerable leap. I wonder. The description of the lesser iron body had implied that Imp's body possessed qualities of metal. What about the greater steel body? He concentrated on the shimmering symbols and read. Greater steel body, attribute description: this shadow's body is akin to blessed steel. Jackpot. Not only had mundane iron been replaced by blessed steel, thanks to the Sun Prince, no doubt, but Imp's body had gone from merely possessing qualities of metal to being entirely like metal. What did it mean? It meant that the little fiend's whole body was now as resilient as a weapon forged out of transcendent steel would be. In other words, nearly indestructible. More indestructible than the original scavenger's already impregnable bone armor had been, at least. Sunny was very satisfied. He had achieved his initial goal of toughening up the ravenous fiend. However, he still wanted to know just how tough his shadow had become. There was only one way to find out. As Imp was puffing out his chest, Sunny smiled pleasantly and gave him a wholehearted kick. In the next moment, there was a dull metallic ring and a piercing shriek. Ah! God damn it! What the hell? That hurts so bad. Jumping on one foot, Sunny cradled his other one and glowered at the scrawny fiend, who had fallen on his but with a startled expression. Arg! Effie, whack this little bastard as hard as you can. Effie lingered for a moment, then gave him a composed look. I'll do no such thing, you heartless despot. Come here, poor thing, shall we bully your cruel master together? Ah, you're so adorable, in a hideous, nightmare-inducing kind of way. Sunny stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. What the hell was happening? Why was everyone treating the wicked little wretch so well? Don't tell me. Did Imp's lucky attribute influence how people felt about him, as well? That must be it. The scrawny fiend, meanwhile, glanced at Sunny with a vindictive grin. But there was something wrong with it. Suddenly, Imp's eyes and mouth shone with fiery orange-red light, which contrasted sharply against the black metallic sheen of his face. Imp's sharp steel teeth had also been black a few moments ago, but now they were shining with a red-hot glow and radiated scorching heat. It was as though there was an immolating infernal furnace inside the little fiend's maw. What the? Sonny blinked a couple of times, then shifted his gaze quickly to the runes. There was a new string at the end of the ravenous fiend's ability list. Shadow abilities: Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step, Internal Heat. He concentrated on the last ability without any delay. Internal Heat, ability description: this shadow's teeth and claws can be infused with annihilating heat, enhancing their cutting power. Sonny froze for a moment. So, wait, this blessed steel gifted him not only with an affinity to metal, but also with an affinity to fire? And the little rascal had even received a new ability out of it? Well, it made sense, steel had to be tempered with fire, after all. And the Sun Prince had been drowned in molten metal before becoming the Steel Colossus, to atone for his perceived betrayal of Sun God's will. Sonny glanced at the scrawny fiend inside. All right. Stop glowering. I won't hate you anymore, you did well, wretch. With that, he smiled and gave Imp a thumbs up. The small shadow hesitated for a few moments, then jumped to his feet. The scorching red glow radiating from his teeth slowly disappeared. He looked very proud of himself. Sonny nodded. Good. Ah, just look how tough and strong you've become. Imp puffed out his chest again, listening as Sonny added, I just can't wait to send you to fight all kinds of dreadfully powerful nightmare creatures. Slowly, the arrogant expression on the scrawny fiend's face was replaced with one of concern and distress. Sonny smiled wickedly. Yes, with a body like that, you won't be damaged too badly even if a titan chews on you a bit. Chapter 1162, Old Haunts. Chapter 1162, Old Haunts. After Imp developed the greater steel body, there was no reason for them to remain on the shipwreck island. He had already absorbed everything he could from the body of the Sun Prince, so devouring the rest of the Colossus was of no benefit. The need to visit the Iron Hand Island had disappeared, as well. Their vacation was slowly coming to an end. They still had a few days left, though, as well as plans to visit a few more isles. The flying ship cut across the starlit sky, moving east. Their first destination was the Temple of the Chalice. The ancient ruin was just like the last time Sonny had visited it, forlorn and empty. Even the wrathful specters that had populated the temple were gone. Of course, he knew more about how the maiden priestesses had perished now. Standing in the central chamber, Sonny looked at the shattered remains of the stone chalice and the bones littering the floor. The walls of the sacred hall had collapsed, the stone plates were cracked by a devastating explosion. After thousands of years, nothing but dust and desolation remained. He wondered about fate and the past. In the nightmare, he had been the one to destroy the chalice and slay the war maidens. However, even without Sonny, their end had been the same. Who had killed the priestesses of the Red Sect in real past? Was it Noctis himself, or someone else? What had happened to the child whose body Effie inhabited in the nightmare? Had the little girl been slain in the massacre, too? As usual, there were no answers. Effie herself wandered the ruins alone, her face uncharacteristically somber. The swords she had thrust into the ground once were all gone. The memories she carried, however, remained. Eventually, the huntress sighed and shook her head in dejection. All that cruelty was pointless, in the end. What a waste! Sonny remained silent, consumed by his own thoughts. This place held special meaning to him, too. This was where he had become a demon. It had only happened a couple of years ago, and yet, those years felt like a lifetime. A few lifetimes, really. Was it because of the nightmare or because of Antarctica that the past seemed so distant? They left the Temple of the Chalice behind and ventured to their next destination. On the island covered by white flowers, Sonny found Nightmare, the real Nightmare. Or rather, what was left of him. After stepping foot into the field of flowers, Sonny swiftly succumbed to slumber. In the dream he was pulled into, a shapeless wraith appeared and instantly attacked him, burning with murderous madness and frenzy. It could have been dangerous for anyone else, but Sunny had too much experience fighting dreams. Nightmare the Shadow was also by his side, protecting him. Together, they battled the frenzied Wraith and vanquished it. The Wraith was not the real Nightmare, it was just a malignant echo left at the place where he had died. After waking up from the slumber, Sunny explored the island of flowers and found the remains of an enormous horse in its center, beautiful blossoms covering the white bones and growing through the holes in its skull. He did not know how the black steed had ended up on this island and how it had died. Had it succumbed to the corruption, or had it remained steadfast until the end? All he knew was that the white flowers grew where Nightmare's blood had been spilled. His loyal shadow stared at the ancient bones for a while, then blew the air out of his large nostrils loudly and turned away with a solemn look. They had not gained much from this trip, but the dark steed seemed to have subjugated a powerful nightmare, adding it to his collection. The counter of the dream curse had risen significantly after slaying the dream wraith. The last stop they made was on the island where the creature of the lake had once bestowed the ruby knife to Cassie. The island was very close to the sanctuary, and was known as an extremely dangerous one. Even when Awakened dared to cross it, they always stuck to the edge of the isle, never approaching the tranquil lake. Sky Tide herself had been known to avoid this place. Whether it had been because the abomination living in the lake was too powerful, or because Saint Tyrus had chosen to keep it there to prevent other nightmare creatures from drawing close to the citadel, no one knew. Despite the danger, Cassie calmly landed the flying ship on the tranquil surface of the lake and let go of the steering oars. When Sunny gave her a questioning look and an awkward cough, the blind girl simply shook her head. "Don't worry. We'll be safe until the crushing subsides." Not daring to leave the ship, they gathered on the deck and watched the calm water. At some point, Cassie unsheathed the quiet dance, gently touched its blade, and then let go of the slender rapier. It flew straight up and then plunged into the water, straining under the weight of the crushing. A long time passed in silence. At some point, Cassie lowered her head and let out a heavy sigh. "It's empty. It's gone." Soon, the quiet dancer emerged from under the clear water and flew up with a flourish, sparkling brightly as the sunlight reflected from the drops covering its slender blade. The rapier landed in Cassie's hand and grew still. Sheathing the echo, the blind girl silently went back to the runic circle and sent the ship into the sky. Her face seemed full of sorrow, for some reason. Despite the fact that they were practically next to the sanctuary, none of them wanted to visit it. The idea of the familiar citadel without the White Feather clan seemed strange to Sunny. He didn't know who had been sent by Valor to oversee the Chain Isles instead of Saint Tyrus, and did not care to find out. Even though it was not their fault, the newcomers still felt like usurpers. Instead of venturing into the sanctuary, the flying ship turned around and flew back west, cutting a straight line toward the distant Red Colosseum. It was going to take them a few days to return to the Ivory Tower. Once they did, the small vacation would be officially over, and Sunny would have to dive back into the coldness of Antarctica and the dirty war of the great clans. He felt slightly reluctant to return. On the last night before they reached the tower, Sunny found himself standing on the deck of the ancient vessel, looking at the myriad of stars above them through the branches of the sacred tree. There was the sound of steps, and Nephi's approached to keep him company in silence. Together, they watched the night sky and thought about the future. What it would bring, what it would take. What it would cost them. Chapter 1163, Broken Land. Chapter 1163, Broken Land. After a long time spent in comfortable silence, Sunny glanced at Nephi's, thought for a few moments, and asked, "So, what do you make of this place?" The other members of the cohort all had a deep connection to the Chain Isles. Sunny and Cassie had spent the most time here, but Effie and Kai were also deeply tied to the remains of the Kingdom of Hope. Their experiences in the nightmare were not something one could ever forget. It was a place that had changed them. Nephi, on the other hand, was a stranger here. She could look at the Chain Isles as an outsider. So, he was idly curious about her perspective. Neph lingered for a while, then said quietly, "It is as everywhere else. Broken." Sunny smiled. "I guess. The Chain Isles are more honest in that regard, aren't they? They don't hide their broken nature." Indeed, the dream realm was a ruined world. The waking world was a ruin, too. And the young woman standing next to him was the Star of Ruin. A fitting name for someone born of two broken worlds. He sighed. Still, I thought you would have more of an opinion. Don't you feel a connection to this land? Nephi glanced at him with a bit of confusion. Why would I? Sunny shrugged. Well, the kingdom of hope was destroyed by Sun God. He brought his fire down and obliterated it. You are the inheritor of that fire, are you not? Sun God's blood is flowing through your veins. So, in a sense, you are the last descendant of the being who brought ruin to this land. Nephi remained silent for a while, then smiled. I see. Yes, it would make sense for me to feel a connection to Sun God. But, actually, in this case, I feel more connected to hope. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Hope? The wicked demon who spent 1,000 years twisting the minds of everyone living in the ruins, driving them insane, and causing all kinds of unspeakable, abhorrent evil? The vile queen of madness, that hope? Neff tilted her head a little. She lingered for a few moments, and then said, Hope, who had everything that belonged to her destroyed by an impossible foe. Who remained chained for 1,000 years, but never stopped trying to set herself free. Who escaped her prison and waged war against the eternal gods. And killed them. That hope. Sunny hid his smile. Ha! Well, if you put it like that, actually, I'm rather fond of hope, too. I met her once, you know? For the first time in a long time, he saw Neff's usually calm expression crack a little. She looked at him with a startled expression. You met Hope? The demon of desire? Sunny nodded. Yes. Well, a version of her, at least. At the very end of the nightmare, I entered the tower and saw her, for a few fleeting moments. She even spoke to me. He hesitated for a few moments. She told me that the demons were the flaw of the gods. I'm not sure what she meant, though. I always assumed that the gods were flawless. Nephi frowned, then turned away and looked at the stars. I heard that the gods were perfect beings once, but then they were no more. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? I also don't know what she meant. She remained silent for a while, then said evenly. It makes me wonder, though. Did Sun God also have to pay a price to use his power? Did he have to burn? Did he have to suffer? Did it hurt him to destroy Hope's kingdom? Nephi looked at the distant stars with a cold expression. The gods could die, so they must have suffered, too. She stared at the black sky. Then, slowly, a pale smile appeared on her lips. I hope he suffered a lot. Eventually, they returned to the Ivory Island. The sun was disappearing beyond the horizon, and the crescent moon became visible in the twilight sky. The five of them gathered on the shore of the clear lake, in front of a bonfire, to enjoy their last meal before their return to the waking world. The short respite was almost over. Sunny enjoyed the last of Neff's cooking he would taste in a while as he studied the faces of his companions, Nephi, Cassie, Effie, Kai. The shadows moved as the fire danced, painting them in shades of orange and gray. They seemed rested and relaxed. He felt at peace, too. After a while, Sunny turned his head to look at the lake, where the flying ship swayed gently on the surface of the water. A small frown appeared on his face. Hey! We still haven't come up with a name for that thing, have we? The others looked at him with confusion. Then, their expressions cleared. Oh! Kai was the first one to speak. He thought for a few moments, and then smiled. How about Sky Swimmer? Sunny gave him a measured look, making the handsome archer hesitate. What? He shook his head. No. Don't pay me any attention. I just think I understand now how your band ended up being called Night and Gale. Both Kai and Nephi blinked. What's wrong with Night and Gale? Night and Gale is an amazing band name. Sunny smiled crookedly. All right. There's nothing wrong with that name. Still, Sky Swimmer? Doesn't sound too majestic. Kai looked down in embarrassment. Oh, well, on second thought, you're right. At that moment, Effie spoke. I have a great name in mind. Everyone turned to her, while the huntress threw a mischievous glance at Sunny. This is a flying ship, right? It soars high in the sky, bathing in sunlight. So, how about, we call it the Sunful? The corner of Sunny's eye twitched. Next suggestion. Cassie hesitated for a few moments. I really don't know. I would like to name it in honor of Noctis, but at the same time, this is the vessel of the Firekeepers now. It was created to harvest divine flames, and in the future, it will be the symbol of changing Star and her people. Do we name it for the past, or for the future? Everyone looked at Nephice, who remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said, Let's honor your friend, Noctis. Sunny knew him the best, so he's the best person to give the ship a name. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How come I ended up being the one to do it? Still, it wasn't the bad kind of responsibility. He thought about Noctis, his self-proclaimed best friend, and about what Noctis had wanted. To break the will of gods and set Hope free from her chains. He also thought about Odysseus, and about his own desperate desire to be free. He thought about what Noctis had achieved. Who was Noctis, in the end? What words described him best? That lying, dastardly cheat. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh and nodded. Yeah. I think I know. I have a good name. He looked at the graceful silhouette of the ancient ship and remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, Sunny said, Chain Breaker. Let's call it that. Chapter 1164, Nice Summer Day. Chapter 1164, Nice Summer Day. It was a hot, lazy summer day. The sun bathed the northern quadrant siege capital in heat and light, making people long for the cool shade of the ventilated buildings. The sky was clear and vast, without a single cloud in sight. Looking at its blue expanse, it was hard to believe that somewhere far away people were suffering in the darkness, assaulted by cold and dread. The chain of nightmares that was raging in the southern quadrant seemed so distant here. On that peaceful day, a young man in expensive clothes was sitting on a bench in a beautiful park. Located in one of the more affluent districts of the city, the park was full of vibrant greenery and pleasant shade. The filtered air was crisp and clean. Everything here looked spotless and new. The young man was enjoying a cup of coffee as he watched children play on a nearby playground. There was an absent-minded smile on his handsome face. He seemed to be in a pleasant mood. How curious. The young man observed the children. They were so strange, so innocent. Fragile. It would take no effort at all to break them. But why would he? Watching the kids play was interesting and nice. And yet, he couldn't help but imagine what the playground would look like painted with their blood. Those images entered his mind on their own. The images were interesting and nice, too. Are all human children like that? The young man had been a child himself, once, but he did not really remember much about that time. He knew that he had been a timid kid who did not start to speak until he was 4. Others made sure that he knew that. At some point, the old man came to claim him. The rest of his childhood had been spent in the dream realm. It was only much later, after the old man had discarded him, that he returned to the waking world. The waking world had felt alien then, and felt a bit alien still. But really, it was the young man who was the alien. Am I the strange one? Ha! It might have been an easy conclusion to draw, but it was not so easy for the young man. He had trouble imagining that others were different from him. It took a conscious effort to remember. At some point, there was a slight disturbance. One of the kids kicked a ball too hard, and it flew toward the young man, almost making him spill his coffee. The young man looked at the ball with displeasure. The culprit of his displeasure ran over and stopped a couple of steps away, looking at him with wide eyes. Oh. Sorry, mister. The kid was tiny and cute. He was maybe 5 years old, with blonde hair, smooth skin, and blue eyes. He also had short legs, which made his run look rather comical. His neck seemed very thin and malleable. The young man smiled. No problem. Ah, you speak so well. I couldn't speak that well at your age. The kid beamed with a bright smile. I go to classes. Mommy takes me. I know alphabet, too. The young man tilted his head. Oh? Is your mom here? The kid nodded enthusiastically. She's over there. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his little face. Are you mom here too, mister? The young man stared at the kid silently. No. I'm here all by myself. The child looked at him with pity. Oh. I'm sorry. Don't be sad. The young man's smile widened. I'm never sad. I can't be sad. The kid stared at him awkwardly, failing to understand the strange words. Can I have my ball back, mister? The young man leaned forward and said. Of course. But first, answer me a question. That game you and your friends are playing, what is it called? The child seemed surprised. Mister, that's football. Have you never played football? The young man lingered for a few moments. No. There were no other kids where I grew up. I think I would have been great at football, though. Maybe I should become a kid and play some football, what do you think? His voice sounded as if he was genuinely contemplating doing just that. The kid smiled, thinking that it was a joke. The young man smiled, too, then pushed the ball toward the child, glanced at him one last time, and leaned back. The kid picked up the ball and shouted. Thank you, mister. With that, he turned around and ran back to his friends. The young man did not respond. In fact, he did not move at all. His eyes were closed, as though he was enjoying a nap in the sun. A few hours later, long after the children and their mothers left, a woman taking a walk in the park passed the bench. A frightened scream suddenly disturbed the peaceful day. Gods! Somebody, help! Dead, he's dead. Indeed, the young man was as cold as a corpse. He was, and had been, dead. Of course, Mordred was long gone, hiding in the eyes of the talkative kid. Extinguishing a mundane human soul was easier than, well, taking candy from a baby, but he had not taken the body of this child. He was just taking a ride, watching the world through the kid's eyes. Currently, they were walking back home, holding the kid's mother's hand. The woman was in her early 30s, and very attractive. She was wearing expensive, but simple clothes. Of course, anyone who lived in the affluent district had the means to afford the best attire, but few were dignified enough to not flaunt their wealth. Every time the woman glanced at her son, she smiled warmly, which made Mordred feel a slight sense of amusement. He had no memories of his own mother, who had died in childbirth when he was young, so this experience was rather new. Being loved by someone was interesting and nice, too. Enough to make him want to kill the child and take his place. But Mordred didn't. Even a creature like him had principles, after all. Well, not principles. Inclinations, maybe. He was not inclined to kill someone without a decent reason, even if he wanted to. Of course, his definition of what constituted a decent reason was different from the norm. Hiding in the kid's eyes, Mordred entered his home, uninvited. Chapter 1165 Warmth of Affection. Chapter 1165 Warmth of Affection. Human homes were like a titan. They were full of countless things. From the floor panels to the smallest trivialities, each thing had been designed and created by someone. The materials used in the creation of the things had been produced by someone else. Vehicles that someone had assembled transported them over roads that someone had built. The amount of effort and life hiding in each human home was staggering. The scale of it was so inconceivable that Mordred could only compare it to something he was more familiar with, an abomination so vast that its mere existence was a calamity. But really, the waking world was so much more than that. The only creature it could truly be compared to was a god. A dead god, maybe. Humans were like ants, but he could easily imagine them as carrion worms wriggling as they feasted on a divine corpse. He could imagine it vividly. Honey, come eat. Mordred was looking at the world through the child's eyes. He put down his toys and ran to the kitchen. He climbed on a chair and grinned at his mother. He made a face at the plate full of expensive, naturally grown vegetables and pouted. He allowed himself to be coaxed into eating some. I can't taste it. Mordred felt a slight disappointment as he studied the mother's face. She was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were brimming with affection. Being loved by someone was a novel feeling. But what would it feel like to love someone instead? Curious, Mordred thought about taking the mother's body and caring for the kid. Would it feel rewarding? Would it feel burdensome? Would it feel nice? There was an easy way to find out. However, Mordred stifled his curiosity and remained still. As the kid chewed on the vegetables, the mother idly listened to the news. There was a propaganda report on the screen, with a dignified male voice delivering a report. With the 2nd Evacuation Army en route to the southern quadrant, the heroic warriors of the 1st Evacuation Army are continuing to consolidate their forces on the continent. Just a few days ago, the relocation of refugees from the impregnable siege capital of Falconscott was successfully concluded. Under the valiant leadership of Saint Tyrus of the White Feather clan, the casualties among the rank and file of the army were minimal. Mordred smiled at the mention of a familiar name. Skytide was still alive, it seemed. He was satisfied. Among all the saints he wished to kill, she was the only one who deserved a clean death. She had indirectly helped him get caught. But she had also indirectly helped him escape. So, maybe I won't have to kill her at all. For the next few days, Mordred lived the life of a human child. He experienced the heat of summer, the warmth of being cared for by a loving mother, the delight of playing with friends, and the excitement of learning letters with a tutor. It was all fun, but he quickly grew bored. The other would have loved it, though. Feeling his mood turn dangerous at the thought, he chased it away. Mordred was sincere when he told the kid that he never felt sad. But he was not completely emotionless. There were things he could feel: satisfaction, contentment, pleasure, anger, resentment, contempt. And hatred, of course. And although he hated his traitorous father and Asterion, he hated the other the most. No sense in thinking about it. He focused his attention back on the present. The kid he dwelled within was rather stupid, as expected from a child. The child only saw the mother's smile, but Mordred saw what was hidden behind it. Worry. Fatigue. Loneliness. Fear. After a few days of idle observation, he left the child and hid within the mother's eyes. Life was not all warmth and joy from her perspective. She put on a brave face when she was with her son, but when left alone, the woman allowed herself to be weak and scared. The city was in turmoil. Everything was changing. The distant war was already affecting the daily lives of the citizens, her friends, her neighbors, her family. Everyone was tense, as if waiting for a storm. Many people had left with the 1st Evacuation Army. Even more enlisted and sailed away with the 2nd. And now, there was talk of even people from her immediate circle being pulled into the whirlwind of the distant cataclysm. The woman was not a low-ranking citizen. Her status was special, and so, she knew better than to believe the propaganda. Mordred observed, absorbing her point of view. On one sunny morning, the woman received a call. Her face brightened as she brought the communicator to her ear. Yes. I see. That is wonderful news. How long before? Oh. That soon? Yes, I understand. He is doing great. He misses you, of course. Don't worry. I'll explain. We are very proud of you. Can I come see you? Oh, that's wonderful. Yes. I'll be there. After finishing the call, the woman lowered her hands and remained motionless for a few moments. Her lips trembled. Then, she took a deep breath and put a calm expression on her face. The woman got ready, putting much more effort than usual into looking nice. Her already unmistakable beauty bloomed even more. After putting on her favorite dress, she smiled at herself in the mirror and left the apartment. Of course, Mordred, who was looking at the world through her eyes, did the same. How sweet. Instead of using public transportation, they summoned an expensive PTV and traveled to an even more luxurious and well-defended part of the city. There, at the very heart of NQSC, a vast complex that resembled a hybrid between an embassy and a fortress lay, large enough to be considered a district of its own. The woman exited the PTV and approached the security checkpoint. There, an awakened warrior wearing particular colors, black and vermilion, stopped her with a polite gesture. She smiled. "Good morning. I am here to see my husband." Chapter 1166 Homecoming. Chapter 1166 Homecoming. The woman had no trouble passing the security checkpoint. Just like that, Mordred entered the stronghold of the great and powerful Clan Valor. His birthplace. It felt fascinating to come back here. Mordred did not exactly consider this place his home, but he remembered it well. Not from when he had lived here during early childhood, but from the time he spent here right after coming back from the Dream Realm. He had been 12, or was it 13? And already an awakened. Reaching Bastion first, and then coming to this beautiful place. Everything in the waking world had felt soft, but his return was not at all like he had imagined. As memories flashed in his mind, Mordred felt a dark, suffocating emotion rise from the depths of his soul. Now is not the time. Infiltrating the stronghold was already a risk. He could not allow himself to act rashly. His family were no fools. They had safeguards in place to detect him, and it had taken a lot of effort to make this moment possible. If there was one thing Mordred was good at, it was remaining cold and calculating. So, no matter how much he wanted to let go, he had to hold himself back. These people were not his enemies, anyway. They were just servants. The masters were safely hidden away behind much more impenetrable defenses. The child and the woman he had been observing for the past couple of weeks were not random people, of course. They were the son and the wife of an awakened retainer of the great Clan Valor. Usually, a family like that would have resided within the fortress itself, but with the warrior spending most of his time in the Dream Realm, the woman wanted to live closer to her family. That was a vulnerability which Mordred had planned to exploit. And now, he was inside the complex, hiding in the woman's eyes as she hurried to meet her husband. She seemed to be familiar with the compound, easily navigating between the multitude of buildings, training grounds, and parks. The stronghold was perfectly maintained, picturesque, and tranquil, at least on the surface. Behind the beautiful facade, however, hid explosive tension. The great Clan Valor was preparing for war. The woman did not seem worried about that. All she worried about was her husband. Mordred was touched. Love for her child, love for her partner, she is just full of affection, without a second thought. How peculiar. After spending some time with this family, he couldn't help but feel a little attached. Eventually, the woman made her way to a particular building. There, rows of sleeping pods were stationed in heavily defended rooms. There were some living quarters, as well, and that was where her husband was waiting. Upon seeing him, she beamed with joy. A bright smile appeared on the man's face, too. "You're here." Without wasting any time, they embraced. The husband seemed like a nice enough fellow, if a little too earnest. As an awakened serving the great Clan Valor, he had a lot of privileges, but also a lot of duties. Awakened retainers had to spend long months in the Dream Realm, protecting Bastion or one of the other citadels under Valor's control. Sometimes, they were sent on dangerous missions. Sometimes, they did not return. Even though these were some of the best fighters of the human race, the Dream Realm was the Dream Realm. No one was safe there, least of all mere awakened. It was not a surprise that the woman's life was full of fear and worry. Poor thing. Their reunion was sweet, but sadly brief. Even though the awakened had just returned to the waking world, he was not coming home. Instead, he was preparing to embark on a new mission. Mordred listened with a faint smile. "It is a great honor. An opportunity, of course. Saint Madoc himself is coming with us. Even Lady Morgan will be there. If I can distinguish myself in front of them, then even receiving the support of the elders to become a knight won't be out of the question. You know that I am well respected among the men, all I need is one last push. Can you imagine how our lives will change if I ascend? I won't be gone that often, too. The woman smiled, but Mordred could feel her apprehension. She hid it well, though, not wanting to burden her husband. Of course. Just, be careful, okay? I hear terrible things about Antarctica. The man smiled. Why are you comparing us to those pitiful dogs? The people serving the government can barely be called awakened. But we are the warriors of valor. Mordred was delighted. He had thought that he would have to jump between dozens of people to find someone assigned to the Southern Quadrant Expedition Force. How lucky was he to stumble on a suitable person so soon? From the son, to the mother, to the father, it was so quick. The awakened and his wife talked, expressing their affection for each other. But then, inevitably, they had to part ways. When the beautiful woman left to return to her child, Mordred remained in the man's eyes. He was going to Antarctica. For the next several weeks, he remained hidden in the awakened warrior's eyes, perceiving the world through them. He trained. He prepared. He thought about his wife and his son. Slowly but surely, the expedition force was gathered and readied itself to go to war. The summer ended, and autumn embraced the world. The man was excited, but also nervous. He steeled himself to what was about to come. Mordred did, too. On the day when they were supposed to embark on the journey across the ocean, he prayed to the dead gods. Then, knowing that there might not be an opportunity to do so later, he sent a sweet message to his wife. Finally, he saluted Saint Gilead, the summer night, and followed the noble transcendent onto a ship. This man has a beautiful wife, and a cute son. He truly is fortunate. Mordred remembered the days he had lived in the awakened warrior's home with fondness. On the first night at sea, he snuffed out the man's soul, and took his place. Chapter 1167 Prince's New Clothes. Chapter 1167 Prince's New Clothes. Taking someone's place was not a new experience for Mordred. However, it was a perilous thing every time. Not that he minded. He had been very weak at the start of it all. Unlike most other members of his family, Mordred had not received an aspect that helped one in a direct confrontation. He was not like his father, his uncles and aunts, or his cousins. He was not like Morgan, who had been born on the battlefield and was made stronger, faster, and more resilient after awakening. He was not even on par with that amusing scoundrel, Sunless. His physical strength was, objectively, laughable. It had gotten somewhat better now that Mordred reached a higher class, but that was his limit. That level was not nearly enough to face the caliber of threats he was facing, and there was no other way to bolster his combat prowess without the use of memories. However, he could not use memories within someone's soul. He could only reflect what was already there. As a sleeper, Mordred had been able to see through reflections, as well as travel through them, both mentally and physically. He had also been gifted with the ability to create helpers by shattering his soul. Of course, back then, gaining a new soul core to create a reflection had not been easy. Mirror Beast. Beastie was his first creation. Human children had imaginary friends, but Mordred had Beastie instead. For a lonely child who had grown up in the dream realm, having a companion, even if it was a mindless dormant beast at first, was meaningful beyond words. His mirror beast was gone now, though. That was another thing his family had to pay for. In any case, things had changed after he awakened by anchoring himself to a citadel. Mordred had received his second ability, which made people wary of him, among other things. That was because he could enter their souls through their eyes, and destroy them. The problem was that he had to defeat the soul first. During a soul battle, Mordred could rely only on his own prowess and on reflecting the power of the soul he was invading. Defeat meant death, even for him, just like he had almost perished when trying to take the body of Sunless. Ah, what a thrilling memory that was! Mordred's aspect was of no help in a battle, while the awakened whose souls he invaded generally possessed a great mastery of their aspects and tools. He, on the other hand, had no experience using them. So, to win and survive, Mordred had to gain a better understanding of the enemy's power than the enemy possessed, usually in a matter of seconds. It was like giving a novice a sharp sword and sending them into a duel to the death against a veteran swordsman who had been honing their skill for many years. The corrupted souls of nightmare creatures were even more deadly, albeit for other reasons. So, how did he win? By being better. By being smarter, by having greater skill, by possessing a deeper understanding of combat. By breaking and manipulating his opponent, dismantling their confidence, and turning their strengths against them. There was no trick to it, just will. It was not easy, and yet, Mordred had not perished yet. Oh, and it was also fun. The best way to win a soul battle, however, was to prepare. If he created an opportunity to study the enemy in advance, to learn the details and intricacies of their aspect, then he did not have to enter a soul battle blindly. It was even better if he had managed to shake the enemy, making their soul weaker. So, taking the body of the awakened warrior after boarding the ship had not been too hard. Mordred had been looking at the world through his eyes for weeks, after all. He even knew the names and faces of his wife and son. Actually, he might have known those two better than the man himself did. That's better. Looking at the face of the man in the mirror, Mordred smiled. Then, he erased that smile and replaced it with another, much more earnest and bright one. That was how the man had smiled. Mordred effortlessly changed his posture, his facial expression, the glint in his eyes, the subtle tension in his shoulders. His whole presence changed, becoming indistinguishable from how the dead man had held himself. Looking into the mirror with that new smile on his face, Mordred whispered with flawless sincerity, "Glory to the great clan Valor." Mordred enjoyed a journey across the sea in the company of the other awakened warriors of Valor. He trained, ate, and spent the rest of his time with these people. He liked them a lot. The stoic awakened Crass, the good-natured awakened Agath, the carefree awakened Vero, and the other members of his cohort. The sense of camaraderie they shared was curious and delightful. The respect and admiration they felt toward the man whose body Mordred was wearing was refreshing, too. It made him feel a bit of responsibility for these people, which was a novel experience. Even St. Gilead was not unpleasant to be around. I wonder how things are going in the southern quadrant. By now, the emissaries of Song had already arrived there. Sishan's bloodbag, Bast, must have already begun producing the mirrors. There was no real point to those mirrors, of course. It was just something senseless Mordred had instructed them to do, in order to add fuel to the flame of his family's suspicion. The man was most likely going to be eliminated, at some point, but that was no great loss to the great clan Song. Why would Mordred care? Then, finally, a dark line appeared on the horizon. The convoy had reached Antarctica. Standing on the deck of a massive battleship, Mordred looked at the gray sky and felt the cold wind caressing his face. The call of nightmare assaulted his mind, filling it with a cacophony of maddening whispers. He sighed. What a dreary place. As he contemplated the view in front of him, a familiar voice called out, "Warren! Get ready. We are docking in half an hour." Turning around, he looked at his comrades and smiled. Don't be foolish, Agath. A warrior of valor is always ready. Chapter 1168 Familiar Faces. Chapter 1168 Familiar Faces. There was a furious battle. Saints and titans clashed, making the ground shake and the sky shatter. A boundless horde of nightmare creatures flowed like a sea of darkness, assaulting the formation of human soldiers. A massive tortoise echo towered above the battlefield, with a stone fort standing on its impregnable shell. Mordred fought in the battle. Limited to the power level of an awakened, he drowned in the tide of abominations, slaying one after another as he protected the lives of his fellow warriors. Thanks to his swift sword, none of the members of his cohort fell. They were victorious. After the battle, awash in the blood of nightmare creatures, his companions looked at him with triumphant glee. Warren! Gods! I almost lost my arm. If it wasn't for you. We showed them, didn't we? I thought I would die there, for a moment. Mordred looked at them and shook his head. Get a grip and act with decorum worthy of the warriors of valor. Especially you, Vero. Lady Morgan and Saint Maddock are with us. Of course, we won. He returned to the temporary camp with the rest of the valor awakened, washed the grime of the battle off himself, and attended to his duties. There was a lot to be done. At some point, Mordred found himself ascending the carapace of the Tortoise Echo to deliver an important message to his commanders. A beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes appeared to guide him through the wards. He stood a little straighter at the sight of her. It was Morgan, of course. His sister. His uncle was also there, as domineering and dangerous as he remembered. Is there news, Squire Warren? Mordred pretended to be starstruck by the fact that Morgan knew his name as he imagined slowly dismembering and killing her. That was a nice thought. He bowed, and then said with deep respect in his voice. We received word from Nightstad, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct. His sister sighed and asked. Finally, some good news. What about the rest of the scouts? Mordred pretended to be grief-stricken by the deaths of fellow warriors of valor as he hoped that their deaths were slow, gruesome, and excruciating. Lost or forced to enter the seeds, my lady. However, now that we have secured several entry points, the next cohorts we send will survive, honoring their sacrifice. His uncle finally spoke. The most important thing right now is to reinforce Stad. His mission might very well decide the outcome of this phase of the conflict. Warren, tell your men to prepare. Once we return to the siege capital, I will personally transport you to the desert. You must succeed at any cost. If my niece does not object, of course. Mordred held back the urge to smile. His sister smiled. Why did she look so much like him? It was a little unnerving. Why would I? Squire Warren has a sharp blade, and his comrades are the same. They will bring clan valor glory. Oh, well said. Holding back a bright smile, Mordred put an expression of zealous devotion on his stolen face and a pinch of exhilaration into his stolen voice. You honor me, Lady Morgan. Sir Maddock, we won't let you down. Beaming with pride, he struggled against the desire to rip them apart and turned around. Ah. Sister, uncle, let's meet again soon. A few days passed. Mordred continued to play the role of Squire Warren faithfully. He had communicated with Syshen through the mirrors, but other than that, his time was spent pretending to be a loyal warrior of valor both in Antarctica and Bastion. That was another hardship of taking an awakened body. He was not free from being pulled into the dream realm every time he slept. Mordred could sever the tether that connected Warren to the Great Citadel, but doing so would reveal his true identity, of course. Well, spending time in his family castle was interesting, too. Even if being within his father's domain was dangerous. He was forced to be exceedingly careful. The other disadvantage of wearing an awakened body was that it made him vulnerable. Not only was Mordred's own power as a master restrained, but the meager powers Warren possessed were not nearly enough to protect him. Wearing the body of a master, or even a saint, would have been much safer. However, that was exactly what his family was expecting, so settling for a powerless awakened was a form of camouflage in and of itself. Mordred would have even worn a mundane person, but such a vessel was not in line with his goals. Really, having any kind of body is enough. He reluctantly remembered the long years he had spent as a disembodied reflection while walking to a particular APC. This time, Mordred was playing the role of a messenger. He knocked politely on the hatch of the vehicle and cleared his throat, then said solemnly, Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended Sunless. Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience. A couple of familiar faces emerged from the APC. Sunless had changed a bit. His sullen disposition seemed to have turned more reserved, but at the same time much darker. Mordred had to hold himself back from smiling. That guy, even though Mordred had tried to kill him on several occasions, the devious little waif somehow managed to survive. Sunless had even ruined his painstakingly prepared and arduously realized plans in the nightmare. Nevertheless, Mordred was strangely fond of the prickly shadow. Sunless was such an interesting fellow, and a divine aspect holder, no less. Although Mordred really wanted to rip the young man apart because of what had happened in the Ivory City, he also felt reluctant to. Sunless was a bystander in the crimes of the domains, after all. The second person, though. Mordred's eyes grew slightly cold when he saw the beautiful oracle. That one. Song of the Fallen stood on the side of valor, but more than that, she was problematic. If Mordred had known what a nuisance she would become when first sensing her presence in the Night Temple, he would have made more of an effort to eliminate the oracle a few months later, when she returned to the citadel with Sunless. But now, he had to be wary of her potent divination powers. The painful ritual he had performed in Nether's tower was supposed to shield him from Kasha's gaze, among other things, but one never knew what a wielder of a sacred aspect was capable of. Sunless threw a dark look at Mordred and shook his head. It seemed that he was still not fond of the servants of the great clans, despite spending time in the company of a seneschal. Good for you, Sunless. Stay that way. Mordred put on a neutral expression and kept a respectful silence while he escorted the two to the head vehicle of the column. After the guards let them inside, his task was over. He did catch a glimpse of Changing Star through the open hatch, though. The last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan was beautiful, cold, and enigmatic. Even after observing her through the mirrors, Mordred did not know what to make of her. He would have believed that she was just what people thought her to be, a picture of a noble awakened warrior, a valiant hero fully committed to defending the waking world from the terrors of the nightmare spell, if not for the fact that the supposed hero was, in fact, a dreamspawn. And dreamspawns were never what they seemed. Since Changing Star had been adopted by his family, she was going to have to die, as well. However, Mordred did not hate her. He was also certain that the old man had plans for the last descendant of immortal flame. So, that could be of use to him in the future, as well. Chapter 1169 Battlefield of the Gods. Chapter 1169 Battlefield of the Gods. Mordred was still getting used to the fact that it never got dark in Antarctica. Because of that, the concept of time here was vague and abstract. The landscape itself was not like anything else he had seen in the waking world, and with countless nightmare creatures flooding the continent, it was easy to imagine that they were actually in the dream realm. A whole continent of people, pulled into hell. No. It's much too early for that. The sky was strange, the land was strange, and the beings populating that land were strange. And yet, wasn't he the strangest one? Isn't it nice to be with family? His uncle's wide back was right in front of him. Saint Madoc was walking across the desolate plain, not at all concerned by the hordes of nightmare creatures moving in the distance. A small force of Awakened followed, with Mordred in the lead. They had left their vehicles behind to traverse the last stretch of wilderness on foot, knowing that remaining unseen was more important than remaining safe. The warriors of valor were subdued, but full of unshaken resolve. Even surrounded by unspeakable danger, none of them showed the smallest sign of fear. They were ready to face any kind of threat, no matter how dire, and fight any kind of enemy. Be it abominations or humans. Mordred, meanwhile, was simply staring at his uncle's back. How easy would it be to put a sword right through it? He suppressed a sigh. Sadly, not easy at all. Not even because of the priceless enchanted armor Whispering Blade was clad in, but simply because Whispering Blade was Whispering Blade. If any of Mordred's family members were easy to kill, he would not be stuck wearing the cumbersome vessel of Squire Warren for so long. There'll come a day. They walked forward in silence. Eventually, the goal of their journey revealed itself. Hidden in the shadow of an abandoned fortress, a nightmare gate tore reality apart like a dark scar. The whispers of the call grew louder and louder as they approached it, and the bones of slain abominations rustled under their feet. By now, the force brought to Antarctica by his family had explored a lot of nightmare gates. They had started with those situated within the siege capitals under the clan's control, and then slowly expanded their search. This one, however, was rather special. It was the gate that Nightstad had ventured into, and the area of the dream realm connected to it hid within itself a precious treasure. The problem was that this gate was situated in an extremely dangerous part of Antarctica. It had been dangerous before because of its proximity to Song's territory, and it grew only more dire now because the hunting grounds of the corrupted Titan that still wandered the continent were slowly shifting in its direction. That was the reason why the fortified outpost had been abandoned, and why Saint Maddock was personally escorting them to the destination. Squire Warren and his people, 3 cohorts of distinguished awakened warriors, were meant to be the first wave of reinforcements sent to help the knight secure his prize. Due to the importance of that mission, Whispering Blade was going to transport them across the threshold between the 2 worlds. Of course, Mordred had long taken the place of Squire Warren, so his uncle studied the eerie rift of the gate in silence, seemingly unaffected by the maddening pull of the call, and then turned around. "Are you ready, Squire?" The first one to follow the saint into the dream realm would be in the greatest danger. Mordred pretended to be stalwart and resolute as he nodded. "Always, my lord." The words tasted revolting on his tongue. Maddock nodded with approval and offered him his hand. The world grew bleak. Then, it disappeared. For a moment, Mordred found himself in a vast, lightless space between dream and reality. And then, blinding light flooded his vision. Unbearable heat assaulted his skin. The smell of scorching sand flooded his nose. Slowly, Mordred regained his vision. He felt deeply uncomfortable, because there were very few reflective surfaces in the surrounding area, limited to only his own sight. He felt nearly blind. Around him was a vast desert. A blinding disk of an incandescent sun was bathing the tall dunes in a flood of immolating heat. The sands of the desert were flawlessly white, and the azure sky above him was deep and boundless like an ancient ocean, with not a single cloud blemishing its silken expanse. Somewhere in the distance, inky black ruins rose from beneath the sand, scattered across the desert like the bones of a half-buried giant. Hungry horrors hid in the stark shadows of protruding structures. Mordred frowned, then shifted slightly, hearing sand rustle behind him. A grotesque creature that seemed to be made of countless claws was already lunging at him. A split second later, however, it was suddenly dismantled, falling apart in the air. It was as if a maelstrom of invisible blades had sliced it apart. Black blood boiled as it touched the white sand. Saint Maddock calmly looked at the remains of the nightmare creature and turned to Mordred. "Stay on guard." Soon, he disappeared. Mordred was left alone. With a sigh, he summoned a special memory to prevent himself from being cooked alive inside the armor and waited with a sword in his hand. By the time Saint Maddock returned, bringing 2 more awakened with him, there was another dead creature laying on the sand. It took almost an hour to transport all of them to the dream realm. Nevertheless, being guided by a saint was a great boon. They did not have to search for each other in the deadly desert, facing its dangers alone. Who knew how many would have survived if not for Saint Maddock? Finally, the last warrior of valor appeared under the ruthless sun of the desert. Whispering Blade turned to Warren and sighed. "This is where I leave you, Squire. You will have to rendezvous with Nightstad on your own." Mordred pretended to be hesitant. "Saint Maddock, my lord, wouldn't it be more prudent for you to join us?" His uncle shook his head. "I am too easily tracked in this cursed land. Coming with you would only increase the chances of the Queen of Worms learning about Stad's mission. Don't worry, if you perform your duty well, I'll join you soon." By then, it would be too late for Song to intervene. Mordred bowed, deciding that he was in a great mood. A few minutes later, Saint Maddock was gone. The awakened were left alone in the unholy desert. He looked at his companions and gave them a reassuring smile. "Hold fast, men. We need to proceed to the first marker without delay. If we fail to reach it before nightfall, may gods have mercy on our souls." Of course, the gods were long dead. Some might have died on this exact battlefield, in fact, so there was no mercy to be found in either of the 2 worlds. Chapter 1170 Day and Night. Chapter 1170 Day and Night. During the day, the desert was like hell. The small, ruthless sun bathed the pristine white world in suffocating heat, making the awakened feel as if their bodies and minds were slowly being dissolved into the blinding white radiance. Mundane humans would not have lasted even a single day in this scorching inferno, but even the experienced awakened warriors were struggling to persevere. If not for the fact that they had come prepared, the soldiers of valor shivered despite the unbearable heat when imagining how agonizing such a journey would have been. The government soldiers pulled into this hell by the call never stood a chance. After all, the probability of them possessing memories to mitigate the heat and create unlimited reserves of water was slim, not to mention other dangers. Most importantly, they would not have had a map. The rough map created by the scouts of the Great Clan was, without a doubt, the most vital distinction between Warren's squad and those poor fools. Because, while the desert was like hell during the day, it was infinitely more harrowing during the night. The heat retreated, replaced by murderous cold, and the dead soldiers of the ancient armies that had once clashed in this land rose from the sand to continue their eternal battle. This had been one of the last battlefields in the world-ending war between the demons and the gods. Considering who had fought and fallen here, even the cursed remains of the ancient soldiers were too dreadful for mere mortals to face. If there was one mercy in the White Desert, it was that these accursed remnants were too powerful to enter the waking world through the lesser nightmare gates. Of course, there were countless other nightmare creatures populating the White Dunes, as well. These abominations were not restricted to only moving at night, and even though they preferred to stick to the shadows, Mordred and his companions had to fight more than a few horrors as they traveled across the desert. The heat, the blinding light, the constant danger of being attacked by swarms of frenzied nightmare creatures. Irritating. Mordred pierced the body of a swift abomination with his sword, then bashed it with his shield, throwing the creature back and off his blade. Sweat was rolling down his face, and his helmet felt as hot as an oven. Even the charm he was using to keep himself cool seemed to be struggling, despite the fact that it was hungrily devouring more and more essence. By his side, someone swayed and fell to their knees. Mordred moved, shielding the awakened warrior from a lunging nightmare creature. With its momentum broken, others attacked from the sides, bringing the beast down. He reached down and helped the awakened stand up. Arg, curses. I'm sorry, Warren. The heat got to me. Mordred shook his head. At ease, Crass. Breathe. Drink some water. This was the last of them. The other warriors had already finished off the remains of the swarm. All of them seemed tired, their eyes grim. Warren, can we rest? Vero's usually carefree voice sounded strained and muddled. Mordred smiled behind the visor of his helmet. There's no time. We'll all be dead if we don't reach the destination before sunfall. Ah, don't look so discouraged, Agath, today is the last day. We are almost there. Indeed, they had almost reached the rendezvous point with the forces of Nightstad. They traveled from one shelter to another following the map that the Ascended had created, hiding in them during the night and enduring the merciless desert during the day. But now, they were drawing close to the end of this journey. Mordred shook the blood off his sword and hung his shield on his back using a leather strap. Come on, men. We have already been held back by these vermin long enough. Quicken your steps. The veteran elites followed him without hesitation. The sun was already falling behind the horizon when they approached one of the ruins that protruded from beneath the sand like a black obelisk. The ancient structure was broken and tilted to one side, its purpose and original shape long erased by the passage of time. It was casting a long shadow, which hid within itself a refreshing coolness. A lone light ignited in the depths of the shadow and blinked a few times, relaying a coded message. Mordred summoned a luminous memory and covered it with his palm, answering. After that, they proceed toward the ruin. A tall figure was standing near the collapsed wall, clad in heavy armor of black steel. Even surrounded by the scorching heat of the hellish desert, the man seemed intrepid and composed. His weathered face was calm and cold. Nightstad was as fearsome as his reputation. There was a heavy halberd resting on his shoulder, and a pile of horribly disfigured abomination corpses strewn across the blood-soaked sand around him. Mordred bowed, pretending to be tired. Sir Stad. It is good to see you. The Knight of Valor studied them for a few moments, and then nodded. It is good to see you too, Warren. Come. The night is approaching. He led them deeper into the ruin, or a fissure in the obsidian stones opened a path to the interior of the ancient structure. Soon, Mordred found himself in a subterranean chamber that was half filled with white sand. There, a group of Awakened were resting, looking rugged and battered, but also much too relaxed for the dire nature of their surroundings. The Scouts. They met Warren's group with grins and welcoming gestures. Finally. We were going crazy waiting for reinforcements. Come eat, guys. You must be tired. It's Warren and his people. Good. The creature won't stand a chance. Once everyone settled, food and fresh water were distributed. Everyone was tired and hungry, so they spent some time in silence catching their breaths, recovering from being in the heat, and eating. As they did, a chilling clamor slowly rose above them, soon turning into a dreadful cacophony. The old bones were once again crawling from the sand to resume their eternal battle. At some point, Mordred put away his flask and looked at Knight Stad with a masterful pretense of respect and veneration. Sir Stad, we are at your service. What is your intention? The intrepid knight lingered for a few moments. Then, a calm smile appeared on his face. My intention is simple, Warren. Tomorrow, we will slay the Guardian and take the Citadel. Chapter 1171 His Own Designs. Indeed, the treasure Knight Stad had discovered in the desert was a citadel. Not the tomb of Ariel itself, of course. No scout had managed to get anywhere near the Black Pyramid, yet. It just always loomed far in the distance, never getting closer, like an ominous mirage. But he did find a citadel. At this point, both Valor and Song were scouting the outer reaches of the desert in search of a suitable position to establish a base camp. Once they found one, numerous soldiers would be brought there through the corresponding nightmare gates, and the expeditions toward the pyramid would be launched. However, a citadel had the potential to drastically change the balance of power between the two great clans in their pursuit of the demon's tomb. The clan that possessed one would hold an overwhelming advantage. The clan that did not would fall behind before the race even started. A citadel was not only better fortified and safer than a makeshift stronghold. Connected to the waking world by a gateway, it would make it much easier to ferry Awakened into the dream realm, transport supplies, and establish logistical chains. Some regions of the dream realm held only one citadel, while some held many. At this point, it was unknown if Knight Stad's discovery was the only citadel in the White Desert, except for the tomb of Ariel itself, but even if Song were to eventually discover a second one, the delay would put them at a great disadvantage. So, needless to say, taking the citadel was of paramount importance. However, it was guarded by a fearsome nightmare creature. More than that, even though Valor put a lot of effort into keeping Stad's prize a secret, there was no guarantee that Song would not try to take it by force eventually. So, Warren and his people were dispatched into the desert as the first wave of reinforcements. Their task was to assist the fearsome knight in conquering the citadel and lay the groundwork for the arrival of further forces. Of course, there was a problem with that plan. The fact that an insidious creature had long taken the place of Squire Warren, and came to the desert in his place. Valor! Mordred let out a fierce battle cry as he led his people into the tide of nightmare creatures. The citadel was right in front of them. It was not a fortress, nor was it a pyramid built of black stone. In fact, it was not a man-made structure at all. Instead, it was a gargantuan black skull that towered above the white dunes, staring at the azure sky with the dark pits of its empty eye sockets. There were 3 of them, 2 where a human's eyes would be, and the third one above them, right in the middle of the skull's vast forehead. Each of the empty eye sockets was the side of a stadium, and currently, a flood of revolting nightmare creatures was flowing out of them onto the white sand. Hold fast! Roaring such stupid things, Mordred plunged into the mass of abominations. His sword rose and fell, cutting them down, and his shield rang under a barrage of attacks. How tedious! He felt slightly frustrated by the need to hold himself back. Mordred could not unleash his power as a master, but even more disheartening than that, he had to imitate the combat skills of the long-dead Warren. As a retainer of the great clan Valor, Warren had been at the pinnacle of what awakened warriors strive to be. And yet, to Mordred, that level of skill was dull and suffocating. Limiting himself to such a mediocre level of mastery was harder than surviving in the tide of nightmare creatures. He endured the frustrating limitations and fought, struggling to keep his body intact. Sadly, Warren had been a heroic type, as well, so to play his role faithfully, Mordred had to act accordingly. He did not hesitate to put himself in danger's way to protect his soldiers, risking life and limb to make sure that all of his companions survived. "Stay strong, Vero. Agath, back. Lean on me, Crass." His companions seemed empowered with him by their side. It was strange. Mordred was leading soldiers of valor into battle, all of them connected by a shared sense of duty, belonging, and devotion. They spilled the blood of nightmare creatures and fought with valiant resolve, refusing to give ground. Wasn't that what he was supposed to become, if things had been different? Wasn't leading the brave warriors of valor the fate that had been stolen from him? Ah! Such irony. After an eternity of blood and agonizing heat, the battle was over. The nightmare creatures were dead. The tyrant that had made the citadel its lair had been slain by Nightstad himself. The awakened, both those brought to the desert by Mordred and those that belonged to Stad's personal elite unit, were mostly alive and victorious. For the full version, visit. They had won. Now, all they had to do was reap the spoils of their triumph. The crowd of mighty awakened warriors cleaned their blades and dove into the cool darkness of the ancient skull. They carefully made their way to the heart of the citadel, where, in a vast chamber of black bone, the gateway awaited to be activated. Nightstad was the first to see it. Bright sunlight spilled through a jagged crack in the chamber's roof, and, thrust into the bone floor, a gargantuan arrowhead of lustrous steel shone with reflected radiance. A triumphant smile appeared on the knight's face. Turning around, he placed his heavy hand on Mordred's shoulder. "You did well, Warren. Glory and valor." Mordred smiled pleasantly. Everything was going according to plan. Now, his task was simple: remain in the good graces of Sir Stad, anchor himself to the gateway, return to the waking world, and inform Clansong about the location of the citadel. Then, when Valor properly established themselves here and concentrated their forces in one place, he would help Seishan and the rest stage an unexpected attack and rip the citadel from his clan's hands while decimating its defenders. However, that was Clansong's plan. Mordred, on the other hand, had his own designs. In his opinion, the emissaries of the Queen of Worms had allowed themselves to commit a grave sin. They had grown arrogant. Drunk on the succession of easy victories and their outward superiority in terms of numbers, they had foolishly come to underestimate his family. Wasn't it the epitome of being misguided? To look down on the descendants of war while waging one. Seishan and Beastmaster might have been blinded by the feeling of complacency his sister had so masterfully lured them into, but Mordred knew better. It didn't matter who had reaped a few victories at the start, all that mattered was who would be left standing at the finish. Clansong seemed to be holding an advantage for now, but the walls of the trap were already closing in around them. Mordred did not know what the trap was, but he did know one thing: the more time Morgan was given, the more devastating her retaliation would be. So, to destroy her plans, he had to throw the cadence of this conflict into utter chaos. Looking at Nightstad with a pleasant smile, Mordred nodded. "Glory and valor." With that, he plunged his sword into the ascended warrior's neck. Stad's eyes widened, and, as blood poured out of his mouth, Mordred moved his blade sideways, almost decapitating the ascended. Just like that, the fearsome knight of valor died, killed by the treacherous attack of an ally. All around him, the awakened froze, paralyzed by shock. Crash shivered. "Wah! Warren, what?" Ripping his sword out of Stad's neck, Mordred delivered a downward cut in one swift, fluid motion. The blade fell on Crass's head, splitting his skull and obliterating his face. The awakened was dead long before the ascendant's body fell to the floor. The rest of them were utterly stunned. However, they weren't the elites of a great clan for nothing. Despite the harrowing wrongness of what had happened, his companions, who were the closest ones to the bloody scene, reacted just a split second later. Both Vero and Agath moved, raising their swords to attack their friend and commander, who had seemingly gone mad. Mordred tried to parry both strikes, but failed. Vero's sword pierced his throat. Pushing Warren down, the petrified Awakened stared at his dead eyes and screamed. "How can? Beastmaster, that witch! She must have forced him." Behind him, Agath remained silent for a moment, looking down. Her body trembled slightly. Vero turned around, staring at his comrade with crazed eyes. Agath raised her head and glanced at him with a pleasant smile. "Really, now, must you compare me to that terrible woman?" Her rapier shot forward. Soon, the gargantuan black skull was filled with screams, terror, and the stench of human blood. The nightmare creatures were dead. The Awakened were dead, too. Only Mordred remained. Chapter 1172 Fine Facade. Sunny stared at the silhouette of a departing battleship, deep in thought. October was now behind them, and November was in full bloom. Well, not that many things ever bloomed in Antarctica. It was still summer here, the day never ended, and although the weather was chilly, it could not even be called cold. The evacuation continued at a steady pace. Hundreds of millions of refugees had already been carried across the ocean, and millions more were leaving every week. The situation on the continent was dire, but also strangely manageable. The chain of nightmare was escalating without end. There were more nightmare gates, more abominations, more threats and problems that had to be solved, but, at the same time, the forces of humanity were also growing stronger. Despite the losses they suffered and the increasing strain on logistics and supplies, they were becoming more steadfast and efficient in dealing with the endless tide of nightmare creatures. Well, it was not that surprising, really. The greatest strength of humans was their adaptability. They were masters of absorbing and utilizing information. They learned. At the start of the Antarctica campaign, the evacuation army had been thrust into a new and seemingly impossible situation. Faced with an unprecedented cataclysm, they suffered bitter defeats, and yet, they endured. Then, slowly, they learned how to deal with the enemy better. Their tactics and strategy improved. Their well of knowledge about the types of abominations coming through the gates grew deeper. The inexperienced soldiers became grizzled veterans. It helped that there were countless soul shards to be harvested, as well. Although Sunny was somewhat sad that the price of the shards on the global marker was going to plummet, cutting off one of the major revenue streams for the brilliant Emporium, he was also glad. By now, most awakened soldiers of the evacuation army had ample chances to saturate their soul cores, thus vastly elevating their power. Something like that had probably never happened in history, at least not on that scale. There were plenty of memories and echoes to go around, too. There were also more and more sleepers who had survived their first nightmares. There were so many, in fact, that the approaching winter solstice would most likely become a breaking point in the entire campaign. In a matter of weeks after that fateful day, the number of awakened in the evacuation army was going to tremendously swell, perhaps even double. In the meantime, though, in one of the 3 defensive sections of East Antarctica, government forces were stubbornly holding against the endless assaults of nightmare creatures under the leadership of Wake of Ruin. Effie and Kai were doing great for themselves. The Wolves and the Nightsingers, as well as their commanders, were known as the hammer and anvil of the evacuation army by now. Their fame and reputation were growing with each passing day, even though each victory was made a little bitter by the casualties that the 2 companies suffered. In the second defensive section, Clan Song was quietly creating one miracle after another. Strangely enough, it was Seishin's name that was mentioned most often. The 3 saints might have had overwhelming battle power, but Seishin seemed to be the one actually managing the war effort. Jet periodically updated Sunny on what was happening in Song's territory, so while he did not know all the details, he at least knew that the situation there was mostly under control. And then there was the 3rd defensive section, the one where the great clan Valor and Sunny himself were located. Things were manageable here, too. Morgan and Nephice had become like 2 goddesses for the refugees crammed into the siege capitals. Their fame had outshone even that of the saints, 2 beautiful sisters, one wisely leading the soldiers from the back, the other never leaving the front lines. It was a compelling image. While forces of Valor were strong enough to resist most attacks, it was Changing Star and her firekeepers that were always sent into the most dire and important battles. For now, they had not failed to secure a victory once. Their numbers had diminished a lot since their arrival to the southern quadrant, but not because of casualties. Instead, several cohorts of the firekeepers had already ventured into the seeds, aiming to become ascended. Unknown to most people, there was also a third pillar to the success of the Valor contingent: Cassie. While no one except for a select few knew of the importance of her role, the Quiet Oracle was indispensable in building the strategy of the defending forces. Her ability to gather and swiftly analyze information from a multitude of scattered sources, keen mind, and supernatural intuition were tools that allowed Morgan to drastically increase the efficiency and effectiveness of her command. Meanwhile, the House of Night was doing its part, as well. From rare messages sent by Neve, Sunny knew that the naval convoys traversing the oceans had faced many difficulties. There had been several tragedies, but overall, more and more refugees were reaching safety in the other 3 quadrants. So, the situation was dire, but things seemed to be going fine in Antarctica. Of course, Sunny knew that it was only a facade. Behind that facade, the bloody feud between Valor and Son was growing more and more violent, threatening to spill into utter disaster. The forward scouts of both great clans were hunting each other in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were more and more ambushes and attempts at sabotage. Powerful awakened warriors were killed by other humans, instead of nightmare creatures. Most of it happened far away from the siege capitals, for now. And yet, Sunny had been pretty busy in the past few weeks. It was hard to do the things he wanted to do while remaining unnoticed, but he managed with the help of Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation, somehow. He could traverse great distances swiftly at night while riding Nightmare. As such, his hunting grounds were not limited to a single siege capital. In fact, Sunny had made an effort to limit his activity to a minimum there, as well as in any area where he showed his face by following Morgan. He ambushed the ambushers. He assassinated the assassins. He killed members of both Valor and Son without distinction, leading both forces to believe that it was the enemy who had possessed hidden forces in the region. Sunny had struck several more times after the massacre at the underground factory. He had thought that it would make him feel good, but it didn't. The things he did were not pleasurable. There was a rush and a satisfaction of a clean kill, but at the same time, there was disgust and an overwhelming sense of what a waste this whole mad disaster was. It was just something that had to be done. And even then, as time passed, Sunny was starting to lose sight of why he was even doing these things. Was it all futile? It sure seemed that way. And so, every time he happened to be near a port fortress, Sunny liked to watch the ships depart. To read the uncut version, go to . This, at least, was something obvious. A palpable result. With each vessel that sailed away, more refugees were taken away from this hell. He climbed the walls of the fortress to watch the ships leave today, too. This time, however, something felt different. It was as though a sudden tension permeated the air. Sunny sighed. He felt as if things were about to change. Chapter 1173 Red Herring. Chapter 1173 Red Herring. 1173 Red Herring. Sunny was watching the battleship move across the tumultuous surface of the ocean. But, of course, he was watching other things at the same time as well. His shadows were spread throughout the port fortress, absorbing all kinds of information. One was hidden in the barrel of an overheated railgun, watching nightmare creatures laying siege to the walls of the stronghold. A deathly downpour of projectiles, both mundane and magical, was falling on the surging mass of attacking abominations. Figures of knights could be seen within the horde, moving to eliminate the most dangerous targets. Saint Gilead was also there, clad in a suit of lustrous armor, facing the nightmare creatures like a bastion of immovable courage and steel. It was a familiar scene. Another shadow was with the refugees who were nervously waiting for their turn to board the ships. The sounds of the battle were too oppressive to talk freely, but they couldn't help but whisper, sharing their fears and hopes. Sunny listened carefully, assessing the changes in the mood of the civilians, as well as how they perceived the conflict. From time to time, he managed to learn something interesting from the rumors spreading among the refugees. A third shadow was with Nephis, who had entered the field hospital beneath the fortress wall some time ago. She was kneeling in front of a bloodied stretcher, holding her hands above the terrible wounds covering the body of a mundane soldier. A soft radiance emanated from beneath her skin, and the wounds of the young man were swiftly closing. Her face was motionless and pale. There were many people behind her who had been in the throes of suffering not too long ago, but were now healthy and whole. They were looking at her with eyes in which indescribable relief mixed with awe and reverence in equal measure. The fourth shadow was with Sonny himself. And, of course, the fifth shadow was slowly making its way into the sealed chamber where Morgan had gone a dozen or so minutes ago. Usually, Sonny would not risk getting that close to the Princess of War when she really wanted to keep her conversations private. But today was a special day. It was not because the main force of Clan Valor had left their designated siege capitals and assembled in this pot fortress to give battle to a large horde of migrating nightmare creatures. Things like that happen from time to time, when it was more advantageous to deal with the threat sooner rather than later. No, it was because today, Saint Maddock had returned from his clandestine mission in the territory of Clansong. To this day, Sonny was not sure whether Ascended Bast was truly the current vessel of Mordred, one of his reflections, or simply a diversion meant to sow confusion among his enemies. At times, Sonny had felt certain that the bleak man was none other than the Prince of Nothing, but he still harbored some doubt. Whispering Blade was going to dispel his doubts once and for all. The shadow did not manage to enter the sealed room, doing so would have alerted Morgan about its presence, but it did manage to slither into a service duct running above it, and peek inside through the small gap in the ceiling insulation. Sonny frowned as he watched the ocean, noticing a disaffectionate expression on Saint Maddock's face. The fearsome transcendent was talking, his voice even, waiting for me. It was a trap from the very beginning. Which would not have been too inconvenient if Ascended Bast was, indeed, the abomination. However, he was not. I confirmed it. Morgan leaned back and sighed. Still. It couldn't be helped. We had to eliminate the possibility. She lingered for a few moments, then asked, how serious was the trap? A faint smile appeared on Saint Maddock's face. Throwing a quick glance at the young woman, he chuckled. You don't have to worry about this old man, Morgan. Silent Stalker and Dire Fawn were there. I could not leave without saying a proper goodbye, though, so they'll have a few new scars to brag about. Many kilometers away, Sonny tilted his head a little. Such arrogance. However, was it really arrogance if Maddock was powerful enough to back up his words, and lethal enough to make each of them count? Regardless of that, one question remained. If Ascended Bast had nothing to do with Mordred, then where the hell was that bastard, really? In the sealed room, Morgan echoed his thoughts. The situation is problematic, then. None of the divinations managed to pinpoint his location. Either Queen Key was generous enough to bestow that person with a truly powerful obscuring memory, or he has some means of avoiding our gaze of his own. It is strange, though. How could a mere master achieve such a thing? Maddock frowned. We weren't able to confirm his ascended ability. Maybe it has something to do with that. You can't forget what rank his aspect is, Morgan. Not paying attention to a dark expression on his niece's face, Whispering Blade added, he might be closer than we think, too. These strange attacks we suffered recently, weren't our diviners strangely unable to ascertain anything about them? It can't be a coincidence. Morgan remained silent for a while, then shook her head. There is some correlation, but the pattern doesn't fit. More than that, the countermeasures we have in place to confirm the identities of our ascended showed no anomalies. We can't check every refugee, mundane soldier, and awakened, of course. Maddock thought for a few moments. What about that government brute, Ascended Sunless? A slight smile appeared on Morgan's face. Who do you take me for? He was the first one I checked. We have studied him thoroughly after the Night Temple incident, as well. Ascended Sunless is certainly not ordinary, his SS designation, service record, and age should attest to that, but he is definitely himself, and not that abomination's vessel. Sonny frowned. Valor seemed to possess some kind of tool capable of determining whether one was possessed by Mordred or not, even if its function seemed to be limited to a small number of people. Nevertheless, he had been one of the people they checked. When the hell had that happened? He had not even noticed anything. Back in the sealed room, Morgan frowned. So where is the creature hiding? At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and someone walked inside. Both Morgan and Maddock looked at the newcomer with surprise. Kasia? How bold of you, to come here without invitation. The Princess of War smiled dangerously. At the same time, Maddock raised an eyebrow. You'd better have a good explanation for this interruption, young lady. Cassie lingered for a few moments, appearing somewhat nervous. Then, she said in a tense voice, there is a message for you. I think you should come outside. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 1174 Lacquered Box Gift. Chapter 1174 Lacquered Box Gift. Now this is interesting. Sonny was stealthily making his way to the isolated inner courtyard of the port fortress. His shadows were on the move, too. The one who had been observing the battle against the horde of nightmare creatures was flying across the battered surface of the wall, not paying any attention to the flashes of firing armaments. The one who had been hiding among the refugees had left them behind, approaching the courtyard from the other direction. The one that had been spying on Morgan hid itself within Cassie's shadow, and the one that had been following Nephi's remained within hers. Currently, all of them were converging on a single point. In the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by a wide ring of empty space, a long figure stood as numerous soldiers and Awakened aimed their weapons at it. Intricate armor of black steel, a beautiful face framed by curls of raven black hair, and vivid, vibrant vermilion eyes. It was Morgan. Don't tell me. As the real Morgan emerged from the gates of the stronghold in the company of Maddock and Cassie, the soldiers that were aiming at the invader looked at her with wide eyes. They must have realized that the creature standing in front of them was not the real Princess of War, and yet, seeing the two identical young women stare at each other was an eerie experience. The real Morgan gritted her teeth in contempt. The reflection perfectly mirrored her expression. And that was what the lone figure was, a creature created by Mordred from a piece of his soul, similar to how he had created the mirror beast. The real Morgan's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, but the reflection was holding a black lacquered box in its instead. Despite the hundreds of rifles and enchanted weapons aimed at the mirror creature, it seemed perfectly calm. Nephi entered the courtyard and stopped, looking at the bizarre scene with a reserved expression. Sonny had appeared from the shadows, too, keeping out of sight as he observed the situation. What is that crazy bastard doing? His gaze slid across the faces of everyone gathered in the courtyard, the mundane soldiers and Awakened retainers of valor, a few knights, Nephi, Cassie, Maddock. Was Mordred among them right now, somewhere, enjoying their reactions? As the reflection tilted its head a little, the real Morgan snarled. How dare you wear that face, you vile thing? Her face was a mask of revulsion and fury. This time, the mirror creature failed to reflect her expression. Instead, it smiled pleasantly, then bowed, and gently placed the lacquered box on the ground. Then, the reflection opened its mouth and spoke, its voice indistinguishable from that of Morgan. A present, for my dear sister. Then, its smile widened a little. Come, soon. I missed you a lot. Before Maddock could stop Morgan, she suddenly disappeared from where she had stood. Her speed was too great for the mundane soldiers and the Awakened warriors to trace with their naked eyes, but Sonny saw it, a black and red blur that cut across the courtyard, approaching the reflection with the speed of a bullet. He knew better than most how terribly dangerous these creatures were, so Sonny expected to see a tremendously destructive fight. He even prepared to retreat, but, to his surprise, the dire battle never happened. It was not because Morgan revealed one of her hidden trump cards, and neither was it because Maddock intervened. Instead, it was simply because the reflection did not even try to defend itself. It just stood there, smiling pleasantly, as Morgan's sword pierced the breastplate of the black armor and exited from the creature's back. Slowly, a net of thin cracks appeared on the skin of the reflection. Morgan's eyes widened slightly as she watched the perfect copy of her face slowly crumble into a rain of glass shards, which then disappeared without a trace in a flash of silver light. Just like that, one of Mordred's reflections was destroyed. Nevertheless, Sonny's frown only deepened. So, he wanted to deliver a message. What message could it be? Without a doubt, the ability of the reflection to appear in the very heart of one of Valor's strongholds without anyone noticing was a message in and of itself. It was as if Mordred was mocking his family, pointing out that no amount of guards and protections could save them from his wrath. Forcing Morgan to watch herself be destroyed was a message, too. Mordred was hinting that this was her inevitable future. And of course, the actual message was the black lacquered box and the words the reflection had spoken. A present for my dear sister. Come soon, I missed you a lot. All of it was one immaculate provocation. However, just what was inside the box? As Sunny watched, Morgan sheathed her sword with a dark expression and looked down. Maddox slowly approached, looking at the box with wariness. Cassie and Nephi got closer, too. Could there be something dangerous inside? Cassie's voice sounded tense. Morgan glanced at her silently, and then leaned forward to pick up the box. It was as if she was trying to show that there was nothing that Mordred could do that she would be afraid of. Without hesitating, she opened the box and looked inside. Morgan's impression subtly changed. The insides of the box were upholstered in red silk, and on that silk rested a human skull. The skull was covered in soot to appear black, and there was a rough hole made in its forehead, as if to resemble a third eye. There was a long moment of silence, and then, Whispering Blade suddenly thrust his hands into the box and picked up the morbid gift that Mordred had left behind. His face was strangely grim. As Maddox studied the skull, Morgan looked at him with a silent question. "What is it?" The saint gritted his teeth. Then, he gently placed the skull back on the red silk and said, "It's Stad. It's Stad's head." Chapter 1175 Demon of Chaos. Chapter 1175 Demon of Chaos. Like a demon of chaos, Mordred had appeared out of nowhere and thrown everything into utter disarray. Antarctica, which had been like a powder keg for a while now, finally exploded into a conflagration of violence because of the macabre gift that he had delivered to his sister in an elegant lacquered box. Sunny had not realized the full complications of what had transpired in the courtyard of the port fortress until some time later. He knew that Knight Stad was a highly regarded ascendant of Clan Valor who had been entrusted with an extremely important mission in the Dream Realm. So, he simply assumed that Clan Song managed to pull off another victory in the simmering conflict. This was important, of course, but not groundbreaking in and of itself. However, his misconception was corrected by a short message from Jet. "Our colleagues from Ravenheart are mobilizing their forces. They seem pretty angry." He stared at the screen of the communicator for a few moments, frowning. What? Why would Clan Song be preparing to make a big move in a hurry if the death of Knight Stad was a part of their plan? And why would they be angry? Unless, of course, what Mordred had done was not something they expected, or even went directly against their machinations. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't tell me. Had Beastmaster, perhaps, received something like that black lacquered box, as well? What the hell is that madman doing? Feeling an ominous premonition, Sunny deactivated the communicator and hastened his steps. He was walking across the inner courtyard where the confrontation between Morgan and the Reflection had happened not too long ago, heading toward the main keep. His shadows were already inside. They were trying to get closer to Morgan, Maddox, Nephi, and Sir Gilead, who had all gathered for an emergency meeting after the discovery of Stad's skull. Taking a considerable risk, he eventually managed to gain access to their conversation and learn a few more things about what Mordred's message really meant. Sunny's frown deepened. Black Skull Citadel? So, the scouts sent into the Nightmare Desert by Valor had managed to discover a working gateway somewhere in its depths. The clan in possession of a citadel would gain a staggering advantage in the task of reaching the tomb of Ariel, so Morgan and Maddox had put a lot of effort into keeping that information secret. They had even kept reinforcements to a minimum to not risk revealing Knight Stad's location through irregular troop movements. And yet, Mordred had somehow managed to not only learn of the clandestine mission, but also intercept and slaughter the force tasked with capturing the citadel, including the powerful master in charge of it. Which would logically mean that the Black Skull had fallen into Song's hands. However, it had not. That much was apparent from the fact that Song was mobilizing their forces in a great hurry. If Sunny knew of it, then Morgan surely knew as well. So, if neither Valor nor Song controlled the citadel, then who the hell did? The answer was obvious. It was Mordred. Mordred alone. Which might as well have as meant that the Black Skull Citadel was currently empty. No matter how powerful the Prince of Nothing was, a single master was like an ant when compared to the might of a great clan. Even with a divine aspect in his reflections, Mordred was incapable of keeping what he had stolen. Even though he was holding the key to the Nightmare Desert in his hands, he was not strong enough to defend it. So, by delivering Stad's skull to Morgan, he had painted a target on his back. The true meaning of his message was, "Come and get me." And if Sunny knew anything about Mordred, then the message sent to Song would have been like so. "Come before they get me." Basically, from the moment the Prince of Nothing revealed that he had usurped the Black Skull, the two great clans were in a race to take it from him first. But why had he done it? There was a pace and cadence to the conflict between Valor and Song. It was a complicated dance that followed a subtle but ruthless logic. Awakened, masters, and even saints were like game pieces. By moving pieces around the board, advancing and retreating, both sides were delivering small wounds to the enemy and trying to maneuver into an advantageous position. Currently, the game was nearing the end of its early stage. Both clans were still acting with caution, laying the groundwork for the true assaults that would happen in the future. They were not even done struggling to secure advantages. Mordred's actions had destroyed that pace and made a mockery of that cadence. He had single-handedly put both sides in a position where they were forced to throw away their carefully prepared plans, abandon caution, and move the timetable of the conflict forward, switching from careful maneuvering to an all-out war. Clan Song was mobilizing their forces, and because they were, Clan Valor would move, as well. Awakened, masters, and even saints, all of them were going to be sent on the battlefield to secure the Black Skull, which was free for the taking, provided that you got to it first. Sunny did not know which Nightmare Gate led to the area where the citadel was located, but it would soon become the most dangerous place in all of East Antarctica. And maybe even the whole world. That crazy bastard. He was honestly a little shaken by the magnitude of the consequences that Mordred's brazen stunt had caused. The whole landscape of the conflict between Valor and Song had suddenly and drastically changed. That dire change was so fundamental that it was hard to conceive of its true scope, let alone calculate what would happen as a result. The sudden nature of it all was quietly overwhelming. Sunny entered the keep of the port fortress and took a few deep breaths. While the shift in the nature of the conflict that Mordred had caused was startling, strictly speaking, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Sure, it could end up being catastrophic, but it could also end up being a blessing in disguise. There were many factors to consider, but as far as Sunny was concerned, one was the most important. Where the damned Nightmare Gate was located. Chapter 1176 Bitter Feeling. Chapter 1176 Bitter Feeling. The location of the Nightmare Gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull was of paramount importance. Currently, no one except for Mordred was anchored to the gateway of the citadel, so that Nightmare Gate was still the only feasible way to reach it. If it was located in the wilderness of East Antarctica, the battle between the two great clans was going to happen far away from the siege capitals and the civilian population. If it was inside a city, though. Think rationally. Sunny walked through the corridors of the fortress as he analyzed the situation. If the Nightmare Gate was located inside a siege capital, then there wasn't much he could do. The lives of countless civilians would be put in mortal danger, or maybe even snuffed out directly. The best Sunny could manage was to try mitigating the damage, somehow. If it was somewhere in the wilderness, however, then he did not have to do anything. His problems would just solve themselves. Valor and Song were welcome to slaughter each other as much as they wanted. Wrong. Thinking that way was short-sighted. Sure, the great clans were a bunch of hateful jerks, but they were also responsible for defending a vast portion of East Antarctica, albeit simply to keep up appearances. Their power was especially important when dealing with high-value targets like Titans, since 6 out of the 7 saints present on the continent belonged to the domains. What would happen if all of them just went and killed each other? Nothing good. Countless refugees had already been evacuated, but millions more remained. If only the evacuation army had been given a few more months, enough for the Legion of Sleepers to undergo awakening, things would have been different. But Mordred, the damned lunatic, had made that impossible. So, the power of the great clans was still too important. Sonny felt sick to his stomach. He was deeply unhappy about the fact that, while the great clans were odious, they were also needed. They were like a necessary evil. Thinking that way made him feel dirty. It felt like he was making compromises. Was that how Wake of Ruin and the rest of the government felt? Forget about it. So what the hell do I do? It seemed that, thanks to Mordred, a bloody and destructive all-out battle between the forces of Valor and Song was now both close and inevitable. They could entirely obliterate each other, which would be the worst outcome, since there would be no one left to continue defending the refugees from the myriads of nightmare creatures roaming the continent. Therefore, there was only one way for him to achieve the best outcome. If there was no way to prevent the battle, he had to do everything in his power to help one side achieve victory, and not any kind of victory, at that. A Pyrrhic one would be no different from mutual destruction. Only an overwhelming victory would minimize the losses of one of the sides, thus leaving enough fighters alive to make a difference in the evacuation effort. Wait! Sonny suddenly froze, growing even more pale than usual. His eyes widened. His hands trembled. Then, slowly, a smile that seemed more than a little mad appeared on his face. Through the shadow that was hiding in the sealed strategy room, he looked at someone who stood there, silently listening to what Morgan was saying. A young woman with silver hair and cold gray eyes, clad in an intricate armor of black steel. He looked at Nephice. Sonny slowly exhaled. Was that what you meant? Was it not exactly what she had told him a lifetime ago, during the opulent ball of the great clan Valor? That he would follow her not because she had ordered him to, but because he wanted to, with a smile on his face. That their fates were intertwined. On that day, Sonny had rejected Nephice and refused to follow her into the embrace of Clan Valor. Instead, he enlisted in the first evacuation army and left for Antarctica. So much had happened since then. And yet, here he was, planning to fight side by side with her under the banner of the great clan Valor, helping them in their sinful war against the great clan Song. Entirely of his own accord. Sonny reached with one hand and touched his neck, as if checking to see if there was a slave collar on it. What is this bitter feeling? A hollow laugh escaped from his lips. After a few moments, Sonny shook his head and continued on his way. It doesn't matter, anyway. Sure, he felt bitterly reluctant to prove Neff right. But wouldn't it be pathetically childish to throw a tantrum and change his decision just because his pride was hurt? Since when did he have pride, anyway? Whether he liked it or not, making sure that as many civilians as possible survived the chain of nightmares was indeed what he wished for. So, if Sonny had to help Clan Valor battle Clan Song to achieve that goal, that was what he would do. There was the possibility of helping Song defeat Valor instead, too. As far as he was concerned, one was just as vile as the other, so it made no difference to Sonny which side he would end up supporting. However, he was already integrated into the Valor force to some extent, which was convenient. Nephice, Cassie, and the Firekeepers were also here, so going to the other side meant potentially causing their deaths. Directly or indirectly, that was not something Sonny wanted or was willing to do. Which meant that he was stuck with Valor. Of course, it was highly questionable if his involvement would even make a difference. But he had to at least try. He had to try his best. Sonny moved through the port fortress, which was slowly becoming filled with noise. There was a strange smile on his face. Ain't it funny? He was suddenly sad that the Sin of Solace was not there to appreciate the joke. Chapter 1177 Drums of War. Chapter 1177 Drums of War. The drums of war were booming all across Antarctica. Well, nothing that noticeable was happening, really. The great clans were mobilizing forces with a silent efficiency that was both subtle and frightening. If one did not know what to look for, they would remain blissfully unaware of the fact that the whole continent would be soon shaken by the fallout of a historic battle. Sonny, however, knew. In the port fortress, the thunder of the cannonade had grown silent. The horde of nightmare creatures had been dealt with, and the tired soldiers were descending from the walls. Instead of going to rest, however, they were quietly listening to new orders and starting to prepare for an immediate departure. The mundane soldiers were checking their equipment with calm, businesslike expressions. The awakened, who would usually not dismiss their enchanted armor in the field, strangely wore simple uniforms. Knowing how dire the near future promised to be, they wanted to give all their memories a chance to be fully repaired. The administrative personnel were frantically working to rearrange logistical chains and prepare the force for a sudden expedition. There were many signs like that. They were especially apparent when one compared the behavior of the Valor soldiers with that of the evacuation army staff. The latter were tiredly celebrating the victory, while the former seemed more focused than when they had been battling the abominations. The Nightmare Gate does not seem to be located inside of a siege capital. Sonny found a calm and dark corner within the keep of the fortress and leaned on the wall. He had managed to determine the nature of the area where the entrance to the Black Skull Citadel was located by spying on the Valor administrative staff. Any large-scale movement of military forces involved a certain amount of logistical work, and one could infer many things from these preparations. From the looks of it, Clan Valor was preparing to venture into the wilderness of East Antarctica. The distance they had to traverse also didn't seem to be small, so that put some of Sonny's worries to rest. Still, there was a lot to consider. Sonny knew what the great clans would do, and what he himself had to do. However, what would the government's response be? As someone with the title of a special government envoy, he should be receiving a call soon. And indeed, not a few minutes later, his communicator lit up because of an incoming transmission. Sonny summoned the Bone Singer, enveloped his surroundings in silence, and answered. The sharp face of Saint Cor appeared on the holographic screen, soon joined by the pleasant visage of Soul Reaper Jet. The gaunt transcendent spoke first. I'll assume that both of you are already familiar with the situation. What I want to know is what caused this mess. His grating voice sounded calm, but Sonny could feel the angry and tense undertone in it. He briefly glanced at the projection of Jet, then answered. I think I can provide an explanation. Both of them paid rapt attention to his words. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then spoke, choosing his words carefully. It appears that a citadel was discovered in the Nightmare Desert. Clan Valor was the first to find it, but their attempt at capture failed. Now, both clans have an equal chance to come into possession of a crucial advantage. A direct confrontation for access to the Nightmare Gate leading to the citadel seems inevitable. He paused, and then added evenly. They are going all out. As Saint Cor's face darkened, Jin nodded. I can confirm. Sonny did not know what the veteran saint was thinking about, but he felt chills even through the holographic projection. Even though Wake of Ruin's expression did not change much, it felt as though the world itself suddenly changed instead, reacting to his wrath? Discontent? Contempt? Dejection, maybe? The old man grimaced. What immaculate timing! At least he could still be sarcastic. Sonny had to imagine that the two great clans suddenly shifting to active warfare was like a disaster for the government. Saint Cor would have to completely rearrange the disposition of the evacuation army and come up with a new strategy. Even then, it might not be enough. Then again, Army Command had to have been prepared for something like this, even if it was the worst-case scenario for them. They were no fools. After a long pause, Wake of Ruin shook his head, then looked at Sonny and Jet again. Valor and Son might be arrogant, but they are not unreasonable. This bloodshed can still be prevented, maybe. Similar things have happened before. A large-scale battle can be avoided if they agree to hold a duel between two champions instead. Sonny couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't doubt the wisdom and experience of the seasoned transcendent, but he also didn't believe that the great clans would step down. Especially not because of something as quaint as an honor duel. They were like sharks that smelled blood in the water, those from Valor were, at least. They had been holding back their bloodlust for too long, already. Still, was there really a chance that a strange duel between two powerful warriors could replace a wasteful battle? It seemed improbable, but then again, legacies were often weird about such things. Saint Cor let out a heavy sigh, and then added. The problem this time is that both sides seem to be certain that they will win if the battle actually happens. So, they have no reason to seek an alternative. Additionally, they have been acting slightly erratic as of late. It is hard to say what will actually happen. Seemingly coming to a decision, the gaunt transcended nodded and threw a piercing gaze at Sunny and Jet. The two of you will remain with the emissaries and follow them to that nightmare gate. Gather as much information as you can while you're at it. I will arrive personally and try to mediate an acceptable resolution. Jet remained silent for a moment. Understood, sir. However, Sunny was not as agreeable. What if you can't? His irreverent question, or maybe the fact that he even dared to ask a question, seemed to surprise the old saint. Wake of Ruin stared at him darkly. After a brief pause, he said simply. Then we withdraw and try to salvage the aftermath. With that, he terminated the call. The gaunt face of the government saint disappeared, leaving Sunny and Jet alone. Soul Reaper looked at him and smiled. How can she even smile in this situation? Oh, my. I know that look. You're thinking about doing something crazy, aren't you? Sunny glanced at her darkly and shrugged. I don't even know what is crazy anymore. Jet chuckled. That is not a good sign at all. He studied her face somberly, then said quietly. If Wake of Ruin fails in his negotiation, Valor and Son will really clash. At that point, the best move would be to support one side against the other, in order to preserve as many fighters as possible. Are you ready to make that decision? Soul Reaper's smile grew bleak. The government can't break its neutrality. Even if it's beneficial at the moment, the consequences would be catastrophic in the long run. Sunny simply stared at her. I am not asking about the government. I am asking about you. There were times when people could not escape making tough choices. Sunny had long made his, and Jet would have to follow suit, whether she wanted to or not. Of course, doing nothing was also a choice. However, she had always positioned herself as a cog in the government machine, but maybe it was time for Soul Reaper to think for herself. Sunny hoped that she would, at least. Jet lingered for a while before answering. Eventually, she said, let's see how it goes. Then, her face disappeared. The screen of the communicator switched off, leaving Sunny in the darkness. He sighed and dismissed the Bone Singer, then left his temporary shelter. An all-out battle, or a duel of two champions. I wonder which one will end up happening. He hoped for the best, but had to prepare for the worst. Chapter 1178, Long Drive. Chapter 1178, Long Drive. Although both clans were assembling their armies with urgent haste, it was not an easy thing to move a military force across East Antarctica. The wilderness was infested with countless abominations, and nightmare gates were everywhere, making every route slow and dangerous. Clan Valor was in a slightly better position because they had coincidentally pulled most of their forces together prior to Mordred's revelation, in order to destroy a migrating horde of nightmare creatures. Still, there were many warriors and assets that had been left behind in the siege capitals, who now had to join the main body of the Great Clan's contingent. There was Saint Tyrus, for example. The fact that Dire Fong had been able to join Silent Stalker in ambushing Whispering Blade proved that she alone was not enough to contain the enemy Transcendent, so there was no point in keeping her in a distant government siege capital. So, Sky Tide had been recalled, and was en route to join the war party. There were other squires and even knights that had to be summoned, as well. So, for the first few days, progress had been slow. Most of the mundane personnel had been left behind, and now only the awakened were following Morgan toward the fateful Nightmare Gate. Nevertheless, their number was too great to pass unnoticed, and so, skirmishes with nightmare creatures happened almost every hour. Many of these skirmishes threatened to grow into something more serious if not resolved swiftly. In these cases, either Morgan's echoes or one of the saints joined the melee to prevent the small-scale confrontations from becoming dire battles. Sonny was not required to participate in them, of course. Actually, he found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. No one had really invited him to join the expedition, and his status was more vague than ever. Officially, he was the government's envoy whose duties concerned the cooperation between Clan Valor and the evacuation army. However, the Great Clan had more or less abandoned the pretense of being in the southern quadrant to help, and was acting against the government's interests. So what was an envoy supposed to do in that situation, exactly? Why was he even needed? Sonny did not have a good explanation, but luckily, no one asked. Whether it was because the warriors of valor couldn't be bothered or simply did not care, he did not know. In any case, they mostly left him alone. In fact, Sonny was basically ignored. Even Morgan seemed to have forgotten about his existence, which was not too surprising. She had much bigger issues to worry about than the whereabouts of a neutral government ascended. So, Sonny simply stayed in one of the APCs assigned to the firekeepers. The firekeepers themselves were gone, though most of them had already entered the seeds, so he had the vehicle all to himself. Nephice and Cassie would appear from time to time to catch a few hours of sleep, but other than that, he remained alone. That gave him a lot of time to think. Sitting in the pilot's seat and driving the APC across the hellish remains of Antarctica, which looked much more like a piece of the dream realm now than that of the waking world, he somberly considered the past. It was funny, really. Sonny had come to Antarctica to pursue his personal goals, not caring much about anything else. But now, he somehow ended up caring about the mission of the evacuation army enough to disregard his personal interests. He used to mock selfless people, but now, he was ready to do something selfless at a great cost to himself. Was it like that? No, not really. In the end, everything Sonny did was for himself. He was not trying to protect the refugees because it was the right thing to do or out of some kind of moral obligation. He was doing it simply because he wanted to. That was his desire. He was just trying to fulfill his own desires. Sonny had wanted to survive at all costs once, but then, it was not enough anymore. He had wanted to be strong once, but now, it was not enough anymore either. He had strength, but what was the point of having strength if he couldn't achieve what he wanted with it? What Sonny really wanted now was to use his strength to shape the world in a way that suited his wishes. Shaping reality with strength. That was power. So, was he lusting for power now? Controlling the APC, Sonny frowned. Then what about freedom? That had been his real goal all along, after all. Coming to Antarctica was a means to achieve that goal, but instead, he found himself bound to more people, more places, more things. He was more restricted now than he had ever been. Before, what had restricted him were circumstances beyond his control. Now, he was bound by his own desires. On second thought, it's not that funny. Sonny now understood better than ever why the demon of desire had been one of the most powerful among the demons, second to none, except for Weaver. But was it really a bad thing? So what if he was compelled by the things he wanted? So what if he was bound to people, ideas, and values? Maybe it was not a bad thing, after all, simply because he had chosen these bonds himself. Sonny understood that, and yet, a small part of him rebelled against such thoughts. That part still wanted to be unrestrained and not beholden to anything. To be free. That part had to take a backseat for now, though. Because he had to finish what he had started. Even if it was futile, Sonny had to do his best to see the evacuation of the citizens of Antarctica through. After that, well, he would see what else there was to do. His dreams seemed more distant than ever, but strangely enough, Sonny found himself calm and determined. His mind was set. Maybe that was the true conviction. The thought made him uncomfortable. Chapter 1179 Measure of Growth. Chapter 1179 Measure of Growth. The war party had stopped and made camp. Sonny's APC was parked within the defensive perimeter, and he was calmly preparing supper. It seemed strange to be doing something so mundane on the verge of an event that had the potential to alter the course of history, but he was hungry. Hunger was much more powerful than the forces that shaped history. Ah! I miss the rhino. The armored vehicle that the firekeepers had used was by no means cheap, but its amenities were rather bare bones. There was not even an integrated kitchen, just a few devices for food storage and preparation. Still, he was good at improvising. As Sonny cooked, he mentally went over what he had gained since coming to Antarctica, and what he could use if the worst happened and the two great clans clashed in a bloody battle. Sonny had been a master for many months before the Chain of Nightmares, but he felt that he only came into his ascended powers here. His mastery of shadow manifestation had improved tremendously, both in terms of impact and versatility. He also developed Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, as well as their combination. Both of these abilities were extremely powerful. His practical knowledge of sorcery had grown as well. He was now able to copy more complex enchantments, and do it faster. He could even modify them to a degree. Even though the realities of the Antarctica campaign had prevented Sonny from spending a lot of time on weaving, his repertoire was much broader than before. There were new powerful memories in his arsenal, including transcendent ones. The Sin of Solace, the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, and others. There was the Mirror of Truth, too. Chances were, he would have to use it soon. In terms of raw power, Sonny was now a tyrant. He had 5 cores and 5 shadows, which increased both his physical prowess and essence capacity. Strangely enough, even his essence control had undergone a noticeable improvement. Unable to rely on the Soul Serpent in the dire conditions of the southern quadrant, Sonny had been forced to elevate this aspect of his power to an almost flawless efficiency. Then there were his shadows. He had gained a new one, the Ravenous Fiend. Now that Imp had feasted on the remains of the Sun Prince, the scrawny goblin was strong enough to be sent into battle. Nightmare was close to both ascension and unlocking his terror ability. Saint had risen both in class and rank, becoming a transcendent devil. That alone was an incredible leap for him, but the sublimation of the mantle of the underworld was perhaps no less important. His new attribute, the Marble Shell, improved his resilience and combat performance to a remarkable degree. Honestly, having it was almost like possessing a secondary aspect. Considering all that, it was hard to deny that the present Sonny was incomparably more powerful than his past self from before Antarctica. The comparison was not even funny. That past Sonny was nothing more than a feeble brat. Ironically, Sonny had come to the southern quadrant in search of strength, and although he stopped caring about that goal a long time ago, he ended up achieving it nevertheless. Despite it all, though, he felt that there were much more valuable things he had gained here. Things that went far beyond shadows, memories, and attributes. The experience he had gained, the skills he had honed, the lessons he had learned, those were what truly separated him from his past self. Those were what made him truly stronger. From the darkness of the polar night and the desperation of the Antarctic center to the cold expanse of East Antarctica and its many dangers, Sonny had grown and matured. He had gone through countless battles and achieved many improbable victories. There had been harrowing defeats, too. Those had taught him as well. Preparing utensils for 3 people, Sonny looked into the distance and sighed. He would be turning 21 in about a month. There had been a time when he was not even sure that he would make it that far, but now, here he was. I don't really feel young anymore. Maybe someone like Wake of Ruin would laugh at these words, but Sonny truly felt that way. He had never really gotten a chance to be a child, and now, he was not a youth anymore, either. Am I old, then? As Sonny was pondering the vicissitudes of life, the hatch of the APC opened, and Nephi's came in, soon followed by Cassie. The two had been spending the last few days in endless strategy meetings, so both looked exhausted. The smell of freshly cooked food made both of them relax. Noticing the distant expression on Sonny's face, Nephi tilted her head a little and asked, "What are you thinking about so seriously?" He flinched, then shook his head and continued setting the table. Nothing serious. I was just thinking that I'm too old for this crap. She frowned, then pierced him with a cold gaze. I'm older than you, though? Her meaning was clear. Are you calling me old? Sonny grinned. Yes. Forget I said anything. Come, Nuna, let's eat, who knows when we'll get a chance to enjoy a proper meal again. The two gave him strange looks and sat around the small fold-out table, looking down at the dishes he prepared. Well, really, there was just one dish, the everything pot slop that Professor Abel had taught him how to make. Sonny sat down, too, and put a generous serving on his plate. But honestly, you're not even a full year older than me, while Cassie is not a full year younger than me. So, let's speak comfortably. He put a spoonful of the weird slop into his mouth, then smiled at them. Cassie hesitated and cautiously nudged the slop with a spoon. What even is that? Sonny grinned. Ah, I am glad that you asked. This is an ancient dish that has been passed down from person to person since the dark times. As I was told, it was initially inspired by corpse meat, Chapter 1180 Cold Logic. Chapter 1180 Cold Logic. They ate in comfortable silence. Sonny knew that both Nephice and Cassie were tired and only had a little time to rest before Morgan would need them again, so he did not waste that time with idle conversations. It was not like he had a lot to say, anyway. Still, there was one question that he had to ask. Pushing the plate away, Sonny glanced at Nephice and lingered for a moment. I was told that there might be some kind of duel instead of a battle. Do you think it's possible? She did not hurry with an answer. Neff cradled a cup of tea in her hands as she stared into the amber liquid. Eventually, she said, I don't know. It is a kind of tradition. The legacy clans would not have survived if they resolved every conflict by spilling rivers of blood. There are actually not that many of us, after all. However, neither Valor nor Song are acting the way they used to. So it's hard to tell. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, thinking about who the champions were going to be if the duel really happened. Would the great clans send saints to fight each other? Or masters? Would Morgan and Mordred cross swords and spill each other's blood? Or would Morgan send Nephice to fight in her stead? He just did not know. Shifting slightly, Sonny looked at Neff and asked, what if the battle actually happens? Do you think that Valor can win? Up until now, it seemed like Clan Song was confidently pulling ahead. However, he doubted that their enemy would be easily defeated. This time, Nephice did not hesitate at all. Yes. He studied her motionless face with curiosity. Where did that confidence come from? Why? Sonny expected Neff to say something in her usual style, like, because I am with them, or because that is my will. However, she simply shook her head and said in a slightly subdued tone, because they are of war. He blinked. Indeed, she was right. Clan Valor was the clan that had inherited the lineage of War God, the deity of warfare, life, progress, technology, craft, and intellect, as well as the patron goddess of humanity. It was not a coincidence that they were exalted fighters, masters of forging memories, and the most influential clan among both the awakened and mundane humans. They would also be the paragons of warfare. It did not matter if Clan Song had managed to achieve slight superiority at the earlier stages of the conflict, all that mattered was who would get the last laugh, and Sonny had no doubt that Morgan had many diabolical schemes stored in that pretty head of hers. However, there was a slight wrinkle in that theory. He leaned back. That is true. But you forget one thing. Mordred is also a descendant of war. He shared the same blood. And he is with Song. Nephice frowned. It seemed that she indeed had not put too much weight into Mordred's presence in Antarctica. Really, she couldn't be blamed. Although Sonny and Cassie had told her about their experiences in the Night Temple and the Kingdom of Hope, she had not lived through those trials herself. She had not experienced the suffocating horror of being locked in a citadel with that monster, watching as the number of his victims grew while the number of survivors dwindled. Eventually, Nephice shrugged. It doesn't really matter, does it? Sonny stared at her with a dark expression. I think it does. Why wouldn't it? Neff sighed. What do I care if Valor wins or loses? I just need to survive. If they win and I help them, my status within the clan will grow. If they lose and I survive, it will grow even more simply because there will be fewer powerful warriors for the clan to lean on. In their absence, my importance will grow. Either way, many members of both Valor and Song will die. As she spoke the last words, white sparks ignited in her eyes. Suddenly, the interior of the APC seemed to be filled with incinerating heat. Nephi's had been acting strangely placid for a long time, so Sunny almost forgot how frightening her murderous obsession was. He looked at her, surprised by that cold logic. Well, she was right, in a way. But it matters to me, though. Nephi blinked a couple of times, startled, then looked at him in confusion. Why? Sunny frowned. Because these people that are going to die are supposed to be protecting the refugees from the hordes of nightmare creatures. Who is going to do that if the bastards all kill each other? Neff seemed as if she didn't know what to say. She remained silent for a long time, then sighed. I wouldn't put my faith in the great clans. Doing so will only lead to ruin. Sunny chuckled, thinking how funny that sounded coming from her. Shaking his head, he then looked at Cassie, who had been silent until now. What about you? What do you think? Any helpful visions of the future? Cassie smiled weakly. No. No helpful visions. She touched her hair, and then suddenly said, Oh, but I think that you should check on Rain. Sunny flinched. His eyes widened. Why? Have you seen something? Cassie tilted her head, then paled slightly and looked away in embarrassment. Ah. I'm sorry. I worded that poorly, I think. No, I haven't seen anything. It's just that we are going to venture deep into the wilderness, and who knows what will happen next. Chances are, we're not going to have access to the network for a while, so, you mentioned that you're exchanging messages, and she might get worried. Sunny stared at the blind girl for a few moments, flabbergasted. Standing up, he picked up the plates and walked away to clean them. Gods, think before you speak next time, alright? You almost gave me a heart attack, damn it. Go to sleep, you too. Nephi and Cassie climbed into the sleeping niches while he washed the dishes. Once that was done, Sunny threw an irritated look at the niche where the blind girl was sleeping and grimaced. She is right, though. I might not be able to send a message to Rain for a while. Settling in the pilot's chair, he took out his communicator and checked his messages. To his relief, Rain was perfectly fine. She was going to school, training, and showing zero symptoms of being infected by the nightmare spell. Soul Serpent was with her, as well, so Sunny allowed himself to calm down. He stared at the screen of the communicator for a while, then sighed and started typing. Yeah, I'm doing well. Naturally. Remember that promotion I wrote about? Well, I am a glorified pencil pusher now. Most of my duties have to do with confirming requisition requests and forwarding letters. Honestly, it's driving me crazy. Scouting the wild expanses of the southern quadrant alone was much more fun. Anyway, I've been thinking about this and that recently. Like what I want to do with my life, and how I'm not that young anymore. Stupid stuff like that. So, this is what I was thinking about. As he typed the long message, the cold sun slowly moved across the sky outside the APC, never falling behind the horizon. The day never seemed to end, but time was flowing by. Soon, the forces of two great clans were going to meet in the wilderness of East Antarctica. The outcome of their ill-fated clash could very well decide the fate of the dying continent. Chapter 1181-3 Armies. Chapter 1181-3 Armies. Sunny climbed to the roof of the APC and looked at the ravaged plain of East Antarctica, which stretched in all directions as far as the eye could see. He could have sent his shadows instead, but on a day like today, Sunny wanted to see it all with his own eyes. The ground was gray, and the stormy sky was gray, too. The ribbons of shallow brooks and the distant lakes were dark, resembling lead. The world seemed to have grown deathly silent, like a predator preparing to lunge at its prey. The air was brimming with suffocating tension. In front of him, at some distance, an abandoned outpost could be seen, tilted, and with its alloy walls ripped open. There was an ugly black rift of a nightmare gate shimmering with darkness in front of the desolate fortress, and near it, indifferent to the maddening whispers of the call, a small figure could be seen, sitting on the ground. It was hard to tell anything about the figure from that distance, except for the fact that it was a human. Surrounding the outpost from 3 directions, 3 armies were preparing to advance. The Great Clan Valor, the Great Clan Song, and the hastily assembled government force that was supposed to mediate a compromise, through effort and a bit of luck or misfortune, depending on how one looked at it. All of them had reached the Nightmare Gate on the same day. Then again, maybe it was part of some insane calculation. The gate was situated at the very border between the territories of the 2 clans, and at that point, Sunny wouldn't be surprised by anything. He was still with the war party of Clan Valor. The awakened warriors had already disembarked from the transports, and were now silently assembling into a battle formation. Those that would be fighting on foot were positioned at the center, and those that rode echo mounts were assembled at the flanks. 5 people stood in front of the loose phalanx: Morgan, Maddock, Nephice, St. Tyrus, and the Summer Knight. Opposite them was a much larger force. Sunny could not really see, but he knew that Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, Dire Fawn, and Sishan were leading it. Behind them were the awakened warriors of Song, and, surrounding the awakened, was a sea of enthralled nightmare creatures. Countless thralls were standing motionlessly, as if frozen in place. It was eerie and deeply disturbing to see the abominable monsters acting so subdued and obedient. The government force was by far the smallest of the 3, numbering just 100 awakened or so. Even though they were too far away to make out details, Sunny felt an overpowering sense of unease radiating from their small formation. Well, they were right to feel scared. Not only could the plain soon become a battlefield, but the abandoned outpost and the Nightmare Gate in front of it were deep within the hunting grounds of a corrupted titan. The creature was nowhere in sight, for now, but there was no guarantee that it would not arrive soon, attracted by the smell of human souls and spilled blood. What a disaster! Sunny was full of hatred toward the great clans. His contempt was justly earned, too. He had personally killed many members of Song and Valor, be it through sabotage or with his own hands. And yet, he was not happy to see them preparing to slaughter each other. He was not sad, either. Just resigned. In any case, there was no place for useless emotions right now. Sunny had to steel himself and prepare to do what was needed. Neither army seemed to be moving. The wind was picking up, and the lonely figure in front of the Nightmare Gate remained motionless, as if inviting them to approach. After a while, several people separated from the formation of the government awakened and walked forward. As if it were a signal, Morgan took a step forward. The rest of the Valor leaders followed her, and after hesitating for a bit, Sunny jumped down from the APC and hurried to join them. As he left the formation, he glanced at Cassie, who had stayed back and was flanked by 2 Knights of Valor. The blind girl seemed calm, but he could see her hands trembling slightly. Leaving her behind, Sunny caught up with Morgan and the rest. Nephice and Tyrus looked at him with inscrutable expressions, but the princess herself seemed amused by his decision to involve himself in the negotiation. "Master Sunless, how nice of you to join us." He glanced at her darkly and shrugged. "Well, my boss is over there. What else am I supposed to do?" Morgan chuckled, seemingly unbothered by the fact that she and all her people could very well die today. In fact, she looked almost excited. "Indeed. And what does a government agent like yourself think about the situation?" Sunny frowned. "First of all, I am not a government agent. I just volunteered my services to the evacuation army for the duration of the Antarctica campaign. Secondly, I think that all of you have lost your minds." Sunny had a lot of thoughts about what was happening, but it all boiled down to the fact that he still did not clearly understand the motives of the great clans. From his point of view, this whole despicable war was pure lunacy. Which meant a lot, coming from him. Even if Sunny considered the desire of the sovereigns to expand their domains, many things still didn't make any sense. The timing of the conflict, the wasteful strategies, the excessive urgency of their actions, neither Valor nor Song were behaving normally. They were not fools, so there had to be something wrong with their heads, surely. Morgan smiled. "Lost our minds? Ah, I see. I guess it would indeed look like that, from the sidelines." Her smile disappeared, replaced by cold ruthlessness. "However, I can assure you, It is the world that has gone mad, not us. After that strange remark, there was no more time to talk. The nightmare gate drew nearer, and finally, Sunny could see who was waiting calmly in its shadow. It was a slender young man clad in a suit of dark armor, with pale skin and raven-black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His most striking feature, though, were his eyes, which didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. Mordred had been crouching on the ground, his expression calm and reserved. Noticing the approaching emissaries, he slowly rose and looked at them with cold intensity. Sunny expected a familiar grin to appear on the lips of the Prince of Nothing, but instead, Mordred remained strangely impassive. Then, finally, a corner of his mouth bent upward in a dark, joyless smile. "You finally arrived." Chapter 1182 Good Show. Chapter 1182 Good Show. You finally arrived. Three groups of people stared at Mordred with different expressions. First were the emissaries of valor. Morgan and Maddock kept their emotions in check, while Skytide and Summer Night seemed grim. Nephice was her usual indifferent self, but there was a hint of curiosity hidden in the depths of her calm gray eyes. The emissaries of Song were less reserved. Beastmaster was looking at Mordred with barely contained anger, as were Dire Fong and Silent Stalker. The first was just as he had been, somber and savage-looking, while the latter was an unassuming and elegant woman in black leather armor. Her beautiful face was inexpressive, but there was deep contempt in her strange feline eyes. Seishan was the calmest of them. She wasn't even looking at Mordred, instead studying the faces of the champions of valor. Jet was standing behind her quietly. Lastly, there were the representatives of the government. Sunny shifted uncomfortably. What? What the hell are they doing here? Saint Cior was, of course, leading the small delegation, but there were two familiar figures behind him. Kai and Effie had somehow ended up as the escorts of the government transcendent, and were now looking at the Prince of Nothing darkly. They had never met Mordred, but the echoes of his actions had impacted them, both before the second nightmare and within it. There were a couple more government masters with Wake of Ruins, as well, but Sunny did not know them. Why did he have to bring those two here? Sunny frowned, then silently separated from the Valor emissaries and went to stand behind Saint Cior, shoulder to shoulder with Kai. Jet did the same, taking a place beside Effie. In the silence that followed, Mordred's words hung in the cold air. The Prince of Nothing lingered for a few moments, and then looked at Morgan with those strange, mirror-like eyes. Sister. Sunny had long noticed that Morgan never used the word brother when speaking about Mordred. In fact, when the reflection addressed her as sister, she seemed to have been enraged. He expected a similar reaction this time, too, but instead, Morgan smiled coldly. I have to say, I am impressed. I never imagined that you would dare to face me with your actual body. I've always regretted that I wasn't there to cut it, the last time. Mordred looked down at himself, then raised his head and stared at his younger sister. Oh, this thing? Yes, it is a bit reckless of me to use it, isn't it? But then again, it's not every day that I get to meet my family. I thought that if I was going to kill you, I should do it with my own two hands. Sunny tilted his head a little, suddenly distracted. Come to think of it, how did Mordred's own body end up here? His original one had been destroyed by Clan Valor, but the spell had to have created a new one for him after the second nightmare. Nevertheless, it would have been incredibly hard for the Prince of Nothing to arrive in Antarctica unnoticed while wearing his own face. Taking the body of someone like Ascended Bast would have been both easier and smarter. Unless. Assuming that Mordred's body could survive while his soul was wandering someplace else, he could have just stored it somewhere and then retrieved it at the right moment. He could have even carried it with him using a special memory, or maybe an unknown facet of his power. Suddenly, Sunny felt a cold chill running down his spine. Did Mordred have a collection of human bodies he carried around in some strange mirror dimension, like a macabre wardrobe of flesh? That sounded exactly like something the madman would do. As he was thinking, Beastmaster suddenly spoke, her voice so friendly that it actually sounded terrifying. I am very sorry to interrupt this touching family reunion, but, at the risk of sounding petty, could I maybe receive some explanations? Prince Mordred, if I may, why couldn't you just follow the damned plan? Don't tell me that you've been secretly working for your father this whole time. That would be such a disappointment. Mordred remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the alluring saint with a somber expression. It is nothing like that. Please accept my sincere apologies. During the battle to conquer Black Skull, the warriors of valor became suspicious of my identity. So, I had no choice but to act. Beastmaster studied his face with doubt. It seemed that she was not convinced by that rather logical explanation. However, it was not like anyone could disprove Mordred's words, and, in fact, he had no reasonable motive to lie or sabotage their plans. Doing so would have been madness. Mordred sighed. I understand why you might be angry and distrustful, my lady. But please believe me, my intention is and always has been to help your mother achieve victory over clan valor. My family has to pay for what they've done to me. There's no one who wants to see them fall more than me. I would have followed the plan if there was the smallest chance of success, but now, well, all I could do was offer you my blade. He turned to face Morgan and snarled. And use it to cut the down. Mordred's voice sounded flawlessly impassioned and sincere. It was so compelling, actually, that Sunny almost believed him. Of course, he knew better than to trust a single word coming out of the lying bastard's mouth. Morgan scoffed. You blade? What can you even do with a blade? She unsheathed her own sword and leaned on it, smiling. Come on, show me. There was something very strange about that sword. Sunny had never seen it before, and he suddenly felt chills when looking at the austere double-edged blade. Mordred stared at the sword, as well, his expression growing bleak. After a few moments, he said quietly, I guess he is watching, then. Then, his lips suddenly twisted into a dark grin. Well, in that case, let's give him a good show. With that, the air around him suddenly rippled, and 6 mirror shards became visible, hovering above the ground. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Reflections. Transcendent, all of them? Then, the mirror shards suddenly glinted, transforming into human figures. Nephi's finally showed a reaction, white flames ignited in her eyes. There, surrounding Mordred, now stood 6 people. As he smiled, the reflections of Whispering Blade, Summer Night, Sky Tide, Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, and Dire Fong smiled with him. Chapter 1183 One Short Word. Chapter 1183 One Short Word. 6 reflections, 6 transcendent beasts. All assuming the shape of the saints of the great clans. Sunny felt cold as he looked at the smiling faces of the simulacrums. And Mordred's face. The rest of the emissaries seemed just as shaken as he was, even if some managed to hide their emotions better than others. The representatives of valor were, understandably, grim. Even Morgan's composure cracked for a split second, revealing a hint of weakness. Saint Cor's pale face grew even more ashen. But even the Saints of Song appeared startled by Mordred's unexpected show of power. It seemed that they did not know the extent of his abilities as well as they had thought they did. For a few long moments, there was nothing but chilling silence. Then, Morgan spat, her voice full of contempt. Am I supposed to be impressed? What a neat trick. Bravo. Mordred's smile only widened. It was at that moment that Wake of Ruin finally took a step forward and spoke. Enough. What madness is this? The emissaries of the 2 clans looked at him with unfriendly expressions. Mordred did, too, and the 6 reflections turned their heads in perfect synchronicity. The sight of them acting that way was deeply disturbing, especially since the mirror creatures wore familiar, smiling faces. Wake of Ruin scowled, and the subtle scent of slaughter that always followed him intensified. I won't pretend to have authority over your actions, awakened of song and valor, but I am your elder. No matter what benefits you hope to receive from this battle, I know that your losses will be much greater. You know it too. This world of ours has withstood 5 decades of the nightmare spell, and your families rose from that chaos. The reason they have endured while countless others were destroyed is not strength. There were others who possessed strength, but foresight and restraint. So, lower your swords. His grating voice echoes above the plain, making the mighty saints of the great clans listen. Even Madoc, the oldest and most powerful among them, seemed to have some respect for Saint Cor, who came from the first generation. Still, Whispering Blade was not someone who lowered his head. This conflict won't be decided with words, Wake of Ruin. Too much is at stake. Saint Cor gritted his teeth. Ah, yes. The rulers will it, so blood must be spilled. However, you are not barbarians. You are the legacy clans, so act like it. Don't you have traditions and protocols for just these kinds of situations? The honorable duel, to death if need be. Why waste the lives of your kin and soldiers when the quarrel can be resolved by two champions? He glared darkly at Madoc and Beastmaster, and then said, Or are you not certain of your strength? His words seemed to have an effect. Sonny held his breath, not even daring to think whether a peaceful, comparatively, resolution was really possible. One person dying was infinitely better than numerous awakened warriors slaughtering each other. So many problems would go away if the damned great clans agreed with the proposal of Saint Cor. He was old and wise, after all. He had seen and survived more than any of them. He must have seen a fair share of such duels, as well. If only Morgan and Beastmaster were able to swallow their pride and agree to a compromise? However, Sonny just could not see Morgan backing off after being provoked by her brother. She had been waiting for an opportunity to make Song bleed for too long. Damnation! But if she did, then, following the same logic, wouldn't it mean that Beastmaster had no reason to accept the duel? Wake of Ruin let out a small, almost unnoticeable sigh of relief and turned to the emissaries of Song. Morgan of Valor has agreed to be the champion in the honorable duel. Who will your champion be, daughters of Song? Curse it all! Beastmaster remained silent for a few long moments, looking at Morgan with a soft smile. She seemed to be contemplating something. Then, she answered simply, no. That short word sounded like the horn of the apocalypse to Sonny. Wake of Ruin froze. What? What do you? Beastmaster took a step forward, the same soft smile illuminating her stunningly beautiful face. I said no. There will be no duel. There will be no compromise. There will be no foresight and restraint. No more deals, no more alliances. Only bloodshed. Only war. How does that sound, Morgan? Doesn't it sound nice? She might have considered a duel if her side was not overwhelmingly stronger. But with the 6 transcendent reflections Mordred had somehow nurtured, the scales of power between Valor and Song had become tilted too much in favor of Song. In the end, it was those reflections that made the compromise impossible. Sonny's eyes widened. That bastard. Wake of Ruin hesitated. Don't be unreasonable. However, he was interrupted by Morgan herself. Enough. Her face was pale, but her vermilion eyes burned with sharp, piercing fury. You want war, worms? Good. I like it. I'll show you war. Chapter 1180 for the final argument. Chapter 1180 for the final argument. Just like that, and, perhaps, just as expected, the last opportunity to avoid disaster slipped away from their grasp. Saint Cor desperately tried to salvage the situation, but it was hopeless. The armies of both clans were fully prepared to annihilate the enemy, and perhaps be annihilated themselves, on that cold November day. Their bloodlust could not be quenched with words. The fates of countless civilians were about to be decided on a battlefield where humans would be killing other humans, not the nightmare creatures. No. There would be nightmare creatures, too. A sea of abominations would be killing humans on the orders of a saint. Somehow, that fact made the whole situation even sadder. The gods and the demons had fought side by side against the unknown, too, but, in the end, they slaughtered each other. The battle did not start immediately. Sonny half expected the emissaries to lunge forward without wasting even a single second, but after exchanging murderous gazes, they simply turned around to return to their soldiers. The cold sky was full of heavy clouds, plunging the world into gray twilight. The leaders of the two armies were leaving to prepare for battle. Mordred stared at the backs of Morgan and Maddock for a few moments, then threw a quick glance at Sunny and smiled. With that, he left with Sishan, and his reflections followed. Wake of Ruin was motionless, looking at the ground. Somehow, he looked older than usual. A heavy sigh escaped from the saint's lips. Ah, the world is changing too quickly. Or is it me who can't keep up anymore? He lingered for a few moments, then looked at the ascendant of the evacuation army with a heavy gaze. Wake of Ruin hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but then simply shook his head. Withdraw. The ascendant shifted, preparing to follow his command. But Sunny didn't. Instead, he grimaced and took a step away, in the direction where the emissaries of valor were walking. Noticing his movement, Saint Cor frowned. What do you think you're doing, young man? Sunny stopped and looked at him calmly. What am I doing? I'm doing my best to make sure that as many people as possible are evacuated safely. That's the mission I signed up for when I joined the first evacuation army. What are you doing? The old saint stared at him incredulously. Then, sparks of dark anger ignited in his eyes. Standing under the wrathful gaze of a saint was nothing short of suffocating. Don't question my determination, Major Sunless. The government has never broken its neutrality. That is the only way to sustain this world. That is how we prevent it from being destroyed and how we save lives. Sunny truly respected Wake of Ruin. No matter how unpleasant the government transcendent was, he had nothing but admiration for the old man. However, he was fed up with empty words. Glaring at Saint Cor without looking away, Sunny gritted his teeth. Tell that to the millions of people who died in Falcon Scott. Tell that to the families of the soldiers who died under my command. Go tell the people who are going to die because we did nothing today that their lives were sacrificed for the sake of your damned neutrality. Better yet, go to the outskirts and explain to the people there how the government is sustaining them. Or don't, to be honest, I don't care. I'm still going to fight. Wake of Ruin grimaced. You foolish brat, don't be blinded by short-term benefits. We can get involved today, but what will happen tomorrow? What will happen a year from today, 10 years? Stand down. The saint was seriously angry. For a moment, Sunny even felt as if his life was in danger. But then, suddenly, Jet calmly walked away from the government ascendant and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Saint Cor scowled. Reaper, what the hell are you? Jet shook her head. Calm down, old man. Sunny is right, we can't compromise and bide our time anymore. You said it yourself, the world is changing. Old tactics won't work. Going forward, there won't be any easy decisions. Before he could answer, she looked at Sunny and added. And you, watch your tone. The old man is right, too. If the government decides to start openly choosing sides, there won't be a government in a few months. Can you imagine what will happen next? Sunny blinked, while Saint Cor pierced her with a cold look. You say these things, but you're standing by his side. Am I missing something? Jet shrugged and grinned. Well, it would be scandalous if the legendary Wake of Ruin fought under the banner of clan valor. But, a couple of renegade masters? No one will bat an eye. The government must stay neutral, but that doesn't mean that I have to. I am my own person, after all. Or have you forgotten that fact? Her voice was calm and friendly, but the last words sounded cold. It was as if the temperature of the air around them dropped by a couple degrees. Saint Cor shook his head. Don't do anything stupid, Jet. But she simply stared at him silently for a few moments, unmoved. Eventually, Wake of Ruin grimaced and turned away. He didn't say anything more, either. But somehow, it felt as though their silence conveyed too much meaning. As the old saint walked away, Kai and Effie looked at Sunny with tense expressions. He could understand a lot from their eyes, as well. It was as though the three of them were having a silent conversation. But in the end, Sunny just shook his head. He knew what his friends wanted to do. They were willing to join him not for any poignant reason, but simply because he was their friend. Nephi and Cassie were, too. But, considering how things went, many people could die today. Someone had to stay alive to pick up the pieces. So, he silently sent them away. Maybe it was a bit hypocritical of him to refuse their help after proclaiming that he would do anything in his power to save as many people as possible. But Effie and Kai were people, too. He wanted to save them, as well. So, they left with Saint Cor. Sunny and Jet, meanwhile, hurried to catch up with the retreating emissaries of Valor. When they did, he suddenly felt cold and confused. Sunny had decided to help one of the sides achieve as clean of a victory as possible. But, with how things had turned out, was it even possible for Valor to win? From the looks of it, it was Song who held an overwhelming advantage. If anything, he should be helping them. Full of uneasy thoughts, Sunny stole a glance at Morgan. She must have understood how desperate her army's situation was, as well. He had expected to see a grim expression on her face, fear, even. But, to his surprise, Morgan was walking while hiding a satisfied smile. Sunny's eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell is she smiling about? Chapter 1185 Before the Battle Starts. Chapter 1185 Before the Battle Starts. They returned to the army of the great clan Valor. The rows of squires were standing under the dull sky, with dozens of knights placed loosely throughout the formation. Most of them wore suits of masterfully crafted plate armor, some holding shields. Surprisingly, very few had already summoned their weapons, as if waiting for something. Looking at the hundreds of awakened who were calmly preparing for battle, Sunny couldn't help but feel a strange incongruity. This was not the largest military force he had seen, by far. During the Antarctica campaign, Sunny had witnessed great masses of human warriors clash with boundless hordes of abominations. Tens or thousands of soldiers and scores of hulking MWPs, supported by numerous turrets, artillery vehicles, and thunderous railguns that rained fire on the enemy. The armies of the two great clans were modest, in comparison. There were maybe 2,000 awakened gathered on the gloomy plain, with a scattering of echoes supporting them. There was the dark river of nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster, as well, but overall, it all seemed strangely insignificant in scope and scale. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that the small number of warriors in front of him were much more dire of a force than any he had seen before. And then there were the Saints. Whispering Blade, Sky Tide, Summer Night. Beastmaster, Silent Stalker, Dire Fong. Mordred's Reflections, Morgan's Echoes. There were Sunny and Nephi as well. This is going to be a massacre. Sunny was not a member of Clan Valor, and as such, he was not familiar with the nuances of their training. Not really knowing where to place himself, he simply walked over to where Nephi and Cassie were standing. Jet followed, summoning an unfamiliar glaive. Coincidentally, that placed them near Morgan, as well. The Princess of War gave them a curious look. Master Sunless, Master Jet, what a nice surprise to see you here. Have you decided to keep us company today? She briefly glanced at Nephi and smiled. Sunny lingered for a bit, then shrugged. Yes. We have our reasons. Jet was more direct. Looking at Morgan with a carefree expression, she nodded. Indeed. Someone has to keep you bastards alive, so that you could keep everyone else alive. Morgan stared at her for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Well said. With that, she seemed to have lost interest in the two of them. A hurricane of white sparks suddenly rose around her, and one after another, echoes started to manifest themselves on the barren soil of East Antarctica. Sunny recognized some of them, but some he saw for the first time. All in all, there were 20 transcendent creatures under Morgan's control, including the familiar tortoise with a stone fort on its carapace. This time, it seemed, the towering creature was not going to be used as a mobile command center. Instead, Awakened armed with bows and possessing sorceress aspects climbed into the fort, turning the echo into a walking siege tower. Not too long ago, Sunny had been stunned by the sight of Morgan's transcendent echoes. However, now that he had seen Mordred's reflections, they did not seem so domineering anymore. More than that, the daughters of Ki Song had to possess a few powerful echoes of their own, without a doubt. They had an overwhelming advantage in this battle, both in terms of low-level combatants and dreadful powerhouses. Song was far ahead of Valor. The only disadvantage they had was that Beastmaster, despite her diabolical power, was no match for Whispering Blade in a direct confrontation. Was that what Morgan was betting on? How was she planning to win? He hesitated for a few moments, then went ahead and asked. Not to sound presumptuous, Lady Morgan, but isn't our situation a bit too hopeless? She glanced at him, then smiled darkly. Her vermilion eyes seemed to shine in the gloomy twilight of the cloudy day. Hopeless? Ah, on the contrary, Master Sunless. The situation can be said to be in our favor. Morgan looked in the direction where the forces of Song were making their final preparations and shook her head. Were you that impressed by the little trick that person pulled? Don't be. Those reflections of his are not as dangerous as they might seem. You see, human saints can be considered transcendent beasts, but they are so much more than that by virtue of being human. Those mirror creatures, however, are just that, creatures. And as such, they are bound by the same limitations. Her expression grew cold as she continued. In other words, while the reflections can copy the appearance, attributes, and even aspect abilities of a saint, they can't copy that which makes humans unique among beasts. Most importantly of all, they can only possess the same level of intelligence as a beast creature would. Have you noticed how they seem to repeat everything that he did? That is because, while powerful, they are nearly mindless at that stage. Unless controlled directly by their creator, these reflections can pose a serious threat, but not nearly as serious of a threat as actual saints would. Sunny looked at her with a frown. What Morgan said made sense. The reflections could copy the powers of a saint, but they could not become a saint. The mirror beast he had faced on the Reckoning Island was vastly different, and much more dangerous, because it was a devil. Its intelligence had not been inferior to that of a human. Still, 6 reflected saints, no matter how mindless, were incomparably more powerful than 6 transcendent beasts would have been. Because they, too, possessed aspect powers of the humans they reflected. Noticing his doubt, Morgan smiled. Don't be so concerned, Master Sunless. I was surprised by their appearance, as well. Without the reflections, I'd say that our victory was all but assured. With them added to the board, well, I guess that each side has an equal chance to prevail. All that remains is to fight. Either we win, or we lose. The outcome of the battle will be decided by nothing except the personal strength, skill, and resolve of those fighting. Ah, what a brilliant day! Chapter 1186 Final Preparations. Chapter 1186 Final Preparations. Morgan studied the distant army of Song and inhaled deeply. Then, her face grew slightly somber. There are countless nuances to war, Master Sunless, but at its core, war is simple. All there is to it is power, and application of power. The former is important, but the latter is more so. There is no point in being strong if one can't properly exert their strength, after all. The daughters of Ki Song might think that they possess more power, but look at them. I have them exactly where I wanted them, even if the path to this moment was not what I expected it to be. Ah, but that is another thing. One has to be flexible when waging war. Rigid things are always the first to break. With a chill, Sunny realized that Morgan had been acting throughout the entire attempt at negotiations. She had never wanted the duel to happen. She had never wanted to avoid the battle. Instead, all she had wanted was to lure the enemy into committing to it. In the end, it was Beastmaster who insisted on proceeding with the battle, thinking that she had forced Morgan into a corner. He shook his head in amazement. Why is everyone in that family so devious? Well, it was not like he had anything to complain about. Morgan had said a lot of things, but conveniently failed to actually answer his question and explain what exactly gave her the confidence to face the superior force of Clan Song on the battlefield. Still, her confidence was a good sign for him. Sunny let out a sigh. Now, all he had to decide was how far he was willing to go to ensure that Valor achieved a sweeping victory. What was he willing to show? and what was he willing to hide? The unpleasant answer was rather simple: Sonny had no right to hide anything. He had to give it his all unless he wanted to make every decision he had made thus far meaningless. Even if abandoning his pretenses might end up putting him in danger. It was time to go all out. Morgan, meanwhile, turned to her soldiers and smiled. Her voice echoed across the plain, sounding as sharp as a sword leaving its scabbard. Warriors of valor. Today, we sanctify this field with blood. Have no fear. Have no mercy. Have no doubt. The 1,000 awakened roared, and as they did, Morgan coldly looked at the knights among them and gave a small nod. In the next moment, something strange happened. Sharp steel flashed, and a dozen dead bodies fell to the ground, awash in blood. It happened so fast that no one even had a chance to react. Morgan shook her head slightly and said with contempt, "Did she really think that I wouldn't find her thralls?" Then, she looked at the frozen soldiers with murderous determination, unsheathed her strange sword, and yelled, "The traitors are dead. Be strong. Be sharp. Be my sword." And as she did, the dim twilight was suddenly illuminated by a myriad of scarlet sparks. A hurricane of them, much larger than the one produced by manifesting echoes, surrounded Morgan like a river of blood. From that river, hundreds of swords slowly appeared, hovering above ground. All of them were memories, and of considerable power at that. No sword was the same as the rest, each possessing a unique form, shape, and presence. And there was something strange about these swords, too, just like there was about the one she was holding in her hand. Sonny stared at the cloud of swords, stunned, until he noticed a common detail that all of them shared. Each had a symbol of an anvil pierced through by a sword either etched on its blade or engraved on its pommel. All of those are forged memories. Sonny watched as countless swords suddenly flew in different directions, each landing in the hand of an awakened warrior. And as he did, he felt that he knew what these swords were, and who had created them. Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. These swords had to be a conduit of his domain, or at least a manifestation of his aspect ability. Nephice received a silvery longsword, and Cassie received a slender rapier. Sonny and Jet, though, did not receive anything. Which was, honestly, a relief. While the two of them were observing the grandiose bestowal of swords with guarded expressions, Morgan turned to them and smiled. "Master Sunless, Master Jet, if there are any preparations you want to make, I suggest that you make them now. We are about to begin." Jet silently leaned on her glaive, showing that she was already as prepared as she wanted to be. Sonny, on the other hand, did have a few things to do. With a sigh, he called upon several memories. The Sin of Solace, the Dying Wish, the Shadow Lantern, and Morgan's Warbow. When scarlet sparks swarmed around his hand, Morgan tilted her head slightly, as if surprised. When the black bow manifested itself, however, one of her eyebrows shot up. The princess gave him a strange look. "That is a curious bow you have there, Master Sunless." Sonny glanced at it and smiled. "Ah, yes. I might have forgotten to mention, but you sort of stole my heart once, Lady Morgan. It was a truly memorable day. Well, at least for me." The expression on her face was hard to describe, but it became even more incredulous when Sonny threw the bow into the air. "Wait, you are..." A moment later, a hand in a black armored gauntlet suddenly rose from his shadow and grabbed it. Two crimson flames ignited in the darkness, and then, a towering figure in a fearsome suit of onyx armor stepped from the shadow, her silhouette both graceful and frightening. Saint remained motionless, observing the distant army of the great clan song with utter indifference. Then, a demonic black steed rose from the shadows, wreathed in darkness. Nightmare lowered his head, light reflecting on his adamantine horns. Lastly, a small fiendish creature made entirely of black steel appeared, staring at the horde of enthralled nightmare creatures with unmistakable hunger. Shadows moved, flowing onto Sonny's body. As they did, the light of day suddenly seemed darker and less substantial around them. He placed the Sin of Solace on his shoulder and looked at Morgan. "Now, I'm ready." Erdiel's Note, Damn, Badass, Chapter 1187 Battle of the Black Skull, 1. Chapter 1187 Battle of the Black Skull 1. There were a lot of startled glances directed at Sonny. Of course, it couldn't be helped even though he was a master, thus receiving a certain amount of respect and veneration from all awakened. The warriors of a great clan still tended to treat government soldiers with a bit of disdain. Watching a mere government envoy, no matter how distinguished, pull out two transcendent devils and a terror out of nowhere must have been a bit of a shock for them. Especially because of how unlike the retainers of valor Sonny looked. He was neither tall nor physically imposing, and in fact appeared more slender than athletic. In addition, while pretty much everyone around him was clad in a suit of heavy plate armor, he wore only a light tunic and a pair of dainty silk shoes. It was almost as if Sonny was not taking the situation seriously, or was powerful enough to be able to disregard the protection of durable armor despite the dire danger of the situation. There was one intangible quality, though, that convinced the warriors of valor that it was the latter rather than the former. Presence. Space around her. Presence was often hard to describe, but it was not a secret that saints possessed a certain presence about them, and the most powerful of masters did, too. Like Jet, who emanated an illusory aura of cold, or Nephi's, who sometimes seemed to illuminate the space around her. Presence was often hard to describe, but it was unmistakable. And the feeling Sonny gave off when he got serious was of the dark, cold, and deeply frightening variety. Like staring into the eyes of your killer, or maybe even of death itself. So, the warriors of valor were more than a little surprised. Obviously, Morgan was surprised the most. He stared at Sonny for a few long moments with a somewhat comical expression, then slowly shook her head and turned away. "You are a man who is full of surprises, Master Sunless. This is a good thing. We might need to pull off a miracle or two today, in order to survive." No matter how amused and curious she was, now was not the time to engage in these kinds of emotions. The battle was about to start. In fact, it was already starting. The government forces had withdrawn, but remained at a distance to observe the clash. The two armies were moving now. On the side of Son, a tide of nightmare creatures surged forward, and, shielded by it, the awakened followed. Sonny could not see the reflections in the saints, but he knew that they were out there, somewhere. Ready to strike. On the side of valor, the mounted warriors shook the ground as they moved forward, gaining speed for a devastating charge. The phalanx of awakened marched forward behind them, in perfect synchronicity, their formation like a wall of steel. Whispering blades suddenly seemed to disappear. Saint Tyrus rose into the air, assuming the form of the steel-winged thunderbird. The wind roared as she flew forward, and lightning danced around her body. Summer Knight was at the tip of the wedge formation of the charging cavalry, his lance shining with resplendent light. Saint was galloping atop Nightmare side by side with him, drawing her bow with calm grace. Gods! Sonny was pulled forward, as well, following Nephi and Morgan. Jet and Cassie were near them, both with grim expressions on their faces. Only Imp seemed unaffected by the dreadful scale and meaning of the scene in front of them, scurrying forward with a wicked grin. "We are really doing it, aren't we?" As soon as he thought it, the world shook. Not too far ahead, a cloud of arrows rose from the ranks of Son's awakened, followed by a swarm of winged abominations. All of them shot toward Sky Tide, aiming to intercept her. At the same time, the charging cavalry clashed with the sea of nightmare creatures. Just as it did, a swift black silhouette suddenly emerged from the mass of them and descended on Sir Gilead. In a flash of claws of crimson eyes, Sonny made out the figure of a giant, monstrous panther that had swiped at the Saint's Echo Mount with her claws. Silent Stalker had finally shown her transformation ability. Then, there was only chaos. A battle between awakened could not be controlled, simply because of the nature of the people participating in it. Each of the soldiers possessed unique abilities and skills derived from them. No general, no matter how talented, could truly calculate and effectively guide such a great number of unpredictable variables. It was as though 2,000 devils were unleashed onto the desolate plain, burning with the murderous desire to destroy each other. All that the leaders of the two armies could do was set certain tactics in motion and hope for the best. And fight. In the War of Awakened, the personal valor of the combatants was much more important than in a battle of mundane soldiers, or even in one against nightmare creatures. which meant that a single individual's contribution could also exert great influence on the outcome. This was what Sunny hoped for, at least. However, watching Valor Cavalry collide with Beastmaster's thralls, he was suddenly not sure if anything he could do would make a difference. Of course, it can. There aren't that many masters here, and among them, only Nephice and Mordred can be compared to me. With my shadows, I am almost as valuable as a saint, so I need to throw these doubts away and fight. As the havoc of the bloody melee drew nearer, threatening to swallow the battle formation of Valor, Sunny suddenly heard the exhilarated voice of the Sin of Solace laughing in his ear. Fight, 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 all you ever do is fight, but what have you achieved? Nothing. You failed your soldiers, you failed the people you wanted to protect, and on top of that, you even ended up in the exact place that you had wanted to escape. Pitiful fool, do you really think that today will be any different? Sunny could even see a shadowy figure following him, its features more distinct and pronounced than ever. He smiled crookedly. Ah, it's you. You're just in time, come on, bastard. Watch me. Then, there was no more time for idle thoughts. The cavalry had cut through the river of thralls and drowned in the ranks of Songs Awakened. The tide of abominations, meanwhile, was already mere meters away. Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the jade sword and called upon the shadows. Chapter 1188 Battle of the Black Skull, 2. Chapter 1188 Battle of the Black Skull, 2. The battle formation of Clan Valor was steadily advancing while keeping its shape, but Sunny was a poor fit for their polished tactics. Someone needed to break the momentum of the horde of the Beastmaster's thralls, anyway. There was a sea of them, ranging from pitiful dormant vermin to frightening corrupted behemoths. The charge of the cavalry had destroyed some, but countless more remained. Looking at the surging mass of abominations, Sunny couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Beastmaster, her power was truly great and terrible. But then, he could be terrible himself. As Sunny unleashed the shadows contained within his divine lantern, a tide of darkness suddenly spread from his feet, reaching into the attacking horde. A moment later, it came alive. Kill. Sunny had come a long way in his mastery of shadow manifestation. From swiping a piece of trash from his kitchen table to binding a titan and beyond, he had never stopped improving. And now, it was time to make use of all those lessons for one single purpose. Maximum devastation. The darkness came alive, and countless inky black hands suddenly rose from it. They grabbed the lunging abominations, tearing their flesh with long obsidian claws. A wide swath of the horde was instantly turned into a harrowing hellscape of moving shadows, spilling blood, and mutilated bodies. There was a cacophony of piercing shrieks and howls, too, all of them full of chilling agony. Sunny paid no attention to the reactions of the warriors of valor. His mind was in a state of battle clarity and augmented by the shroud of dusk on top of that, but still, it took every bit of his mental ability to control that many manifested shadows. He felt as though his brain was going to explode, but as a result, the destruction he had perpetrated was on such a large scale that it almost seemed like the work of some profane deity. He only maintained it for a few short seconds, not wishing to burn too much essence, but that was more than enough. The center of the horde was utterly broken, its momentum spent. Somewhere to his left, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the world, and another chunk of the thralls was swallowed by furious white flames. As soon as the darkness dissipated and the white flames dissolved, the vanguard of the Valor force, Sunny, Nephice, Morgan, and Jet, were already upon the enthralled monsters. Nephice was clad in an intricate black armor, with soft white radiance spilling from its seams. Her long sword, however, shone the brightest, cutting through the nightmare creatures like a ray of incinerating starlight. She moved with the stunning speed and ruthless elegance of a heaven-born killer. Jet was almost as deadly, although her battle style seemed much less refined. It was all about efficiency, practicality, and butchery. Even though her strikes left no marks on the bodies of her victims, the kills somehow looked more savage. Morgan, meanwhile, was like a hurricane of steel. Everything around her was cut and sliced to pieces, as if she was surrounded by a shifting field of some invisible severing force. However, there was no force, there was only Morgan herself, her body, and her sword. She was like a streak of black and vermilion, leaving misty crimson clouds in her wake. And then there was Sunny himself. This early into the battle, he was conserving his essence, so there was nothing flashy about how he fought. It was best described by the word elusive. He danced between the abominations like a shadow, easily evading the deluge of attacks and sometimes delivering swift strikes of his own. Although these strikes did not seem too powerful and only left behind small wounds, they somehow never failed to bring the creatures down. Just a few moments after the four of them dove into the horde of thralls, the battle formation of Clan Valor finally connected with the enemy. Swords rose and fell. Arrows flew. Hundreds of aspect abilities activated in unthinkable harmony. Blood spilled on the ground. Sunny was startled. What the hell is this? There was a limit to training and being familiar with the powers of your comrades. Sunny knew it better than most, since he had been a part of an awakened cohort before, and even led one for a period of time. He had been in command of large military forces, too. So, Sunny understood very well just how important synergy and synchronicity really were. Only when the cooperation between the members of a cohort reached the level where they could move as a single whole without the need for words would the cohort have a chance to survive. However, cohorts were usually small for a good reason. With how different and unpredictable aspect powers were, it was nearly impossible to bring them together in harmony, and the more awakened there were, the more difficult the task was. The difficulty grew exponentially. What the Army of Valor showed, however, was a level of unity that went beyond reason. It was not exactly perfect, but close enough to perfection to be startling. Their battle formation seemed less like hundreds of warriors fighting side by side, and more like a single being with 1,000 arms and 1,000 heads. Like a perfectly crafted war machine. It was honestly a bit frightening. Damn. Carving a bloody path through the thralls, Sunny couldn't help but pay attention to the battle formation of Clan Valor. It steadily advanced, withstanding the pressure of the horde of nightmare creatures like a moving fortress of steel. Countless abominations were dying beneath the sharp swords of the awakened warriors, and when an especially powerful creature attacked, one of the knights would step forward to face it. Arrows rained without stop. The giant tortoise was marching behind the formation, serving as a mobile fort, but even its presence could not explain how the archers were so effective in slaying the enemies without ever putting their allies in danger. It's the swords. Sunny did not have any reason to come to that conclusion, but he felt that he was right. This incredible, almost unnatural level of unity between the hundreds of awakened warriors of the great Clan Valor had to have something to do with the swords forged and bestowed on them by their sovereign. No wonder Clan Valor is famed for its battle prowess. Just how deadly would perfect cooperation be in a war? Sunny quickly adjusted his understanding of the battle, accounting for the new variable. The boon of the forged swords was, without a doubt, a powerful advantage, much more powerful than one would think. But would that boon alone be enough to turn the tide of the battle? Somehow, it didn't seem like it. No matter how Sunny looked at it, the position of Valor was still incredibly weak. What is Morgan thinking? Chapter 1190 Battle of the Black Skull, 4. Chapter 1190 Battle of the Black Skull, 4. It was growing near, the moment Sunny feared. He did not really care if Valor won or lost. All he cared about was making sure that there were enough awakened left alive in the aftermath of the battle to continue defending the siege capitals across Antarctica until the winter solstice. But for that, he needed Clan Song to be defeated in a swift and decisive fashion. Which didn't seem to be possible anymore. In fact, from what he saw, the most probable result of the battle was the one he had wanted to avoid at all costs: mutual destruction. The forces of Song were going to win, but the closer they came to victory, the more furiously the warriors of Valor would fight. In the end, it was going to be a massacre. Unless Morgan had something planned. But what could it be? Damn it, damn it. Sunny could think of only one way to quickly break the tide of the battle: eliminate Beastmaster. But the alluring saint was hidden from his sight, and so, he couldn't even attempt to attack her. In the absence of the real target, there was a secondary goal he wanted to achieve. It was not something that his calculating mind had deemed the most beneficial in the current situation, but simply something he desired. Sunny did not want to see Saint Tyrus die. So, he was intending to help her. Maybe that would force Beastmaster to keep suppressing Sky Tide without switching to other targets, as well. Currently, Sunny was in the very thick of the furious melee between the two armies. There were swords flashing and blood spilling on all sides, the terrible cacophony of the battle assaulting his ears at the same time as the vile ugliness of it all assaulted his eyes. Numerous aspects were turning the somber Antarctic plain into a feverish nightmare, and the overcast sky was on the verge of unleashing a heavy rain. In front of him, an ascendant of Clan Song easily cut down a valiant awakened of Clan Valor. He had noticed her a long time ago as she moved across the battlefield, leaving a trail of blood and death in her wake. The woman's aspect seemed to do with manipulating blood. A stream of it spiraled around her like a scarlet ribbon, sometimes shooting forward to pierce the heavy armor of her enemies as if it was paper. Their eyes met for a moment, and then, the ascended lunged into an attack. Sunny was faster. He easily dodged the scarlet ribbon, dashed forward, and deflected her sword. A split Sunny cursed, then sent essence into his legs to give them some explosive strength, broke through the bindings, and bent backwards to dodge the javelin. As a result, he avoided the attack, but ended up rolling over his shoulder. When he hit the ground, though, it felt wrong. What the hell? Sunny felt something cold and slithering move across his palm. Looking down, he saw a thin, grey worm crawling across it, with pieces of soil sticking to its translucent body. The sight of it was naturally disgusting, but more than that, it suddenly filled Sunny with fear. He gazed at the spot that he had touched to exit the roll and shivered. The soil was moving, countless worms crawling out of it like flesh maggots. It was not just that small patch of ground, either. All around them, the battlefield seemed to be rippling. The ground was seething like a liquid, full of these thin, grey worms. Suddenly, Sunny felt very cold. His mind froze for a brief moment. It could have been a manifestation of a powerful aspect ability, but the scale of it was too great to come from anyone except for a saint. There were no saints with these kinds of powers on the battlefield, though. His eyes widened. The Titan? Chapter 1191 Battle of the Black Skull, 5. Chapter 1191 Battle of the Black Skull, 5. The Nightmare Gate leading to the area of the Black Skull Citadel was located within the hunting grounds of a corrupted Titan. Sunny knew that. The Titan itself was a mysterious creature. The evacuation army did not possess a lot of information about it, simply because it was too dangerous of a task to observe the abomination. After losing several teams while trying to investigate the creature, even the elite scouts of the Special Reconnaissance Unit did not dare stalk it. All they knew about the corrupted Titan was that its movement patterns were erratic, that approaching it was suicidal, and that its powers had something to do with reanimating the dead. As long as the creature showed no sign of setting its sights on one of the siege capitals, the army simply monitored its general area of activity and kept away. Army Command had also taken steps to ensure that the corpses of the nightmare creatures slain around the siege capitals were promptly disposed of, to ensure that the Titan wouldn't be able to make use of them. However, the forces of the warring clans had brazenly invaded its territory, and now, they were about to pay the price. Sunny was sure of it. Damnation! Staring at the worm crawling across his palm, he felt time slow down. Instantly, Sunny was overwhelmed by an animalistic, panicked desire to sever his hand before it was too late. He did not know what would happen if he didn't, and was terrified to find out. He was scared. There had been a time when Sunny felt fear often. At some point, however, he had developed a pretty high tolerance to terror, maybe because he had been exposed to it too much. These days, he sometimes felt disturbed, apprehensive, and wary, but very rarely truly afraid. He couldn't help but be afraid now, though. Looking at the grey worm, it was as though Sunny had been transported to a snowy field in the Antarctic center. The feeling of absolute, overwhelming powerlessness he had experienced there, it chilled him to the bone. Curse it! With a snarl, Sunny dissolved into the shadows, allowing the worm to fall to the ground. A split second later, he reappeared a few meters away, holding his sword in a defensive stance. All around, the battlefield was changing. The worms were crawling from the ground and burrowing into the corpses of the fallen awakened and slain nightmare creatures. Moments later, the corpses started to convulse. Some were even rising, moving like broken marionettes. What? What is this? Horrified, Sunny watched as the victims of the bloody battle were being brought back to life, or rather, to a perverted semblance of life. All kinds of wild thoughts flashed through his mind, from the instinctual desire to flee to the wild idea that it was Ki Song, the Queen of Worms, had personally descending into the waking world. But no, it couldn't be her. It was simply a corrupted terror, it had to be. A creature like that was powerful, but not indestructible. Sky Tide alone had battled the winter beast for weeks, months, even. If there had been 6 more saints supporting her, the abominable creature would have undoubtedly been slain. There were currently 7 saints present on the battlefield, 6 belonging to the great clans, and Wake of Ruin. There were Sunny, Nephi's, Morgan, Mordred, and Sishan as well. There was no reason for him to. Suddenly, the ground trembled and split. Hundreds of meters away, a gargantuan head rose from below it, the head of a revolting, giant worm. It crawled from the soil as if escaping hell, its long body not really a single hole, but instead a shape created by numerous slithering grey worms sticking together. A visage so ghastly that Sunny suddenly wanted to vomit. However, he didn't. Because there were things only Sunny could see. Even though the giant body of the Titan was not an actual creature, but instead an amalgamation of countless smaller worms, he could see its soul cores. A scattering of radiant embers that continued to reveal themselves as the abominations crawled from underground. 3 were already in view, and 4 more would undoubtedly follow. Sunny felt something move in his chest, and allowed himself to be paralyzed by shock. But only for a second. Embers, embers, 7 embers. His eyes widened. Sunny was frozen for a moment, and then whispered. All there is to war is power, an application of power. One has to be flexible when waging war. I had them exactly where I wanted them. That was what Morgan had said. He shivered. Of course. A corrupted Titan would have had 7 soul cores, 7 corrupted soul cores. Its soul would have been permeated with abhorrent darkness stemming from 7 vile nodes. A transcendent Titan, if such a thing existed, would have had 7 radiant spheres of light serving as the nexuses of its vast soul. The creature in front of him, however, had neither nodes of darkness nor radiant cores. Instead, it had 7 bright embers burning within its body. Like a transcendent echo would. And Morgan had summoned 20 of those, already. For some reason, the spell was obsessed with the number 7. And, influenced by the spell, humans had begun to structure various things in 7s, as well. So, wouldn't the Princess of Valor actually possess 21 transcendent echoes? That would be only logical. Finally, several things clicked together in Sunny's mind: the reason for Morgan's unexplainable confidence, her pretense of willingness to participate in a duel that had pushed Beastmaster into committing to a battle. The fact that the corrupted Titan's hunting grounds had shifted to encompass the Black Skull Nightmare Gate right after reinforcements had been sent through it by Whispering Blade. Sunny blinked. What a devious strategy. There wasn't, and had never been, a corrupted Titan. There was only an echo of one, a transcendent echo belonging to Morgan. She had unleashed it in East Antarctica and allowed it to roam free all that time. The echo had even destroyed several human outposts and killed every scout of the evacuation army sent to investigate it, until no more scouts were sent. All to make this moment possible. The Titan Echo had been supposed to protect the Nightmare Gate and seal access to Black Skull until it was captured by Clan Valor, but Mordred bypassed the worm entirely and made those plans useless. So, Morgan was forced to shift her strategy. Instead of betting on the Black Skull Citadel to carry her to the tomb of Ariel ahead of the competition, she used it as a lure to decimate Clan Song's forces on the battlefield. She had applied her power in a way most flexible, indeed. Looking at the giant grey worm rising from the ground, Sunny suppressed a stifled laugh. What the hell, am I supposed to be happy to see this revolting thing? Chapter 1192 Battle of the Black Skull, 6. Chapter 1192 Battle of the Black Skull, 6. Before the battle, Morgan had said that she would have been certain of Valor's victory if not for Mordred's reflections. Now that her final echo had revealed itself, Sunny finally understood what she meant. The arrival of the Worm Titan instantly changed the situation on the battlefield, but even such a creature was not enough to spell certain defeat for the forces of Clansong. A mere corrupted Titan would not have been able to doom the monstrous beings gathered on the desolate Antarctic plain today, and an echo of one was tremendously powerful, but not nearly as dreadful as the real thing would have been. So, even though the situation had changed, the outcome of the battle still hung in fragile balance. The dead were rising to assist the outnumbered warriors of valor. The main body of the echo itself had to be dealt with, as well. Instead of quelling the furious bloodshed, the arrival of the abominable worm only seemed to drive the chaos to a new, inconceivable level. One thing it did manage to achieve instantly, though, was force Beastmaster to finally reveal herself. Sunny felt her presence before he saw her. It was as though an invisible hammer fell from the sky, pressing every soldier of Clan Valot into the ground. The awakened, who had been fighting with indomitable resolve up until now, suddenly staggered and swayed. Their movements grew sluggish and strained. Arg! Sunny gritted his teeth as he shook off the effects of the mental assault. Even his incredible resistance against mind attacks had been insufficient to fully deflect Beastmaster's diabolical power. The poor warriors of Clan Valor stood no chance against it. Their only saving grace was that the enchantress was forced to spread herself thin to influence 1,000 powerful awakened at the same time. Their concentration was broken, and their strength was severely diminished, but at least they survived. If the task in front of the daughter of Ki Song had been less enormous, she would have probably managed to either subjugate them or outright shatter their minds. The most frightening thing about it, though, was that the ordinary warriors were not even her main target. Sunny saw it from the corner of his eye, but once he did, he couldn't look away. Beastmaster appeared on the battlefield, standing calmly in front of the ravaged span of it where Whispering Blade had been fighting against the reflections. Sunny did not know if she had used her transformation ability, but for some reason, the alluring saint looked even more beautiful than she usually did, so much more. Before, Beastmaster's beauty was mesmerizing. But now, it was simply ruinous. She was so breathtaking that looking at her was actually painful. It was as though Sunny's soul was bleeding. Damn it! As the beautiful demoness took a step forward, the four reflections that had been fighting Whispering Blade dashed away to confront the titanic worm. Beastmaster did not wield any weapons, and her enemy could not be seen. The ground around her suddenly exploded, and she was obscured by a cloud of dust. Something moved within that cloud, and a devastating shockwave spread outward, sending awakened warriors and enthralled nightmare creatures flying. A moment later, there was another explosion. Sunny had entertained ideas of eliminating the demonic enchantress, but looking at her bizarre clash with Madak, one using ethereal mental attacks, the other invisible swords, he was suddenly not sure that he was qualified. How was he supposed to intrude upon a battle that he could not even perceive? Later. For now, he still had an unfinished task. The dead had risen to support the warriors of valor, but Beastmaster's calamitous assault had restored the lethal equilibrium between the two fighting forces. The titanic echo was clashing with the four reflections. And Saint Tyrus was still in danger. He dashed forward, using the Sin of Solace to cut down one of the masters who had attacked him before, the one capable of creating javelins of compressed air. The spell whispered into his ear, and at the same time, the cursed sword laughed at him from the other side. Ignoring both, Sunny fought his way through the ring of enemies surrounding Skytide and arrived at her side. Saint Tyrus was on one knee in the middle of a pile of corpses, her armor battered and broken. Her sword was covered in a net of cracks, and her golden hair was sticking to her face, painted red by blood. Nevertheless, her amber eyes were as calm and severe as always, full of grave resolve and unbreakable will. But they were full of pain and exhaustion, too. She couldn't have been all right after bearing the brunt of Beastmaster's power for so long. Sunny cursed and threw himself forward, colliding with a corrupted thrall that was bringing down its stinger on Skytide's cracked sword. The two of them fell to the ground, and the Sin of Solace hissed, slicing through the abomination's tail. There was no retaliation from the nightmare creature, because Saint Tyrus had pierced its neck a split second later. While Sunny was recovering, she pulled her sword out of the thrall's corpse and braced it to block an aspect ability attack made by one of Song's Ascended. Skytide's sword let out a low ring, and shattered, instantly turning into a rain of radiant sparks. she was tossed back and grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You bastards!" Sunny was already back on his feet, full of dark fury. He quickly assessed the situation and reluctantly suppressed his desire to slaughter everyone in sight. Cutting down the minions of Clan Song would have been enjoyable, but there were too many of them around, and they were too powerful. He could face them, and he could defend St. Tyres. But he wasn't sure that he could do both at the same time. For now, his priority was to ensure her safety. Gritting his teeth, Sunny called upon the shadows. Instantly, a wave of darkness rose from his feet, pushing the enemies away and solidifying into a tall wall. That wall was not going to hold them back for long, but it would at least buy him some time. He dashed toward Sky Tide and grabbed her by the shoulder, helping the saint balance herself. Her face was pale, and marred by blood. "Lady Tyrus, are you all right?" He knew that it was a stupid question to ask, considering the situation, but he still couldn't help but ask it. She looked at him with a pained expression, and then, a pale smile appeared on her lips. "I'll live." "You should." Sky Tide did not finish the sentence. Sunny saw something reflecting in her eyes, and then, she suddenly pushed him away. As Sunny flew back, he felt the wall of shadows he had created explode. A split second later, monstrous claws tore through the spot he had been standing on. The ground shook from the terrible impact, and a vast cloud of dust rose into the air. Those claws belonged to a towering creature that filled Sunny with a sense of dread. The creature looked like an abominable hybrid between a human and a wolf. Even hunched, it was at least 4 meters tall, with terrifying fangs and bestial eyes that were full of wicked fury. The beast radiated a feeling of wildness, savage power, and primal ferocity. Dire Fong had arrived to finish off the fallen saint of the White Feather Clan. Chapter 1193 Battle of the Black Skull, 7. Chapter 1193 Battle of the Black Skull, 7. Not good. Sunny landed in a roll and instantly dashed to the side. Almost at the same moment, claws tore through the air, almost brushing against his skin. They were so close that he felt the wind stirring as it threw his hair into disarray. Fast. Sunny landed on his feet and slid backward. Sensing the movement of shadows, he raised the Sin of Solace to block the attack, not because he actually perceived it, but because he knew that it had to come. Then, he screamed. A deafening, inhuman, monstrous roar suddenly split the skies apart, and Sunny's head was instantly pierced by pain so intense that he couldn't help but groan. What the hell is that, a sonic attack? As his vision blurred, the strike that he had predicted came. The Sin of Solace was in the way, but it was not in a position to form a solid block. Sunny's whole body shook as he was thrown back once again, his bones and tendons creaking under immense pressure. Luckily, they did not burst apart. But it really hurt. Falling to the ground, Sunny dove into the shadows and flew out of them a couple dozen meters away. He barely had time to grab St. Tyrus and carry her forward with his momentum before Dire Fong's claws tore into her battered armor. The two of them came to a stop some distance away and froze for a moment, supporting each other. Sunny's breathing was hoarse, and Sky Tide's face was ashen. In front of them, the towering monster, St. Dire Fong, who had finally unleashed his transcendent power, slowly turned his wolf-like snout and looked at them with a bestial, blood-red, terrifying eye. Sunny's intuition was screaming. Looking at the monstrous creature, half-human, half-beast, he felt it, deep in the dark expanse of his lightless soul. Death. Fighting Dire Fong meant death. A saint was a saint, after all. In terms of raw power, a transcendent human was similar to a corrupted nightmare creature. Although humans possessed only one soul core, their intelligence and aspect powers made them equal to devils. At least someone like Beastmaster seemed closer to a terror, even. Sunny had fought and killed many corrupted abominations. But despite the similarity, saints were nothing like the creatures he had killed. That had nothing to do with raw power, and everything to do with who they were. Saints had to conquer 5 hells to transcend the first nightmare, the second nightmare, the third nightmare, the dream realm, and the waking world. Countless humans had tried, but only the absolute best of the absolute best could survive all 5 of these impossible trials. The strongest, the bravest, the smartest. The most determined, the most skilled, the most adaptable, the most lucky. By far. Only a person possessing all these qualities could become a saint. Even with the interference of the great clans, nothing less would do. So, facing a saint was not comparable to facing a random corrupted abomination. Facing a saint was like facing one of the strongest corrupted abominations in existence. A fiend among fiends. Dire Fong was not alone either. There were several ascended of Clan Song and powerful thralls surrounding them, too. Curse it all. Sunny suppressed the desire to take a step back, knowing that they would not be able to run. His eyes grew dim and bleak. He hesitated for a heartbeat, and then glanced at Skytide. If he went all out, using Shadow Shell and every other trick at his disposal, it would probably still not be enough. His last desperate gamble was the Mirror of Truth, but Sunny was not sure that it would be of any help, not before both of them were torn apart by Dire Fong, at least. He trembled. Lady Tyrus, I don't know what to do. She looked at him, her bloodied face remaining calm and composed. Her voice was steady, too. Of course, you do. You have to flee. Sunny gritted his teeth. Yes, retreat was always an option. He was a great master of staying alive, after all. He could dissolve into shadows and emerge from them hundreds of meters, or even a few kilometers away from the dreadful saint. He could become one of the shadows, as well, and thus immune to all physical damage. That was how he had survived on that snowy field in the Antarctic center, after all. The problem was that he couldn't take anyone with him. And so, Skytide's meaning was clear, she was telling him to leave her and save himself. But Sunny, he didn't want to. And so, he was not going to. There was no time for conversations, really, so he simply raised his sword and snarled. Like hell I will. In the next moment, the monstrous figure of Dire Fong turned into a gray blur. He was moving too fast for Sunny to trace where the attack would come from, even Shadow Sense could not keep up with the bestial saint, and so, all Sunny could do was guess. Crap! He summoned the shadows again, trying to build another wall around them. However, it was smashed apart before receiving the chance to solidify. He tried to block the attack of the Transcendent with the Sin of Solace again. However, it was pushed aside with disheartening ease. He put himself between Dire Fong and St. Tyrus. Arg! Sunny felt his throat being ripped open by a sharp claw. He reeled back and grabbed his mutilated neck, feeling blood flow through his fingers like a river. Damn it, that hurts. He used the dying wish to heal the lethal wound, exhausting the accumulated charge of the transcendent charm. It was still not enough to change the situation. The monstrous beast was already lunging to deliver another attack, and this time. Before Sunny could react, a blinding flash suddenly illuminated the world, and the gray blur lunging at them was suddenly swallowed by an explosion of white flames. At the same time, a figure wielding a slender rapier appeared in front of the Ascended of Clan Song. She moved between them like an apparition, deflecting a rain of attacks with measured elegance and strange, seemingly irrational ease. Cassie pulled the attention of the enemy masters and thralls, while Nephi's positioned herself between Dire Fong and Sunny. The towering beast emerged from the flames, wisps of white fire were dancing on his fur, but he did not appear burned. The saint bared his fangs in a murderous grin. Looking up at the towering monstrosity, Nephi calmly brought her radiant longsword into a high guard. Sunny, are you alright? He sighed. Damn, it is indeed a stupid question to ask. Chapter 1194 Battle of the Black Skull, 8. Chapter 1194 Battle of the Black Skull, 8. 1194 Battle of the Black Skull, 8. Sunny let out a terse breath. Yeah, I'm fine. Just got my throat ripped out, no big deal. He lowered his bloodied hand, revealing the wound that had already disappeared thanks to the Death Wish enchantment. There was a lot of blood on his neck and the black silk of the Shroud of Dusk, but under it, his skin and flesh were perfectly fine. A corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. I see. Then, she looked at Dire Fong with a severity that seemed cold enough to freeze a person to death and said calmly. In that case. Lady Sky Tide, please fall back with Song of the Fallen. Master Sunless and I will remain to cover your retreat. Saint Tyrus was in no condition to face Dire Fong in battle. Even if she wanted to stay, her presence would only slow the two of them down. She seemed to have understood that, as well. Even if she didn't, Sunny was not sure that Skytide was in a position to refuse Nef's orders. She was a vassal of Clan Valor, after all, and Nephice was technically of the same status as Morgan. Cassie, take her. There was nowhere really safe on the battlefield, but getting closer to the main body of Valor's force and away from the most dangerous enemies would increase Skytide's chances of survival by a lot. Cassie was facing two masters of Clansong. Her rapier did not seem to move very swiftly, but somehow, it was always where it needed to be to deflect their attacks. The blind girl moved with measured cadence, always half a step ahead of her enemies. Although her face remained calm, the two ascended seemed shaken. Shaken enough to make a mistake. Just at that moment, one of them summoned his aspect ability to turn the ground under Cassie's feet into treacherous mud, while the other committed to a powerful thrust of his sword. However, the blind girl lightly jumped just a split second before her footing would have been lost in wet sludge, avoiding being momentarily immobilized. Her rapier shot forward, piercing the neck of the swordsman who had been counting on his partner's aspect to stall the enemy. At the same time, something flashed through the air, and the quiet dancer came to a halt above her shoulder, its blade marred by blood. Both masters silently fell down. Their bodies crumbled to the ground almost at the same exact moment as Cassie landed from her jump, one rapier in hand and another hovering above her shoulder. She swiftly moved, evading a frenzied attack of a corrupted thrall, and appeared next to Saint Tyrus. Without saying a word, the blind girl grabbed Skytide by the shoulder and pulled her away. Dire Fong, surprisingly, allowed all of that to happen without moving a muscle. He simply stared at Nephice from above as the white flames died down on his fur, motionless, with an indifferent expression on his bestial face. Sunny was curious about what the gloomy saint was thinking, but at the same time, he didn't really care to know. Soon enough, the three of them were left facing each other, the towering monstrosity on one side, Sunny and Nephice standing shoulder to shoulder on the other. Ah, it brings back memories. The situation was entirely different, and the enemy was entirely different. The two of them were entirely different, as well. So much had changed, and yet, he couldn't help but feel as if they were back under the branches of the Soul Devourer, looking up at the carapace demon and preparing to bring the enormous abomination down. Dire Fong's snout moved, and suddenly, a deep, reverberating voice escaped from it, making Sunny's bones tremble. You are Broken Sword's daughter. Nephice tilted her head a little, then answered calmly. I am. Red sparks swirled around her head, forming into a helmet. The monstrous beast grinned. Shame. With that, he roared and lunged forward. Somewhere else on the battlefield, piles of corpses were moving, coming back to life. Constant shockwaves from the distant clash between the Titan Echo and the four reflections were shaking the ground, making it seem as if the world was on the verge of crumbling to dust. There were awakened echoes and enthralled abominations tearing each other apart. The soil was soaked with blood, and more bodies fell into the red sludge every moment. A bolt of lightning flashed, and a thunderclap rolled across the desolate plain, soon drowning in the clangor of the battle. The first drops of heavy rain fell down. In the midst of all this chaos, covered in blood, a young man in battered armor coldly pulled his sword from the body of an awakened warrior, threw the corpse aside, and turned around. A slender young woman clad in a suit of black armor, with a red cape draped around her shoulders, reflected in his strange, mirror-like eyes. The two of them looked so much alike that they could be mistaken for twins. Morgan calmly dismissed her cape, allowing it to disintegrate into a rain of scarlet sparks. Raising her sword and pointing it at Mordred, she pierced him with a sharp gaze and smiled. Let's get it over with, monster. Play whatever dirty tricks you have left, and then we can settle it once and for all with our swords. Mordred stared at her for a moment, then glanced at the distant shape of the gargantuan worm. Dirty tricks, huh? Ah, but I don't have any of those left. His sister smirked with contempt. Please forgive me if I don't believe you. Mordred shook his head and took a step forward, his face devoid of the usual lightness. Don't get me wrong. I could have prepared a few. But that would be so unsatisfying, don't you think? Dear sister, you shouldn't assume that I want to kill you with my own two hands any less than you want to kill me. What's the point of killing you with a trick? Then, you'll just die thinking, there he goes, doing something contemptible again. No, no, no. I want to kill you, all of you, with what you pride yourself on most. I want to crush you all. Morgan grinned. So, what? You are really going to fight me with a sword? Have you lost the last bits of your broken mind, creature? You don't stand a chance. Mordred took another step back and gritted his teeth. We'll see. His usually calm voice was suddenly distorted by a vast, dark, incinerating hatred. A hatred so hot it could melt the abyss. Morgan stopped smiling and walked toward him with a calm expression. Do you still think that you can escape? I'll have to disappoint you. When this body of yours is destroyed, there will be no escape. You have already spent, what was it, 6, 7 years? Locked in a box. This time, we've built a better one. This time, you'll stay locked forever. Finally, a mad smile appeared on Mordred's face. We'll see about that, too. A split second later, the clangor of two clashing swords drowned out the cacophony of the battle. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a taciturn shadow was fighting a blindingly radiant reflection. And somewhere else, the legendary Whispering Blade was fighting the beautiful Demonis, Beastmaster. A giant black panther was tearing a figure woven out of sunlight into shreds with her claws. Her reflection was furiously trying to shake off a small figure of black steel from its hide, while the small figure stubbornly held on. Soul Reaper Jet had aimed her glaive at a monstrous visage of Songsaishan, her leather armor riddled with holes. The monster facing her wiped the blood off her lips and spat, as if tasting something disgusting. A blind girl was fighting through a mass of enthralled nightmare creatures to guide a battered saint to safety. A revolting creature made out of countless grey worms was being slowly destroyed by 4 cracked reflections. As the grey sky broke with a torrent of rain, the ruinous battle exploded into a nightmare of violence. 1 Chapter 1195 Battle of the Black Skull, 9. Chapter 1195 Battle of the Black Skull, 9. The world had grown darker under the veil of tumultuous thunderclouds, and torrents of water fell from the skies, bending like whips. Illuminated by a blinding flash of lightning, 2 humans dashed away from the claws of a towering beast. Nephice, now. There was no real need for words. Sunny and Nephice might have grown distant as of late due to the choices they had made, but the core of their relationship was the same. They were battle partners first, and everything else second. That bond had been forged in fire, tears, and blood on the forgotten shore long before a shadow was cast on it by other matters. By now, their ability to act with seamless coordination was even higher than the unnatural unity granted to the warriors of valor by the forged swords. From the moment that the two of them had killed that first carapace scavenger together, Sunny and Nephice went through countless battles together. She had taught him how to wield the sword, while he taught her how to control her soul essence as a master. Despite everything, that bond would never change. Which was not to say that there was no other bond between them. The moment Dire Fawn lunged forward, Sunny dashed to the right, while Nephice dashed to the left. At the same time, some of her radiance mixed with his shadows, while one of his shadows wrapped itself around her body. The sum of their powers was greater than its parts. The shadows and the brilliant light seemed to resonate with each other, making both of them stronger than they had any right to be. Sunny turned into a silhouette shrouded in broiling darkness, while Neph's radiance took on a darker hue. The darkness was permeated with blinding white light, while the light seemed to contain wisps of inexhaustible darkness. The light made the darkness deeper, while the darkness made the light much more stark and radiant. And there was more to it, too. At least for Sunny. Unlike his shadows, which augmented all his physical attributes, Neph's flames ignited the soul, too. Wreathed in her fire, he could feel his essence become much more vibrant and warm. Much more potent. Ah, what a nice feeling. Nephice must have been using her full augmentation, and with the addition of Sunny's shadow, she was just fast enough to evade Dire Fawn's claws. He, on the other hand, was just a little bit slower. Luckily, the saint had chosen Changing Star as the primary target. Since he couldn't attack both of them at the same time effectively, the strike directed at Sunny was not as inescapable as it could have been. Sunny felt a slight sense of dissatisfaction. So, what, we are back to that? Neff is the bait, while I am the blade? He didn't like it one bit. In any case, Dire Fong had made a mistake. A very serious mistake. He shouldn't have paid less attention to Sunny. Because while his soul was aflame with Neff's radiance, a few of his abilities received a transformative boost as well. Not the least because he could spend his essence more freely. Get ready, bastard. Nephice landed from her dodge and instantly pivoted, barely avoiding the beast's follow-up strike and slashing at his arm with her incandescent sword. At the same time, Sunny allowed himself to be buried under a wave of shadows. What emerged from them, however, was not a human, but a four-armed fiend clad in a suit of fearsome onyx armor. The creature was like a spawn of darkness, but its eyes burned with furious white radiance, and its mouth was like an incinerating furnace of white flame. The two of them had created distance between each other, and so, Dire Fong could only face one at a time. That was why he was a fraction of a moment too late to react to Sunny's attack. Faster! 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 The ground split and exploded under his clawed foot as Sunny pushed himself forward. The air, which was usually soft and unnoticeable, was suddenly like a wall. He broke through that wall. The drops of rain seemed to freeze in place as they fell. Sunny wanted to let out a scream, a roar, a battle cry. But he didn't, of course. Why would he announce his strike while attacking the enemy from behind? The sin of Solace fell silently. But Dire Fong's was suddenly not in the place he had been a split second before. The towering beast had twisted, somehow, to avoid the transcendent blade, too swift to be seen. Sunny only felt the air being displaced by the saint's massive body a heartbeat later. That was fine, too. He fell down, crouching on his four hands, and felt something tear through the empty space above. In the next moment, there was a blinding flash and an angry growl. Dire Fong might have been able to avoid Sunny's attempt at backstabbing him, but by doing so, he was forced to turn his back on Nephice. And Nephice, without wasting a single moment, used this chance to plunge her incandescent sword into the beast's hide. The towering creature disengaged and stopped for a moment, looking down. There, on its flank, a long wound could be seen through singed fur. Drops of blood were rolling down his side as they boiled. The laceration was shallow, and not at all serious. However, Dire Fong had received a wound, no matter how small, while Sunny and Nephice had not. His bestial face contorted into a vicious snarl. The saint did not say anything before launching into another attack. There was no need for words, and none of them had anything to say. Their swords, claws, and aspects would be doing the talking. A spirit of flame, a spot of shadows, and a savage beast clashed in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. They were moving so fast that it was hard to see what was happening. Flowers of white fire bloomed in the middle of a pouring rain, and the ground shook from the fury of their murderous clash. Their battle was frenzied and turned everything around them into pure havoc, but it wasn't senseless. In fact, each of the three remained chillingly cold-blooded and calculating in the midst of the furious confrontation. Even while augmenting each other, Sunny and Nephice were much slower and weaker than the Saint of Clansong, but not to the degree where he could instantly annihilate them. More importantly than that, there were two of them. Even if they were not Dire Fong's equals in terms of raw power, they could use their knowledge and understanding of each other to make up for the gap in strength. And so, the battle raged on. Scores of strikes were exchanged in the span of a dozen seconds. The ground was broken and upturned. The rainwater mixed with the soil, turning it into mud. The mud was incinerated by the flames, turning into ash. For a few short moments, a fragile equilibrium seemed to have been created between the two masters and the saint. Astonishingly, Sunny and Nephice had not been ripped to pieces by Dire Fong, like a couple of Ascended should have been. They even managed to push him back. But Sunny was not very happy about the result. It was because he knew that this equilibrium would not last long. Right now, even while fighting at the absolute limit of their capabilities, both sides were carefully studying their adversary. The side that managed to glean the enemy's strengths and weaknesses first was going to win, while the side that failed was going to be killed. Well, how wonderful! In that regard, Sunny had an overwhelming advantage. As a practitioner of shadow dance, he was unrivaled when it came to learning everything about his enemies, be they humans, nightmare creatures, or saints. Erdél's note, pretty beautiful chapter, showing the synergy between Sunny and Nephi's. Would be a shame not to share it today. It's the usual 1 chapter 3 tomorrow shenanigans, so 3 tomorrow, chapter 1196 Battle of the Black Skull, 10. Chapter 1196 Battle of the Black Skull, 10. In the cacophony of the battle, obscured by roaring thunderclaps and the whisper of falling rain, 2 swords were creating a lethal melody of steel. Mordred knew that he was weaker than his younger sister. He was slower, too, and not nearly as resilient. He was even less skilled, perhaps. His powers were formidable, but they were useless against her. The King of Swords had made sure of that. His soul cores had been spent on creating the reflections, and those reflections were being spent on holding back her army. That army was also more powerful than the one on his side. Morgan had chosen the battlefield and lured the enemy into a trap. As a general, she had already succeeded. But she was not only a cunning strategist. She was a brilliant warrior, too. Morgan was like an unstoppable blade. She had everything that a princess of war was supposed to possess. She had power, talent, resolve, intelligence. She had the authority of their family, and its favor as well. While Mordred had nothing. He had always had nothing. And everything he had tried to make his was either destroyed or taken away. However, despite all that, he was not going to lose. He was going to win. Die, you wretched thing. Their swords clashed, and even though Mordred had managed to read her intentions, he was still thrown back. His block was perfect, but it was not strong enough. He slid in the mud and let out a pained gasp. He was slightly dazed. Rain was falling all around them like a gray wall, and every drop was a mirror. The world was reflected on itself myriads of times, and all those reflected worlds flooded his mind like a kaleidoscope of horror. Every gruesome death, every desperate call for help, every selfless act of courage, every cowardly wail of defeat were reflected, multiplied, and projected into his head. It helped him to orient himself better on the chaotic battlefield, but it was also annoying. This was why he didn't like rain. Morgan was already closing in. Mordred grinned as he rose to face her. There she was. A beautiful young woman in a suit of black armor, who looked so much like him. What did she know? She didn't know anything. She had been a mere child when their family decided to betray him. Not even a sleeper. She had not been there when his original body was destroyed, or when he was locked in a cage like a beast. Morgan was not among those he wanted to kill the most. But she was their symbol. For Mordred, the young woman with a face that was eerily similar to his own symbolized the great clan valor. She embodied everything that he wanted to destroy. And so, he was going to break her into pieces. Her sword flashed, cleanly cutting through the raindrops as it flew toward his body. He tried to deflect it, but it was of no use. The strike turned out to be a feint. A moment later, sharp pain pierced the left side of his face. Mordred stumbled back, feeling blood flow down his cheek. Arg. I think I lost an eye, this time. Illuminated by the flash of lightning, Morgan's face remained impassive. Pathetic. Did her voice sound disappointed? Mordred smiled and raised his sword without saying anything. Usually, this would be the time to implement a scheme, a cunning trick, a subtle deception, an unexpected reversal, something like that. He was a master of such things, after all. But he was sincere when he said that there would be no tricks today. There was no point in destroying the symbol of valor with a trick. There would be no satisfaction either. His hatred would not be quenched. No. He was going to defeat her with nothing except his own body and blade. Because, even after they had discarded him, Mordred was still stronger, strong enough to destroy them all. and they needed to learn that. Come, sister. Give it your all. His laughter drowned in the rain. Morgan obliged. For a few seconds, the two of them clashed, their swords singing a sharp and deadly song. The clangor of two blades striking against each other fused into one continuous, sonorous melody. They were too fast, too skilled. Neither could overpower the other, and those who got in their way could only flee and stare in terror and awe. But eventually, inevitably, Morgan obliterated his defenses. Her sword broke through his armor, impaling him through the chest. If it was anyone else, their heart would have been pierced, but he must have shaken her a fair bit. Enough for her to forget that her brother had been born with a rare condition that caused the position of one's organs to be reversed. So, she missed his heart. Still, having his sword driven through your lung hurt a lot. It hurt terribly. Not that he cared. Instead of recoiling from the strike, Mordred pushed forward and grabbed Morgan by the neck. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly tried to twist the sword in the wound. Her other arm was already moving to block the potential strike of his own sword. Instead of trying to use it, Mordred simply headbutted her and felt her nose crack under the force of the unexpected blow. Morgan staggered back. Blood was flowing from her broken nose, painting the lower part of her face red. "You vile scum!" Her sword, which was still lodged in his chest, scattered into a whirlwind of scarlet sparks. He couldn't help but stagger and let out a pained yelp. She was, without a doubt, going to swing. Morgan lunged forward. Her leg whipped into the air, aiming to take his head clean off. Mordred blocked it with his sword, and felt his sword crack. His sword broke. There was more pain. Morgan's shin cut through his sword, his armor, and his forearm. The bone broke, the muscles split, and the tendons tore. His bleeding hand fell to the ground. Not paying it any attention, Mordred stepped forward and drove his broken sword into the narrow crack between her breastplate and the segmented steel skirt protecting her lower waist. The jagged blade plunged into his sister's side. Even though her flesh seemed as durable as steel, he pushed it as deep as he could before the broken memory disintegrated into a rain of sparks. She let out a stifled groan and pushed herself away. "I'll kill you." She tried to hide it, but there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. Morgan was winning, she was definitely winning. She had only received one serious wound, while her enemy already looked half dead. He looked like a walking corpse. So why was he so calm? What was wrong with him? She felt a chill run down her spine. Her sword was already manifesting itself back into reality. Mordred was summoning a new weapon, as well. He glanced down at his severed hand, and stepped over it indifferently. "No. You won't." There was a hint of finality to his words. Gritting her teeth, Morgan blocked out the pain and attacked once again. Chapter 1197 Battle of the Black Skull, 11. Chapter 1197 Battle of the Black Skull, 11. A booming thunderclap shook the world, but the bestial roar that tore through the clangor of the battlefield was much more deafening. It rolled across the ravaged land like a physical force, sapping the strength of the warriors and making them sway. Sonny, who was very close to the source of that roar, cursed under his breath as he pushed the pain aside and twisted his body to avoid being sliced by the monstrous claws of the rampaging saint. Dire Fong's hand flew past him, and while Sonny was trying to bring the sin of solace down on the creature's monstrous limb, Nephi's attacked from the other side, her sword turning the whipping streams of rain into boiling vapor. The two of them were like hunters fighting against a powerful beast. They circled around him and used their cooperation to make up for the gap in power, acting with the cunning and foresight that made humans so deadly. Nephi was fighting in a way that would have made all the other Ascended freeze in stunned silence. She was just too fast, too strong, and too destructive. Her incandescent sword was hot and sharp enough to incinerate the world, and her skill and battle sense seemed to transcend the concept of limits. Sonny was no less frightening. Hidden in the tenebrous embrace of the shadow shell, he fought with the ferocious power of a trueborn fiend and used his inhuman physique to move in a way that no human could repeat, and no opponent could predict. Much more importantly, despite the stark difference between the two of them, one shrouded in burning darkness, the other suffused with beautiful light, they fought and acted as one. That combination was too lethal for a mere beast to survive. However, their enemy was not a beast, no matter how animalistic his form appeared. Dire Fawn's transformation ability allowed him to become a strange hybrid between a wolf and a man. His claws, his fangs, his bestial eyes, his thick fur, as well as his inhuman rage, his savage bloodlust, and his primal might, all of it made Sunny feel as though he was fighting a nightmare creature. But the Saint was not a nightmare creature. Behind all these monstrous traits hid the cold, calculating mind of a human. And, as a human, he had benefited from the vast legacy of accumulated knowledge and insight that all humans were the inheritors of. In other words, Dire Fawn possessed the body of a powerful abomination, but fought with the sublime skill of a gifted human warrior. Because of the nature of his transformation, the Saint was using a strange mix of a hand-to-hand martial art and a knife-fighting technique only. In his case, sharp claws were playing the role of the knives, and he had 20 of them. He had a maw full of terrifying fangs, as well. And the level of skill this transcendent possessed, or any transcendent, really, was truly stunning. Sunny was not sure if he had ever faced an enemy with such mastery over their weapons of choice. If he did, they could probably be counted on one hand. In any case, despite the best efforts of Sunny and Nephi's, they simply couldn't bring the Saint down. They couldn't even seriously wound him, really. They were barely managing to stay alive. There were several cuts on the massive beast's body, but the two of them had received much more damage than Dire Fawn. Both of their armors were battered and dented, and Sunny could taste blood on his tongue. Feeling a hint of despair crawl its way into his heart, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward to capitalize on the small window of opportunity Nephi had created and deliver a vicious blow. The attack missed. He's a monster. A moment later, his body shook as it was batted away by an unexpected, but perfectly executed elbow strike. The breastplate of the mantle dented and almost cracked. Nephi launched into a reckless attack in order to buy him a little time to recover. She was going to pay for it, without a doubt, but at this point, their battle was not about remaining unscathed. It was about being a little bit less broken than the enemy at the end of it. Arg! Dire Fawn was powerful, Dire Fawn was skilled, and worst of all, Dire Fawn was strange. His battle style was too unique, too bizarre, and too deep to be deciphered in a short amount of time. It had been perfectly tailored for his monstrous transcendent form, with its contradictory physical traits and attributes, which were both human and not. He displayed a level of essence control so intricate, deliberate, and ingeniously applied that it made Sunny question his own talent. No, it was not a question of talent. It was simply the innate superiority of a higher rank multiplied by the amount of effort put into integrating essence into a combat style, both by Dire Fawn himself and many battle masters of Clansong. It was the benefit of being a vassal of a great clan. This was possibly the first dedicated essence technique Sunny had a chance to study. He had not even known that such things were possible, or existed. And if all of that was not enough, Dire Fawn's aspect abilities were flawlessly blended into his battle style, as well. It would have been much worse if Sunny had to somehow guess the Saint's abilities first. Luckily, he had already learned them from Cassie. Dire Fawn's dormant ability enhanced all his senses, especially his hearing and the sense of smell. He could even feel the tiny vibrations spreading through the ground. As a result, he had no blind spots. He also seemed to be able to predict the actions of his opponents by observing the tiniest changes in their stances, muscle contractions, eye movements, and other things Sunny had no knowledge of. His awakened ability was a physical augmentation tied to his emotional state. The angrier he got, the more pain he felt, the more powerful he would become. Things like that were usually unreliable and impossible to control, sometimes even detrimental, but Dire Fawn seemed to possess absolute control over his emotions. He could summon the most murderous rage at will, while remaining perfectly cool-headed and composed. Dire Fawn's ascendant ability was the debilitating sonic attack, and his transcendent ability, well, it was self-evident. So, with the knowledge of that, Sunny had to come up with a way to kill him. A master killing a saint, that had never happened in history. But it had to happen today. He was going to make it happen. Chapter 1198 Battle of the Black Skull, 12. Chapter 1198 Battle of the Black Skull, 12. The three of them were like an obliterating hurricane. The bloody fight between Dire Fong, Sunny, and Nephice was no less furious and destructive than the clashes between the other saints that were happening on the battlefield, or maybe even more so. Any awakened, echo, or enthralled abomination that dared to enter the sphere of destruction created by their fight was instantly torn apart, and so, soon, no one dared to anymore. All the soldiers could see were dark shapes moving with dreadful speed within the rain, and billowing clouds of scalding steam that were sometimes illuminated by bright flashes of beautiful white radiance. Maybe only Kai could make out what was happening inside, due to his awakened aspect ability. I hope the fool does not rush here to help us. Sunny was trying to dismantle Dire Fong's battle style to shadow him, but his progress was too slow. Every second they spent fighting against the terrifying saint threatened to be their last, and even if they continued to remain alive, their fates would be sealed due to simple exhaustion, both of their bodies and their souls. Sunny and Nephice possessed astonishing endurance, and their pools of essence were many times larger than those of ordinary masters. However, they still could not compete with a saint. Saints were monstrous not only because of their power and aspect abilities, but also because of how potent and vast their reserves of essence were. To masters like them, these reserves appeared nearly inexhaustible. Especially to Sunny, who was burning through his essence fast due to the shadow shell. He was never going to win the war of attrition against Dire Fong. So, he had to dismantle the saint's battle style faster, much faster, even though he could not concentrate on this task since simply staying alive demanded almost all of his attention. Not good. He grunted as Dire Fong delivered a powerful backward kick with his wolf-like hind leg, almost ripping Sunny's shell to pieces. He managed to deflect the blow, and even tried to scratch the saint with the Sin of Solace, but the jade blade got tangled in the thick fur, shearing some of it off, but leaving no trace on the enemy's skin. Sunny had already delivered a shallow cut to Dire Fong before, so the sinister whisper was supposed to be driving the saint mad. However, he showed no sign of being affected by the curse. It seemed that breaking the mind of a transcendent, which was the sharpest of weapons in and of itself, would not be easy or possible at all. Mind, the mind of a transcendent. Sunny possessed a powerful mind himself. His cognitive ability and willpower were both abnormal. There was the blessing bestowed upon him by the Shroud of Dusk, as well. And yet, it was not enough. Well, then. Suddenly, he thought of something very simple. If his mind was not enough, wait, why the hell was he trying to solve the problem with only his own efforts, anyway? He had a perfectly fine partner right there. Summoning chains of shadow to try and bind the savage saint, he saw most of them miss the mark, while the rest were easily torn apart and destroyed. At the same time, he sent Nephice a mental message through the Blessing of Dusk. The message contained no words, there was no time for that. Instead, it was a much more crude, but also faster form of communication containing a mix of images, half-formed thoughts, and emotions. For anyone else, it would have appeared as pure chaos, but Nephice knew him too well. They were so familiar with each other that even such an unadulterated stream of concepts was enough to form an understanding. It was a bit like finishing each other's sentences or guessing each other's feelings from body language, but elevated to a completely different level. And yet, it worked. Nephice seemed to understand his intention instantly, and reciprocated. A flood of concepts and images poured into his head. Sunny's intention, of course, was very simple. Since his own mind was not enough to dismantle Dire Fong's battle style fast enough, he wanted to join their minds together to accomplish the task faster. Mostly metaphorically, but also a bit literally. Nephice might not have possessed the unnatural ability to peer into the very essence of a being through shadow dance, but she had been doing the same thing as Sunny this whole time. Without a doubt, she had been studying the enemy, trying to discern the patterns of his battle technique to circumvent them. More than that, her insight, while not supernatural, was in no way lacking in value. It was absolutely the opposite. Neph was a genius of combat. After all, she was born and bred for battle, and there were very few people in the world who possessed the same chilling level of affinity to bloodshed and destruction as her. Sunny had his own insights about the way Dire Fong fought, and she had hers. By combining them, they would be able to enhance each other's understanding of the enemy in the same way that their powers were augmenting each other beyond the usual limits of their aspects. Hopefully. Sunny growled and continued to fight. The Shadow Fiend sometimes moved like a human, and sometimes like the creature that he was. He bent in strange ways, used his long arms to dash on all fours like a wild animal, and delivered attacks with the onyx spike at the end of his tail. His sword, his claws, his teeth, and his horns were all weapons, so he used them all in tandem. When that was not enough, he summoned shadows or stepped through them to attack the saint from an unexpected angle. Nephi's was pushing her body to the limit, as well. Her flames burned and danced, trying to envelop their enemy or coalescing into incinerating jets that could cut through flesh and bone with frightening ease. She seemed to possess an authority over the battlefield that was almost frightening. And while they did that, they also exchanged a torrent of thoughts and concepts at tremendous speed. Sunny was sharing his knowledge, while Nephi was sharing hers. The pieces of the puzzle were flying into his head, slotting into the grand picture with satisfying clicks. Some of them he had figured out himself, but some were new and unexpected. It seemed that Nephi possessed a perspective that was both similar and different from his own, but no less keen. She paid attention to things that Sunny would have never thought about, and arrived at conclusions that he might have missed. The same was true in reverse. But together, they missed nothing. They saw everything. It was as though they were omniscient. And with that omniscience, everything clicked in place, and the essence of Saint Dire Fawn was revealed to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, and then sent actual words to Nephi for the first time. He said, or rather, thought, "Do you trust me?" Chapter 1199 Battle of the Black Skull, 13. Chapter 1199 Battle of the Black Skull, 13. Sunny had done it. He had dismantled Dire Fawn's astonishing battle style, and peered into the very essence of it. The core of the Saint's combat technique was laid bare, with all its components, the body, the mind, and the soul, revealed to Sunny with stark clarity. With that knowledge, he could predict what Dire Fawn would do. He could even perform some of the same things despite the difference in their aspects and physiques. And armed with that understanding, Sunny finally realized that there was no way for them to win. The fearsome saint was just too powerful, skilled, and intelligent. He held the outcome of the battle in a firm grasp, biding his time until the perfect opportunity inevitably presented itself. And their own strength was not enough to change that outcome. Even if Sunny knew that a strike was coming, he would not necessarily be fast enough to dodge it. Even if he knew the enemy's intent, he would not be strong enough to survive it. And neither would Nephi's. At least if their level of strength, already unthinkable for mere masters, remained the same. But it did not have to, did it? Do you trust me? What a loaded question. Sunny had his reasons, but it was true that he had gone against Neff's wishes in pretty much every instance where it mattered. He had abandoned her in the Dark City, refused to leave her in the Crimson Spire, and then fled from her again at the Grand Ball of Clan Valor. Just to end up by her side anyway. It was a bit funny, and a bit sad, but most of all, Sunny wasn't sure if she did actually trust him. He wasn't even sure if he himself would have trusted him. The same was true the other way around. And yet, as far as he could see, that was their only chance to emerge from this fight alive. If he could only prove to her somehow that, "I do." What? The calm answer came almost instantly. It startled him. "Ha!" Sunny dashed away to avoid being caught in the saint's maw, dove under lightning-fast claws, and barely managed to get out of the way of a stream of billowing white flame that covered his retreat. Well, that makes things easier. He called upon a certain memory, and sent Nephi a short thought. Then, in about 5 seconds, give it all to me. 5 seconds was the amount of time needed for the memory to manifest itself. It was not a very large amount of time. But in a battle against a saint, it was like an eternity. Sunny had long pushed himself to his limits, and then well past them. Even while empowered by the shadow shell and augmented both by his shadows and Neff's flame, he could feel the terrible strain of the battle slowly breaking his body down. It was already in a bad state, and would only continue to crumble as time went on. However, it had not broken yet. Gritting his teeth, Sunny threw himself into the furious crucible of battle. Dire Fawn's massive body moved with dreadful speed, each of his limbs posing a fatal threat. His attacks were vicious, devastating, and explosive, but also perfectly timed and chillingly calculated. Sunny knew when they would come and from where, but despite that, it was not easy to withstand the savage barrage of lethal blows unleashed by the monstrous beast. The ground split and trembled around them, and the clouds of steam created by Neff's flames obscured everything around. And yet, he did withstand it. Exactly 5 seconds later, Sunny pushed himself off the muddy ground with 3 hands and flew forward, the tip of the Sin of Solace aimed at Dire Fawn's neck. The saint easily dodged it and retaliated with a powerful blow, which Sunny awkwardly blocked. He let out a pained scream and was thrown backward, in the direction where Nephice was rising from her knees. Sunny landed on his feet and struggled to maintain his balance as he slid through the mud. He might have fallen, but she stepped forward and supported him from behind, placing a hand on his back. Both of them were standing, but they had lost the advantage of surrounding the enemy from 2 sides. Worse than that, they were both in the single line of attack now, Nephice hidden behind the towering figure of the Shadow Fiend. Dire Fawn's bestial eyes ignited with satisfied malice. And at the same time, Sunny's 5th shadow, as well as all of Neff's flame, poured from her hand and into his shell, leaving her entirely exposed, but gifting him with twice the amount of physical augmentation. Instantly, his power exploded. His strength, his speed, his endurance, his agility, all of it soared to heights that Sunny had never experienced before. The two of them had experimented with augmenting each other in his basement, but he had not invented the shadow shell yet back then. Now, all the parts came together to create a truly terrifying combination. Of course, it was not the smartest of tactics. By making one of them exceedingly strong while leaving the other one weak, they were giving Dire Fawn a perfect opportunity to get rid of the weaker enemy first, and then deal with the other one without being encumbered by the numerical disadvantage. But that was only true if the Saint survived long enough to figure out what happened. Sunny was not planning on giving him such a chance. He had to finish this fight in one exchange. So, I don't just need to kill a saint, I also need to kill him with one strike. Well, isn't it wonderful? There was no more time to think. Only to kill. Sunny cleared his mind of all unnecessary thoughts, except for one axiom he knew too well. The essence of combat is murder. He was going to murder Saint Dire Fawn, the vassal of the great clan Song, right here and now. There was no doubt or hesitation, no room for failure. Only certainty. The terrifying, towering beast in front of him opened his maw, ready to let out a deafening roar. Feeling the polished ivory of the Bone Singer manifest itself into his hand, Sunny flooded his body with smoldering essence, and lunged forward. Chapter 1200 Battle of the Black Skull, 14. Chapter 1200 Battle of the Black Skull, 14. Time was moving very slowly. No, it was Sunny who was moving too fast. It almost felt as if the world had frozen. The rain was suspended in the air, the fountains of mud had grown still, the distant figures of dying awakened were like grotesque statues. In this nearly static world, only 2 things seemed unbound by paralysis: the monstrous saint in front of him, who was no slower than Sunny himself, and a bolt of lightning that was crawling across the sky, extending toward the ground as it forked and illuminated the bloody battlefield. Faster! Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded from Dire Fawn's mouth, strangely distorted and haunting. It would have hit Sunny like a wall. But he was prepared. The silenced enchantment of the emerald bone flute activated, creating a dome of absolute silence around him. Sunny passed through the sorcerous roar without being struck by its crushing power. However, behind him, Nephice had to endure its full weight without the protection of her flames. Stripped of their augmentation, she couldn't resist it like she had before. Erasing the image of her falling figure from his mind, Sunny concentrated on the task. If anything, the importance of success had only become more stark now that his partner was debilitated. If he failed, both of them were going to die. But he had already rejected the possibility of failure. He was going to win. He was going to do what he promised to do. He was going to kill a damned saint. At that moment, Dire Fawn was more than a chance adversary to Sunny. He was the embodiment of everything Sunny wanted to destroy: the rotten authority of the great clans, the vile curse of the chain of nightmares, the torturous brand of powerlessness that he bore on his soul ever since Falcon Scott. The inescapable shackles of fate. He was the enemy. A terrifying enemy, an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, an enemy that was nearly impossible to defeat. But if Sunny somehow did manage to defeat him, then maybe he would be able to overcome the other impossible obstacles that pressed him into the ground. One day, Sunny was tired of losing. He had lost in the Antarctic Center, and now, because of Mordred and his cursed schemes, he was on the verge of losing here in East Antarctica, as well. And so, he was willing to bet everything on this one strike. He had no choice but to finish it all with one strike, not only because Nephi's was weakened and vulnerable right now, but also because of the nature of the aspect powers Dire Fong possessed. The Saint's already terrifying physical might was augmented by rage and pain. If Sunny delivered him a serious wound but failed to make it fatal, then that augmentation would only explode further, turning his enemy into a truly unstoppable monster. He only had one chance. Sunny had already accomplished 3 incredible feats to earn that single chance. He had learned the secrets of Dire Fong's aspect, deciphered the battle style of the transcendent monster, and found a way to counteract his debilitating sonic attack. Now, all that remained was to cut him down with a sword. Not that it would be easy. The Saint was not waiting passively to be killed. He was already moving, rushing forward with speed that exceeded all reason. His claws were ready to tear Sunny apart, and his fangs were ready to sink into Sunny's flesh. Even though the gap of power between them had narrowed tremendously, Dire Fong still had an edge in terms of strength, weight, and sheer size. But that was alright. As a survivor of the Forgotten Shore, Sunny was a master of killing things that were larger and more powerful than him. And while he had absorbed the essence of Dire Fong's battle style into Shadow Dance, the Saint had not gotten a firm grasp of his own technique yet. How could he, when Sunny's technique was as formless and shapeless as shadows? All Dire Fong could do was try and predict how his enemy would act based on his formidable experience of participating in countless battles. However, there was a problem with that approach, too. That was because the Saint had never fought a shadow spawn before. He was still judging Sunny as if Sunny was a mere human. But while Sunny still considered himself a human, he was also a bit more. As the two of them closed the distance, prepared to strike, Sunny used the inherent flexibility of a shadow dance practitioner to bend his body in an extreme and almost unnatural way. At the same time, he used the physical characteristics of his fiendish shell to switch from running on 2 feet to a low, beast-like gait. As a result, the Saint's claws tore through the raindrops above his head, while his momentum remained the same. Sunny gritted his teeth and let out a bestial growl as he used all his prodigious strength to push himself off the ground and leap into the air. Dire Fong was too fast and skilled to allow the unexpected attack to reach its mark, though. A split second before Sunny could bring his sword down on the Saint's neck, a massive clawed hand pushed forward, catching him in the chest. The power of that blow was too terrible. The onyx of the mantle cracked and exploded, as if struck by 5 transcendent swords. The manifested shadows comprising the Shadow Fiend's shell were instantly sliced and torn apart. In an instant, the shadow spawn was mutilated beyond recognition. The upper portion of his torso was entirely destroyed, exploding into a fountain of darkness. His horned head was severed and flew into the air. 2 of his 4 arms were ripped off. The entire mangled carcass was thrown back. The Sin of Solace slipped from his fingers. That was the thing, though. The shell of the Shadow Fiend was a towering monstrosity that stood at almost 3 meters of height. Sunny, meanwhile, was a young man of a rather modest stature. So, he could easily change the internal structure of the shell in a way that would allow him to sacrifice the upper portion of it while remaining perfectly unscathed. Almost at the same time as Dire Fong's claws tore through the upper chest and neck of the Shadow Fiend, the whole shell suddenly lost its coherence, starting to dissolve back into the ethereal shadows. And, just below the harrowing cut, the top of Sunny's head was revealed. The dissipating shell was thrown back by the strike, but his own body, freed from its embrace, continued to fly forward like a bullet. Time stood still. Catching the hilt of the Sin of Solace with his own human hand, Sonny used the tremendous augmentation of shadow and flame to fill his muscles with dreadful strength, and drove the tip of his sword into the Saint's bestiae. Chapter 1201 Battle of the Black Skull, 15. Chapter 1201 Battle of the Black Skull, 15. Under the relentless onslaught of rain, blood was being washed off the shattered armor of a beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes. She swayed, trying to lash out with her cracked sword, but slipped in the mud and fell heavily to one knee. Her breathing was hoarse, and her lips were painted crimson with blood. Mordred looked much worse than his sister. One of his eyes was gone, turning his face into a grotesque mask. So was one of his hands. His armor was on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks, and terrible wounds covered his body, revealing flesh and bone. And yet, his expression was calm. "Ah, it hurts. I haven't felt pain like that in a long, long time." He was growing weak because of blood loss, his vision turning blurry. But he was so close to his goal. After long, excruciating years, the first true taste of his revenge was so near. So, Mordred took a step forward, and then another. His sword rose. His hand was firm and unshaken. Morgan looked up at him, and the look in her eyes was sweeter than nectar. Confusion, indignation, and hidden behind them, a hint of fear. How are you still standing, monster?" Mordred smiled. Barely. He was not going to engage in a lengthy conversation with her, not yet. He knew that his sister was just trying to buy time. Using one of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself. Her wounds were already closing, and she was not bleeding nearly as heavily as she was supposed to. It was not going to save her, though. Morgan might have been able to heal herself, but she couldn't replenish her essence, her focus, and her stamina. She was tired, and that fatigue was only going to get worse. It was going to seep into her bones and into her mind, dooming her. He just had to last a little bit longer than that. His sister gathered what little remained of her strength and dashed forward with a furious growl. Her sword flashed, sharp and cunning, aiming for his neck. Mordred knew that he wouldn't be able to block or evade it, so he didn't. Instead, he just shifted his torso slightly, allowing the sharp edge to cut into his clavicle instead of his neck, endured the blinding flash of pain, and drove his own sword into a crack in her armor. Morgan groaned. Before she could do anything, he swung the bloodied stump of his right hand, hitting her in the temple with the torn edge of the steel vambrace. His sister was thrown back, dazed. Mordred felt a bit lightheaded, too. A long sigh escaped from his lips. Ah! Through the veil of rain covering the battlefield, he could see what was happening around them. Clansong was losing. The titanic worm was battered and mutilated, but 3 out of the 4 of his reflections had already been destroyed. The last one, the one wearing Whispering Blade's face, was not going to last much longer either. Saint Madoc himself was close to prevailing in his harrowing battle against Beastmaster. Silent Stalker and Summer Knight were still fighting, both stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. At this rate, both of them would perish, and even if the taciturn daughter of Ki Song prevailed, she wouldn't be able to continue participating in the battle. Even the reflection of Sir Gilead seemed to be failing against one of Nether's children that Sunless had somehow made his. The scoundrel himself, meanwhile. Mordred felt the desire to raise an eyebrow, but he was too weak and tired to do that. Dire Fong is dead? Sunless and the Dreamspawn killed a saint? This was a terrible, disastrous piece of news, but he couldn't help but feel impressed. Good for them. Morgan tried to stand up, and he pushed her into the mud again with a cruel strike of his sword. There was more pain, and it was suddenly hard for him to keep balance. By now, their clash looked nothing like a noble duel between 2 royal descendants. It was simply a brutal, graceless, vicious brawl, but Mordred liked it more that way. It was much more sincere. Much more honest. Why would murder look pretty when it was so ugly? His sister was still refusing to give up. They clashed several more times, and each time, Mordred was on the losing end of the exchange. Until he wasn't. At some point, somehow, almost unexplainably, he gained the initiative in this abhorrent dance of theirs. And once he did, his advantage grew like an avalanche. No matter how many wounds he had accumulated, no matter how terribly Morgan hurt him, Mordred was unshaken. His one remaining eye glimmered, reflecting her dwindling confidence. And then, after a while, Morgan fell and failed to stand up again. Certainly. Here's the continuation of the text formatted like A. Growling, she struck the ground with her fist. I don't understand. How are you? What trick? He smiled, dragging his aching body toward her. Now was the time to talk, not only because Morgan had finally exhausted all her monstrous reserves, but also because he was tired, as well. He needed a few moments to catch his breath and prepare for the final strike. You don't understand? Oh, but it is so simple. There is no trick. Yes, you are stronger than me, faster than me, you are maybe even more skilled than me. However, dear sister, I am infinitely superior to you in one aspect. The most important aspect. He struggled against the weight of his sword, which was suddenly unbearable, and gritted his teeth. It's desire. Don't you know that everything has its beginnings in desire? And my desire, it's infinitely more powerful than yours. That is why I am more powerful than you, that is all there is, sister. Oh, and my desire is also much more pure. Can't she see? Well, she's young, after all. Mordred reached the spot where Morgan was trying to get up from the mud and ruthlessly kicked her in the side with his armored boot. She yelped and fell back down. He looked at her coldly. You see, my only desire is to kill you. But you want so many things. You want to kill and imprison me, but you also want to survive killing and imprisoning me. You want to protect your neck from being cut, your heart from being pierced, your skull from being crushed, your eyes from being gouged out. All these countless desires weigh you down. They are a burden that reduces your strength, dulls your skill, and diminishes your speed. But me? I have no such burden. I only care about one thing. I only want to kill you. That is why you are weak, and I am strong. Mordred used his one remaining eye to glance at the bloody stump of his right hand, at his broken armor, and at his mangled body. His gaze was indifferent. And that is why my wish will come true, but yours will not. Without wasting any more time, he smiled bitterly, and raised his sword. His goal was so close, he just had to bring the sword down. However, he never did. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel Podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.